NVIDIA, and it was, who was asking in the chat just now about the size on 140? I'd have to double check. But either way, I don't see a lot of size on the 140 level, but it's already broken this several times in the pre-market. So it's not that big of a deal. It's a nice round number, and it's early. It's only about 50,000 shares on the offer, and it's, like I said, it's really early. You're gapped up. The all-time high is 140.76. So I think that's going to come into play. Obviously, if we don't get a break of that all-time high, ideally 139 I like for a dip, and if it doesn't hold 139, I think you just got to be very, very patient. If we don't hold 139 on the way back in on NVIDIA, then patience finding a dip buy. Don't want to catch it on the front end. But I'm only really looking long today on these. I think we get that all-time high today, just off the open. I'd be looking for that 139 long, no doubt about it. TSM, rising tide, lifting some ships here. If you can't make a fresh all-time high on NVIDIA after the quarter that TSM put up on the AI demand that they're indicating, then when are you going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, ASML tried to throw some cold water on everything, and how long did that last for? That lasted for about 3 hours. I mean, it's still affecting stocks like AMD and whatnot, but not the king. And we talked about NVIDIA being that. I mean, we were trading this name yesterday. We trade this name every damn day, and we're going to do it again here today, and with more shares and more excited to do it. Like right now, you're breaking right here, 140.08. The all-time high is 140.76, I think. Right here. Oh, wow, that's good. That's a good one. 140.76 right here, 140.76. Just happened a couple of days after the split. We went up to that high right there, and it looks like that will get taken out today. And I sort of promised this would happen last week, but it's happening this week and it's happening today. We got close enough to that last week there at 140, but we did not breach it. We talked about the amount of stock for sale at those levels, and now it is through it. So stock for sale be damned. They're all gone now. So there it goes through 140, and it's not going to stop. So it's just a matter. You know what? I mean, I'm just going to buy some shares right now because there we go. So we're long NVIDIA. Congratulations to me. And we're just going to wait to see what winds up happening now. Again, just a pre-market position, but I don't know if there's going to be a better trade idea for me today. So if we lose everything on NVIDIA, then so be it. But we're going to wait for pullbacks, of course. I mean, if it comes down into VWAP, which is 139.50, I think that's a no-brainer long down there. You got to try something. I mean, what are we here to do? So I like the stock. We play breakouts. It's right there. It's on the sticky note. I mean, we'll take it right now. I mean, light position. If it flushes, it flushes. We want to be averaged into this name anyways. Remember, the imbalances are going to come out on this thing, so that's going to be something that will affect it. So I just want to be in this name for right now, see what winds up happening. All right, so that's just a quick one. Just again, we have like maybe 10% of the shares that we want to take. AMD, we said that wasn't reacting as well, but that's because I hadn't looked at it in a half hour. Well, right now, it was down at 159. Now we've broken through 160, and it looks like it wants to touch up to 161. But as you can see, this is what I mean by the difference of stocks here. The all-time high for AMD needs to get back into this 210, 215 area to look at that. And I think we can get there for sure. I mean, if this is true from TSM and we get big reports coming through from AMD, and then you're going to get that big one from NVIDIA. Remember what Micron showed us a couple weeks ago? That was it. Yeah, you brought this name to our attention yesterday, actually, right? Like NVIDIA's already 10 cents in the money, and we just punched it in there. Micron, what a nice move there. Here's their earnings, by the way, right there at $95. Blasted up to 111, 115 is right where we are now. Actually, Randy, good thing you brought this name up to my attention yesterday. We didn't trade it. It's a good thing it's in our mind today because this is looking like get this garbage out of here for the last couple months and see about some blue skies ahead as we outtake right now this 110, 112 area and start to blast a little bit higher. I think Micron probably lands somewhere in the 125, 130 area by late next week. So good moves up there for Micron. Good look. All right, Uber and Expedia. Let's go find out what that news is all about.
Downside this morning. We'll touch on the chart here in a second, but here's a couple of things to know. Yeah, it was the Financial Times that was first to report this, but Uber apparently exploring a takeover bid for Expedia. There's also this, Daiwa Capital with a downgrade to neutral from outperform for Uber. That was the move on the Expedia note. We were lower initially this morning, but we were already back above 80 here.
Yeah, we see this often. One goes up, the other goes down on the news. So here's the deal. Apparently, there are not any ongoing discussions right now between the two companies, and no formal offer has been made. Apparently, the potential interest by Uber stems from the opportunity to create a super app. They want rides, deliveries, and now travel bookings if they're able to acquire Expedia. Apparently, Expedia's recent improvements, Brendo, under the new CEO, Ariane Gorin, make it an attractive acquisition target. So we'll have to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's trading, but I mean, I wouldn't call it terribly active here, guys, so far this morning.
Yeah, well, I mean, could we call it a super app? I don't know. If you don't have messaging and you don't have, like, I don't know. When Amazon buys somebody to create a super app, or Meta buys somebody, I mean, Meta's already got it going on. But that said, because there's the lack of specificity here, or any kind of more than just a rumor, I don't necessarily want to overreact to this. Yeah, sure, Expedia is breaking out and on no volume, but Uber, on the other hand, Uber gets dumped on this news right back into prior highs, down a couple of percentage points. A stock that was it just made a fresh high. So there was lots of exuberance after the, I guess, cyber taxi event, underwhelmed, and Tesla went down, Uber went up and broke those highs. And now it's going to fill in the gap on this speculation that they might make a pricey acquisition. Okay, well, if there's nothing firm, then I would look to buy off of the 78 level. Obviously, it's already bouncing here, so when we sat down, it seemed like a much better area. You get 2 days of consolidation and a gap away from that price. Sure, long in front of 78 on Uber. Unless they come out saying, okay, we're doing this, and this is how much we're paying, and this is the premium, and it's all in cash or in stock or whatever. If that doesn't happen in the next couple of days, then I want to be buying this dip on Uber at the 78 level. If there is a deal and the market doesn't like it, fair enough. But until I'm convinced that they're actually going to do this, I think you look to buy the dip here on Uber.
Yeah, I mean, I have Uber written down here on the sticky note as well today. I like the $80 mark. I mean, 80 was something that I was actually thinking, we talked about this, I wanted to get back into the name. And it's just that, see this gap right there? We gapped up into that. I mean, Neil just pulled out the chart as well on that news, and we took out this $82. So I was thinking, like, when we were up here at 86, 87, if you faded back somewhere into this area, probably worth a buy. And you're actually getting it. I mean, 78, I think, would be a great opportunity to buy it. I mean, against the rising 50-period moving average. I liked uranium, guys, at $25. We talked about SMR. We talked about some of these other plays that we've recently been put ourselves into, right? We've been buying NVIDIA on dips and things like that. This URA down here at 25, that's singing now up to 33. That was a great trade there. We like XBI as well at some of these levels. So, I mean, we're already into this one at 99, but it doesn't matter, whatever. This is a longer term play. But again, basing out here and then going on a rising 50 period. So I think that at some point there is an opportunity to buy a name like Uber, and I think that point it might be now to have a starter position. I don't know if it's worth layering into this. I'm not sure I like the idea of them buying Expedia, but hey, I mean, if they could do it in all stock, or I don't know what that, we could figure out the valuation of Expedia. I mean, how much of a premium do you need on that? We can actually, hold on a second here. What time is it?
I mean, it's also at fresh highs, which is not usually.
What is Expedia?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
It's 20 billion.
Right, that's what I was looking at right here. So here it is right now. Expedia. So yeah, right now their PE right here, 9 only. So that's not bad. Current PE 27, forward PE 9 and change. Nice revenue there. They even have cash on hand, 6 billion. So yeah, it's not a horrible situation here for Uber and Expedia to get together. As you mentioned, they're 20 billion. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here with this. But I like Uber on pullbacks in this situation. So,
before we go back,
buy some Uber.
Bad news for Affirm here. Apple expands payment options with iOS 18, offering installment loans. Although it says from Affirm, along with Klarna's flexible payment options at checkout. So basically, they're expanding options. But, they're still Affirm in the US, Monzo Flex in the UK, and Klarna as well. And so they're also looking to extend future plans to other countries, including Singapore, Spain, Canada, Australia. But there was a big spike to the downside on Affirm, with Apple expanding some of their buy now, pay later options. Still using Affirm, but obviously if they're using a competitor's, not going to be great for AFRM. Down 2 points, but it had dropped $3 and is now rebounding halfway. So that's the volume spike there. Yikes.
Just quickly, we were talking, Sharif and I were talking about all-time highs. We are just over 1% away here. This is the Qs, but we're just over 1% away here now from this on that last move. For the overall market, right at day highs right now, 1.16%. So continuing this ongoing march to the upside for tech specifically. Let's talk about these Meta employees that are buying clothes with food credits.
Not a good look, Brendo. Meta fired 2 dozen, I never want to laugh about this, but Meta did fire 2 dozen employees in Los Angeles for allegedly misusing meal credits to buy other things. That's not really the story. The story is that they're implementing layoffs. Specifically, they're implementing them in the WhatsApp, Instagram, and the Reality Labs group. That's the one that is basically trying to build VR or AR, whatever you want to call it. The exact number of jobs have not been disclosed yet, Brendo, so we'll keep you guys updated.
Yeah, there's a few on that. There's a few positive analyst notes on this as well. Mizuho was one of those maintaining and outperform. Cantor Fitzgerald as well after the close yesterday with another one. Just about to take out pre-market highs here, guys, for Meta.
Yeah, I actually prefer, out of the Mag 7 names that aren't chip related, I kind of liked Apple today off that 33 level, but it's not a dissimilar story, I suppose, with Meta here at 580. So you spent a day essentially underneath that support level, same bottom, same top at 600, and then it's like, oh, this didn't happen. Who cares? We're just going to gap back above. Cost cutting, while you never want to see anybody lose their job. Ultimately, they get more trim, and they're already a good valuation. It doesn't bode poorly for the company at all. So 580 looks like a solid over-under here, just resistance into support. It's now back over, so you got to be bullish above there. I just happen to like the 223 on Apple in a similar way here. I think it gives you, Apple's going to give you a couple of shots, I feel like. So you had the same thing with one day underneath that key previous resistance level, and then we're gapping right back above it. If you hold 233, looking for longs off 233 to play back into some of those highs. If you lose 220, 233, you have some levels down here, at least that still work. Previous close at 32, and then obviously support from yesterday. If absolute disaster strikes, you got the 230 level. So yeah, 233 over under for me on Apple. Meta looks strong. I mean, Meta looks good. I have nothing against, taking a look at that 580 level. I just prefer to trade Apple.
Yeah, I don't even have Meta written down. I have Apple written down too. I like the 234 break. We obviously like that 233. Will be all over Apple today, but the topic is Meta. And I mean, you're up 1%. It's moving with the market. You're almost better to trade the futures maybe, but again, it's not that it's a spread name. It's just, it's pretty choppy right here. I think the year of the efficiency, we've already talked. Okay, I mean, look at this. We're 15 cents in as Nvidia's back at highs. Right now and still going higher. So this is what I mean. As day traders, we have to pick our poison, right? I think this breaks 601. I mean, I think this keeps going. You're one upgrade away from waking up one morning and this is over $600. It's not going to take a big move to get there at all. This is a $585 name. Wait till Meta announces a split. And then this is the thing. This is why the rich keep getting richer and why your money needs to be in the market. I mean, when this stock splits, it's going to go nuts again. And I already think it's already right here, right now. We have a lot of tailwinds on this name, right? I mean, we talked about the messaging system with WhatsApp. The amount of cash that these guys have on hand. Every single thing that that Meta seems to touch. I mean, those glasses, that could be the next big thing, right? And if it is, then what, right? It's just another revenue stream to layer on top. And then they can somehow integrate those glasses with Reels and with whatever else they're using, right? And it's just one of those things. They don't have. I mean, when's the last time, and someone's probably going to say yesterday, that we heard the FTC or DOJ or something. Seems like they're attacking other names right now. They're worried about the chip names. They're obviously worried about Google for some reason. Too big, I guess. So I don't know. They'll probably come and point the gun at Meta at some point, but right now it's not there. So we'll wait to see what happens now as the imbalances are still 10 minutes away. Meta could go for a run here. NASDAQ up 1.13%.
In the other direction, Lucid still right at day lows. We're trying to bounce right now around this 270, but still 18% to the downside here. Huge, massive offering coming through. More fundraising to the tune of $1.67 billion after the close. This was announced yesterday for Lucid.
Yeah, so here's the deal, guys. They're looking to offer about $262.5 million of common shares to the public. B of A Securities going to be the sole underwriter for that offering. The majority stakeholder as well, Ayer, they're going to separately purchase $374 million in a private placement concurrent with that offering. But Brendo, like I mentioned at the top of the show, in August, Lucid got $1.5 billion from the Saudi Public Investment Fund, yet their cash and cash equivalents on hand seem to continually be decreasing.
The story continues here, guys. We're not at all-time lows. I almost said highs. All-time lows yet, but right around the corner still.
Yeah, well, yet's the key. You could still get there, although, you know, when a stock is down like this much, and we've said this before, when there's an offering specifically, you tend to have some kind of a reasonable bottom in the next couple of days, especially with a company like Lucid. 28% short float. The all-time low is $2.29, and then there's a higher low on the daily at the 250 level. So when looking for something that's over 10% down, short sell restricted bounce, you want ideally something that's heavily traded. So this is going to do a ton of volume. Check. B, short float helps. Check. And then C, is there a level to trade off of? Has support in the daily at 250. So that gives you something out in front for that kind of a play. That said, every 10 cents is going to be significant and probably have size on this stock. And the current low is at 260. So it's either we false break the low and there's just nowhere to go if you don't get below the 260 level, or you get to 250 and then look for the SSR bounce or short sell restricted bounce on Lucid. It's too far down to make me like shorting it here. If it fills in a big portion of this gap and all of a sudden we're out and about above $3 into like teens and quarters, yeah, different story. I think at that point I'd start looking for some shorts on a pop-up. But yeah, this is kind of like the standard SSR bounce play today. And if we did go up to the teens to short, it's actually free locates here at Real Trading if it gets up there.
I had Rivian, but it's not. I was going to look at Rivian at $10, but yeah, Lucid today. You know, it makes today's sticky note. It makes it at 250. So I feel like that's a great trade to try to get that here into it. So if you're looking for some trade ideas, block is changing soon. Okay. All right, let's go into here and just have a quick little look. I don't even know what that meant. All right, so here it is right here. Lucid at 250. Look for a bounce off here at the offering. 52-week low, 229. You could definitely have a look there. I think, you know, with that 30% short float, you could get that SSR bounce. You're now down 20%. We were down almost 20%. It's starting to go back upside a little bit now. But yeah, that 250 held, right? I mean, so we just scroll out, and it looks pretty decent right there. So I feel like if you're going to hold it, you hold it to 240, 245, depending on what your share tolerance is and things like that. You don't really want to get stopped out completely when it breaks, but if you do, you do, and that's just whatever the strategy might be. So we'll wait to see if and when Lucid comes down and fills this area. We do want to buy some down there. So we're going to be bidding, and we are bidding right now, 252-ish. So, you know, if it comes back, we'll get filled, and if not, then we'll watch to see what happens with Lucid, and then maybe take one of these high breaks or something like that. But again, I was just reading our note, which you can get on the watch list. Go and link in description, get the free watch list right now. This is what it says. While the company has faced challenges with higher costs, that's not good, slower than expected EV demand, you're in the EV business, and marketing issues. So, all right, so marketing is a problem, there's no demand, and we have higher costs.
Yeah, that's not good.
So, I mean, you know, we'll wait for another little positive spin on this, but right now, yeah, Lucid down 18%. And it seems like, you know, maybe going a little lower here. So we'll see what happens off the open. 30 million shares already.
All right, another day, another batch of small cap runners to touch on here. I was just counting up 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll call it right now, above that triple digit percentage number again so far this morning. This is top of the list right now, this one. A couple things to note. There was a business update in general where they talked a little bit about the financials and where they're at. They also signed this letter of intent to acquire a privately held company in the wholesale gifts business, Sharif. So 220% here for NIXX. I've never heard of this company before. It's worth noting, some of the ones we were discussing here yesterday, I mean, all of them, really. ATNF, VS, AIFF as well, downside. There's drug as well, downside today. So both directions as we saw, Monday to Tuesday as well.
Yeah, I always really try to emphasize this, guys. Don't fall in love with these names. They're intraday trades only. Make sure you're trading them wisely. Here's what I'm looking at right now. Pixie setting up a hell of a bull flag, up 150%. But as Brendo mentioned, there are several triple-digit names. NIXX, STAF, Pixie's one of them, and I'm also looking at BREA, basically knocking on the door of that 100% move. This one started moving yesterday in the aftermarket, guys, right when the halt parameter shut off at 4. Let's keep this one on watch.
It's there for sure. BREA, the volume is pretty solid on. The other thing about, we'll just call it BREA, because why not? The other thing about that one is it does have that dollar level looming, although it wasn't significant because it gapped away from a penny stock. But yeah, keep that one on watch because it's trending back down in. Sometimes you get a decent bounce off the $1 level as that gets supported. So yeah, it was already double this in the aftermarket. And so the 98% is a little bit tricky in terms of thinking, oh yeah, it's up 98%. Well, actually it's down from overnight highs and down since the pre-market. So I think you let this one settle down, see if you can get that $1 level. There weren't anything, like Sean was mentioning, crazy here on the imbalance locator, but because we got some time, it allows us to go over a couple stocks that we didn't get a chance to talk to there on the old rundown. One of them, Tesla, they don't have Lucid's problems, but then again, Tesla is going to be Tesla. I feel as if Tesla's been doing the same song and dance for a couple of days now. Let me go to the 15-minute here on Tesla. It feels like the same song and dance, but you've been gliding slowly higher ever since that double bottom. Back-to-back SSR bounces off of the 14 level, and it's been higher lows ever since on Tesla. Now, it hasn't done anything crazy, like there hasn't been a breakout, but that 225 still looms. And it's like, okay, every day, 225 on that gap fill, resistance, break 50s, 225.50, look for long. It's not close enough, nor is there a catalyst, I don't think, to necessarily get it there today. But if we do see it, I still like that level. Since the first bounce, 225 was resistance. Sorry, the first day, it was 225 resistance. I think nothing has changed on Tesla. It's just gliding slowly, and maybe it'll catch everybody off guard today. The only problem, I think, if it happens tomorrow is that I don't like those types, like a 25 break I don't love on a Friday because of options, but certainly today, I think it would still be in play and looking pretty good there for Tesla. Only up a half a point, but you can see it just gliding higher. Looks like it wants to try to fill in that gap if it can take 225.
A bunch of names starting to really go last couple of days. I mean, that's why we have the small caps on the board here. I mean, one of them would be DJT, trying to get back up through that 32 level. We identified that yesterday on the sticky note as, I mean, I have the sticky note right here. It says 32 short DJT. So, I mean, that was pretty good, and we can try to do that again today. I'm not so sure about it, though, because today we're actually starting up here. In the past, we've started lower. So to get to 32 is still a huge move. You know, today you're actually starting at these levels. So I would actually almost think this could be a breakout into the long. I mean, here on DJT, you're looking to see about a break. Like if we break 32, then I think you can get to 33, and then 34 would be real nice. Maybe a halt if it breaks through there. Halting is almost impossible to predict. So we'll wait on that one. One that's running right now, TVGN. I'm just seeing this one. Semper Paratus Acquisition Corp. No, Tivogen. Oh, I think it's because we didn't change it. It's Tivogen Bio Holdings. So I guess it maybe already has been acquired or something's already happened. But there goes TVGN right now over the last couple of days, really extending out. And I don't want to forget about this one, up 58%, doing 18 million shares and trying to go right now as well. TVGN. Yesterday we were all over QNRX. That was another name yesterday. Okay, back down to 70 cents, kind of where we started from yesterday. I'm not really seeing him. We talked about, we mentioned a little bit about that Pixie name as well, starting to make some moves. Shift Pixie. We've seen this name go before. Yep. PIXY. Again, look at this. What in the, oh yeah, I guess that was reverse split. Yeah, so there it is right here on the E-signal charting. We talked about E-signal there. And again, you can mark down, we had just recently split right there on 1013. So some actionable events there for Shift Pixie as that's starting to go upside. Remember, whenever you're doing these kind of plays, and we've just recently split, you guys know the opinion on that one. Let's make Lucid great again, says TAS H.
Why? You can try. There's a few other.
It might be a great stock to trade. Let's put it out.
Oh, to trade to trade, there's nothing wrong with DJT as a trading vehicle. I think for all of these, that's going to be true. Gevo in here also moving, but like be careful with the ones that are kind of already in the give back, right? So Gevo gapped up again. It's been on an absolute tear, just on the daily. Like this was a 60-cent stock like a month ago, right? So just be careful with this. It seems like it was just attempting to lose the bid through 3 and then immediately regained it. If you lose the 3 bid, you go 10, 15% down really easily there.
Oh gosh.
Imbalances might have just come. Okay, so Lucid's a buy of 1 million. Nvidia is a sell of 600,000. Enbridge, who cares?
Lucid just
600,000
ripped
sell.
up there.
TSM is a bid of buy, sorry, of
But Nvidia
400,000.
must be a sell, no?
Nvidia is a sell of
Just got
600,000.
filled on the bid there.
TSM bid and Nvidia to the sell side, but Lucid 1 million. Keep in mind, Lucid's done 33 million shares already in the pre-market. That's not like a million shares. Don't get me wrong, it spiked up a few pennies, but a million shares is doing nothing to Lucid today. Lucid's going to do hundreds of millions of shares.
That was a nice spike up,
Easily. No, it is. It's a nice spike up. It might make it more difficult to see a dip down into 250 the further away Lucid does get here from that. Yeah, it was a decent spike. Going to do a ton of volume in here today for sure. Nvidia, this might give it a chance to get that 39 at those pre-market lows. See if we can't snag that on the open. But TSM's a buy, so I'm not terribly concerned about it. I mean, TSM's the one leading everybody. If they're a buy imbalance, I think the Nvidia likely pairs off.
Yeah, we're in Nvidia here. I mean, we got filled there at 50. We told you we were bidding VWAP there, so we actually get filled at 139.55, giving us this average price. So we're taking a little bit out right now, just because, like, again, I want to look at this with rose-colored glasses, and I am, but it's just a matter of, like, you know, as Neil mentioned there, we do have other ideas here. And we even wrote down there that this thing could fall into the lap at 138. So that is definitely a possibility. There goes Lucid on that move up. It's not going to look like anything on the chart, but it still was 4 or 5 cents. So that's nice. And then Apple with the sell side imbalance there. Yes. Wow. Okay. Apple downside. So I had written down on here as well. 231 for Apple. It's at 233. So it's not the end of the world right now for Apple. So I think this is a good pickup opportunity here. Apple should be with the market right? I mean, I think that Apple has some of the best tailwinds right now. And there it is right there. 230 would be the very, very bottom. I mean, I think if you got to that, then wow, we would definitely like that. If it's your first time here, don't make it your last. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Okay, so there it goes. NVIDIA now dropping back in again into that VWAP position. So again, you know, we were getting some out there. So we'll hold we still have about 70% of what we had. So not really making any money, just kind of flat right now on this, as now it's pushing back down in. We're long now at 65s. Remember, we already took some out, so this is a legitimate average price right here. And there's the flush into 139 a little bit now. So we'll take a little bit more here, but again,
balance is gone.
Balance is gone. It seems like
I don't see it anymore.
Yeah, it must have. It has to still be there, because why else did it flush? Right there, pretty good. But anyways, at the end of the day, we're going to have to wait to see. This is going to be a wild ride, right? We have TSM coming through today as well on their earnings. There's Enbridge with the sell. Right, we're going to close this off. So there it is. Yeah, NVIDIA still 300 there to sell. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening now with NVDA. But so far, so good. All right, there's TSM up 8 3/4, right, or up 8 1/4. Right now on TSM, looking to break lower as well. So we'll see if there's anything in that name with only a minute and a bit left before open. Those are some names we're looking at. I've got now Apple on the radar. So we're into NVIDIA. We'll have Apple on our mind as well here as we get ready to open up this day.
Yeah, Apple bounced off that 233 level pretty nicely. Tesla as well. Tesla didn't have an imbalance, but Tesla's also dropping. It just dropped $1 in the last minute or so as this is all starting to come in. So I'm in NVIDIA. I saw it pair off pretty decently there. And we wanted the front of that 139 regardless. So Tesla just went from green to almost red here. So the market is giving a little bit back, but the NASDAQ holding pretty decently up 1%. So it's just a few names that seem like they're coming back into the downside. Tesla among them. You already mentioned Apple, NVIDIA a little bit. TSM, which has led the way, is all the way back into VWAP. So worth keeping an eye here. If TSM loses the gap, like if it loses $200, I think we know the chips are going to head to said downside. So buckle up, everybody. It should be a wild ride today, especially with the chips, with Lucid, and with some of the EV names. Don't sleep on all those small cappers that are going. As we got Sharif on the bell, let's get this party started, Sharif, on a Thursday in 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do.
All right, thank you, Sharif. We are now open on this NVIDIA semi-everything kind of day right now. And this is what we talk about. You know, there goes NVIDIA down through or approaching 139. I should not say through 139. We are not through 139. Apple 232
TSM
or so.
flying.
TSM is flying. There goes Apple, or there goes, sorry, Apple. There goes NVIDIA. We're long at 62s here on a decent position. So hopefully we can get some more upside here and just let this thing run for the rest of the day and then just say hallelujah when this thing finally breaks through 140. Remember, yesterday we took some 140 breaks and it did not work, I believe. Was that 140? I don't remember what it was even yesterday, but we'll take it again. So here it is, man. We are now starting to go, all right, we're back, baby. The People's Trader is in this name, and we are in this name pretty good. Apple's the one falling down. Watch out for a 140 break. There's a big trade right there for you on NVIDIA. Boom, right there, out 80s and 90s there. So we'll take that trade over and over and over again. Apple right now just falling back in as well. So that just touched 232. Damn it. That's the level that we like. But again, we don't need to get too carried away. I told myself we wouldn't necessarily do that here today. So we'll wait to see what happens now. We'll wait for NVIDIA. We'll wait for Apple.
Yeah, NVIDIA's looking good. Apple is not looking good. But Lucid's also, Lucid's kind of gone here. So look, you can want a dip and a rip, but Lucid only to the upside. It's starting to squeeze a little bit. And if there's any chance on a pullback, we'll have to go over to see if VWAP can hold or something along those lines there for Lucid. But it might get to $3 before we get any chance at a reasonable dip buy. NVIDIA's at the 140 level. Same size that was there in the pre-market. Check that. Never mind, that was 94. There's actual size there at 140 now. About 1 million or 2 million shares on the offer at the 140 level. I just took a leg out in front of the 140, but they're starting to churn. They'll get through that 2 million like a hot knife through butter. It's already done 20 million shares in volume as we speak. Want to let Apple settle down before we go in the dip buy. And bye-bye Tesla. Tesla's red. Tesla's through 220 as it just continues to go lower.
Yeah, that's why I'm not really looking too much at Tesla. We're just getting some out here at the top at 140. If it breaks it, we're going longer, so we might as well get out of some of the shares that we have. I mean, look, I'm just getting more out. There we go. 95, 96s, 97s. Here we go. It's going to get higher. No, so that's fine. So we've dumped now about a third of our position here, looking to add that third back on a 50 break. I mean, on a 50 break, on a 140 break. So here it goes. I'm going to offer again some more now at 98 in case it does come back up there, because there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing the reversion into this trade. Because just like I'm looking long breaking there, there's going to be people that have been looking short. There we go, take another out at 88. There's going to be people that are looking short at the same level. So NVIDIA will probably go through in just a matter of time. But we just got out of a little bit more. So we're out of just over a third of that. Is Taiwan Semi really pushing down now? So that could be another indicator right here for us on TSM. But yeah, I might as well stay. There's Apple right here. Bounces off 232 basically again. 232.30, so that could be a trade. I'm just going to wait on NVIDIA. I mean, we're already in this. We really like what it's doing. And I might as well just sit right here. Lucid, 282 right now, going higher. Uber would be another look, and then I'll throw it back over to Neil. I just want to see what this is doing. So again, I got filled long in the personal account at $80 right off open. I had a order to sit there. We got filled. I just got that notification. So I'm not trading Uber right now, but I am long Uber right here in the personal account off of this 80 level. I like to trade. So we'll see what happens there. And now comes NVIDIA back in one more time. So a bunch of outs up there. Pretty happy with those. Looking to reload, yes, but TSM not helping the cause.
No, and you have to watch out for what's going on with TSM. So, I just tried to get not the last leg, but I was going to get another leg out there. Now out of about 80% of the trade on NVIDIA, because there goes the 139 level. It's starting to look rather heavy. Uber just lost 80. What the heck? The market's really reversing
this is
here.
A big dump.
Yeah, this is a big dump, and I think TSM might be partly to blame for it. So we just lost the quarters, the 3 quarters. So I'm now out of NVDA. Took some profit in front of the 140. I mean, so close to actually breaking that out. And then look at Tesla's absolutely gone. What is holding up but not the level that I wanted was Uber. Uber is way higher. Sean mentioned the 80. I liked it in front of 78, but you're not going to get pre-market prices. It is what it is. That was where it was at like 8 o'clock. So
Look at
you
that,
can forget
go up
about
now,
that. But
Uber, let's
look at
go.
this stock. It's the only thing that's actually strong. So buy the dip off the previous high. It looks like it's a bit of a trend high. I don't want to be breaking out tops with the market dumping like this. I'd rather be waiting patiently for some dip buys. I did miss a shot at one of the things that I did want to short today. Intel had bad China news. That was on the watch list. So essentially, national security, blah, blah, blah concerns. And underneath 23, it was already looking to me like a short there, but a pop and fade here on Intel already would have worked for you. I'll look for like a VWAP retracement to see if I can't pick something, I guess, up to go short that name. But I'm going to look for the next spot here on NVIDIA. I think if it fills the entire gap, that's one thing. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down into like a 136.37. I'd rather it retake 139 there. And the Apple as well. Like Apple is getting very, very close to completely filling in this gap, getting right into afternoon support at 231 or 230. 230 is an auto zone for me buy. Let's go over, I believe, to the desk.
Guys on firm downside as well. Not a lot of volume behind this, but Apple offering Klarna flexible payment options on Apple Pay. So a firm getting hit a little bit on that. It would appear, just be aware as well, anyone watching Uber and Expedia, they're discussing it currently, or the potential of something on Uber and Expedia on CNBC right now.
Yeah, so yesterday Neil wasn't here, but our number one trade on the sticky note and the number one trade that Obi also had as well was that Intel short. And I should have looked at it again today, as that was a warning there. Yeah, yesterday was the first day of that story, so that was a good one for it for sure. All right, man, 137.50. I mean, we tried to be patient with NVIDIA. We did pretty good. I mean, we got some more shares now, but if you can't get out, you can't get out. And there it goes right now, tanking again. Like sometimes it's like what you think is going to happen is completely the opposite. And that's exactly what's happening here with NVIDIA. We sort of sensed that 140 level was something there. You know, we were sitting there talking about it and literally getting some out when that was happening and saying, you know what, we'll just take more if it breaks. We're getting out of 30, 40, 50%, whatever it was up there. And we only wound up getting out of just over a third of that trade. So we're going to average some out right now as we're going to try to stop that bleeding. We said we would try to be a little more patient today with our trading. It doesn't seem like we have done that as we are now long at a level here that I don't mind. But again, like where are we getting out, right? It's going to have to break that 137.50 marker, which is what we were looking for. We almost got stopped out there. So let's take some more out as we come back up to the upside and still make sure we have a decent spot on for when and if we run higher. So Apple right now, we are also long. There it goes. Now we're starting to get going again. We just got stopped out on Apple, but it's NVIDIA that's starting to go back up there to the high side now in the money on this trade. What's up, Brendan?
A SoundHound. Something's going up, actually. SoundHound, one of those, 5.3% right now. Just took out 550. They're teaming up with Lancia to bring voice assistant and generative AI features to Lancia cars over in Europe.
Almost at
Like
230.
Apple's the problem for me. I was just telling Neil, like I don't know what's going on right here because we just went long at 231 and got out when it broke. We just touched a little bit more long because you guys know we don't get out of everything when that happens. I can't believe we're going to be in the money on NVIDIA, and we just talked about that 138 and change spot down there. It seems like that one wants to work for us, 137.50 as we are at 138 change. 138.50 right now, just getting flat on the trade. I mean, we were able to get some out here, which was really nice. It does get as high as 138.70 right there. We do have to make sure that we sort of double check our trades here with TSM because that bounce right there also helping NVIDIA go back up to the upside. So we're gonna have to get some good feels. Maybe we should watch SMH or something as a better indicator for what the heck is going on.
I don't know. I'm watching TSM. I feel like
that's perfect.
Like to me, I think like TSM is what SMCI. It's not exactly the same thing, but it's adjacent to it the other day. So I waited for it to make a bottoming candle, and TSM bounced off 202 just now. And obviously, I'll be a little bit late, but I wanted to see confirmation that you're holding pre-market low on TSM before I got in back into NVIDIA. Yeah, if we lose 138, I got to jump out because I feel like we should be bouncing as 202 does go. Apple, we're just going to have to be patient with. Like it just doesn't seem like it wants to stop yet on Apple. So that 230 level, like if that's the level, I got to wait for it to get down. I'm just going to throw my stop underneath the 138 on NVIDIA and then head on over to Apple because Apple is churning for this 230. So it seems like we're going to get there on Apple, and this is the spot. They said it's an auto long down here off that double barrel support over on Apple. Didn't trade it yesterday, but I mean, I'm imagining it looked pretty gorgeous. Here's a first bounce on Apple above the 50 level. Sometimes if the level is really good, it's not going to want to get there. So that's my take on Apple. The market's holding out overnight support levels at 2,400 on the NASDAQ. I think that can be a good sign for us, especially looking for this little bottoming tail here on AAPL.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We are in the midst of maybe something special, but we need to see what happens here because the market is not really participating yet. If we get that bounce off 20,400, which we're trying to get right here on the futures, then maybe we start to go. We did reload some NVIDIA down there. What a great reload that apparently is. I mean, I don't know, man. I've had enough right now as the stress is killing me here. All right, there we go. Let's
TSM's about
go
to take
right
out
now.
highs.
All right, let's go NVIDIA. Let's go Apple. Here we go. I love that talk about TSM, Neil. Let's keep that talk going. Right now, bang, there it is. Let's go right now. Sometimes you got to stick with those guns, man. Here we go. Nice move upside right now with NVIDIA starting to go. Let's go, baby. Nice trade. Now we're up. I mean, again, we layered into this one, man. You don't see any outs on that one. We'll see what winds up happening, though, with it. Apple's the one that's not going. So we'll have to be very, very careful with AAPL right now. As we get some more out as it breaks above 231, we'll wait to see if that keeps on going. But right now, Apple and NVIDIA got going a little bit there. Oh, man, like that, NVIDIA just went to the 200 period. Look at those outs there at 139. Let's see if we can keep going, man. I mean, either one of these ones would be really nice, but if the futures don't go, then I'm not getting either one.
There goes Apple.
Yes, sir.
Apple just
finally
broke 231 right through the quarter mark as we speak. Actually, check that. It's not through the quarter mark. So we got it back through that 50 level, but it can't, there we go. Now it just broke the quarters.
Yes,
Love to see it take 231 and a half, 232. It closed at 231.78, so 232 might turn into a bit of a resistance level here on Apple. And then that 33 is an obvious resistance, but TSM is very close to taking out these highs. Whoops, New York stock. Taking out these highs. We got back to the 205 level. If this makes a fresh high, everything is going to fly as far as I'm concerned.
Let's go, Neil.
So both these, Apple and NVIDIA, going higher. Oh, missed opportunity in Uber. Shoot.
Oh, baby. Tell me Uber's at $81 or $82.
Well, it just bounced off VWAP and is about to break the high of the day. So it's about to go through that 81 as we speak.
Let's
so
go.
Uber flying as well. Market coming back in after that dip. Let's see how far they can rip.
Boy, oh boy. Wow. Yes, sir. Thank you, Neil, for all of that, man. That Apple trade, wow. Did that ever get going off of that level, baby? A couple more outs there into the 30s. Let's go Apple. I mean, I don't know. The problem is the market's still underneath VWAP. Like, we're getting all excited and doing all this. I mean, it's a great move up. I mean, don't get me wrong here, but we need to get a little bit more excited here in the market, not in ourselves. But there it goes, nicely done. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This Apple trade is starting to get to something now. We did get stopped out, right, when that broke 230.50 or 231 there. That was a level that we wanted to get out at if there was going to be a problem. But right now, man, back-to-back jacks here. Wow, here we go. This is really starting to make a day out of itself here. NVIDIA, let's just keep on climbing. Do we even need to bother to get any more out? Well, we will get some more out here if it does come back up one more time into, well, sorry, that's Apple still. Apple's the one ripping. But there's NVIDIA. I'm going to get another piece out. I was going to say 139. Well, there it comes. We take another piece out right there as it's continuously going higher and higher and higher. Wow, boy, oh boy, have we absorbed that early hit on both of these names and brought them right back to life right now as Apple and NVIDIA starting to, wow. Neil, this Apple trade has been, I don't know, but I was loaded up down there on both of these trades. So the fact that they're both going right now are huge windfalls here. So nicely done there on NVIDIA, trying to hold that bottom. Wow, that was a heart attack waiting to happen, but we did not have one. And instead, we are reaping the benefits of what's happening right now on these two names. Congratulations, everybody.
Yeah, the market's trying to go to the upside, so I'm going to hit that one and hopefully not jinx it here. So I love what's happening, but just a couple of things. Apple went right to the previous close, 231.78, and then checked up a little bit. So there's a seller at like 74, 75. I didn't get a look at it, whatever. I sold some at 70s. I think the next stop is VWAP. There was a nice little curl right at that 230 half. It didn't quite get to that 230 level that we liked, but sometimes the best levels, it's not going to trade all the way to it. NVIDIA, if it doesn't break VWAP, TSM just ticked the high of the day, the pre-market high, and just made a attempt of the break of the high. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a little bit weird to me that NVIDIA doesn't want to get through VWAP. So we got that higher low. First, we played it off the back through 138. Now we just needed to break 139. I'm not offering anything until we break VWAP or if we lose VWAP, maybe take something out on the half, because I feel like we should be going at this point. I'm just looking over at some of the other chip names that you might expect to go. AMD, under VWAP, still trend down. Micron, this is with TSM breaking highs. Micron's broken out and is above the high. Like, this is the one that's actually going here. So anyone looking at Micron, I think you might have the right one. But I don't think that's going to be lasting for very long if TSM clears out that high. So there goes VWAP. Let's see what happens when we get to that 140 again. Because don't forget.
Oh, please get to 140.
Couple million shares on that 140 level. I'm going to be taking some out in front of the 50s and then again at the 75s. If you like the party and if you like the show, make sure you like the show, everybody. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you want to ask us about any symbols that we're missing, because we're only really trading a couple of them, you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat and discuss with our great community. So make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well. Hey, heck, even Lucid's starting to go to the upside. Although it never gave you, you never really got that patented dip for the SSR bounce play on Lucid. It's just only been trading higher.
Palantir, Miguel. Yeah, we can look at that. Oh boy, I don't even think we want to look at NVIDIA anymore. Keep getting out and it just keeps on ripping higher. Wow, what a trade that NVIDIA was right there. It still continues to be, hopefully continues to get through that. If we take that 140 out, you know what, I'm going to cancel. Do we want to buy more shares through 140? We already have a lot.
TSM 207.
We'll buy some more probably. All right, so I don't know what's up with Palantir. It just didn't halt there, did it? What the hell was that? I don't know what's going on there. Maybe there is news about Palantir there, Brendo. I don't know, but that's a little bit of a dip down. I'm not seeing anything on this, but that is a little strange to have that just happen there. And I don't know if that's just like the market's not doing anything, so for this to drop 40 cents, I'm not sure what that is. We'll wait to see if there is news, but it doesn't really look like anything too, like the volume's not picking up here or anything. So a little bit of a dip down there for PLTR, wondering what's up with that for sure. But you know what, guys, honestly, when we're trading, like I'm trading bigger shares, so it's not like I have to be able to be on these stocks and looking at them. So for me, for Apple and NVIDIA, I'm just probably going to right now be as honest as I can with everybody and just say, I'm looking at these names. And that's just what it is. So if we can come back up to Apple, we already got some 231.60s. We just take some more out at 40s right there. So we're just slowly trying to look at these names because I can't just let these drift around by looking at others. So there we go. We'll get some more out now as we pop above 139, and we just have to pay attention to this. So right now it's all about NVIDIA, baby, and it's all about Apple for me as we trade, XXX amounts of shares on these names. So we'll just continue to watch out for this. We want to trade the best names. We have NVIDIA and Apple on here. We also have Lucid and Uber. So those are the other four names. And we had one more, I believe. Apple, NVIDIA, Lucid, Donkey Kong as well. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about Apple, right? Thank you for that, Sharif. I mean, this is what it's all about. Like, this is what it's about. This is what trading is about. Finding the levels, hitting the levels, making that money, and then just having a great time. And I think that's what we're doing. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. Thank you, Sharif, for that one. Look at Apple now, baby. I mean, if this is not a trade, I mean, this one right there, boom. Huge move to the upside there. Again, patience, right? We talk about that, Neil. Like, you got to be patient and wait for certain levels to fill up. And when they do, you got to strike when that iron is hot. And right now, it's a fuego. Burning my keyboard up right now is Apple with this move higher right now. Good trading today. I hope everyone's having a great time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We're $1 in the we're $1 in the money on Apple. We're $1.50 in the money right now on NVIDIA. And we still got almost all of the shares left on these names, not all of them left, but a decent position left, a third left on each of these, which is great for me. There it is, man. We just get that top tick right there, and this is why we have to watch it. It comes right into the 50 period at 61s, and we take a piece out. We have to do these things when you're trading more shares.
Well, just over here on, I just took the last out I'll take in front of VWAP on Apple. It's now back to green, which is the key. You had to be very, very patient waiting for that one to come back in there. And then when it shot at 230 level, it didn't quite get there, as we said, but there was that last little checkup, and the sellers are now gone at that 3/4 mark. Uber just pulled back into another higher low, so it's got somewhat of a trend line being formed here. It's just kept bouncing off of VWAP. I like 78, but that was in the pre-market, and we're just working off of VWAP here. So if it loses this 79.80, I'm just going to jump out of that one. There is Nike still, which I can't believe I forgot all about Nike. Nike did make that break yesterday. 2 days ago we were talking about, and obviously 83 is not going to come anywhere close. But if it can hold on to VWAP here, Nike trend up, do like it. This was the breakout on the daily that we're going on about on Tuesday. But certainly I want to play a continuation on Nike. Just needed to start leveling off here. Speaking of leveling off, Tesla as well tried to catch a bit of a bid at 20s, and now it caught it at $18. So I want to let this one settle down. Incredibly weak Tesla was. So I just sounded like Yoda for a second there. Tesla was incredibly weak. I'd like that to level off. You know, it wasn't necessarily a part of the plan. I was looking more breakout if it could have gone through 25. Intel, I'm going to back away from just automatically shorting Intel unless it gets to 23. So that's pretty much the update. Only new position is Uber. I've now scalped out of both of NVIDIA and Apple and won't take any more shares out unless we recheck the bottom. NVIDIA just needs to break out the top in here. So, you know, had to be able to get out of the original long and wait for it to make some kind of a low. Now that it's in, let's let it fly, because TSM hasn't had a red candle since the first one right before the open. That's a Taiwan semi, and this is the reason why the chips are up in the first place. So you had this one right away, and then it's been all green. I think you just hold on to your chip stock, and that's another reason not to just go short on Intel anywhere.
Yeah, man, today, I mean, it's not rocket science to hold on today. I mean, I feel like that's exactly the right reason. I mean, we have a good tailwind in front of us here with the chips, right? Because we had to battle that report there from everybody's favorite ASML, and that was a big problem for them. And we haven't even, I'm not even talking about ASML today, right? I mean, no one's even looking over there. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with ASML. But for me, for now, pretty happy with what we've been doing here in the broader market with the chip names. And that's only been, for me, NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see right now as there it comes in, man. Again, another fill just right there into 90s. As here we go, man. We're going to take some more shares. Oh boy, is this a big trade. NVIDIA today is not even close. It is your number one P&L name here. And it like I told you, this is the thing. It matters a lot. Like when you're trading more shares and you're wrong, you get absolutely destroyed. But when you're right, you don't. So that's the thing about all of this. I'm with Neil. Let's just keep trying to wait. But again, I have to piece them out. And this is just there we go. Get some more out there at 98s. We're going to go longer right now. I cannot believe I'm actually talking about this name being now $2 in the money as we get that dip. And you know what, guys? Honestly, thank you, Sharif. This is what it is all about right here. What did we write down where NVIDIA was going today? Could go long off 138. 138 is what we wrote down on the sticky note as that little bottom. You know what the bottom was? 138. You wick down to 137.60. These are the bottoms right there as buy 140 now incoming over 1 million and change shares right there right now, baby. Let's get another piece. We're going there. There it is. Now we're more long on NVIDIA. We did not actually get filled on that break long, but it doesn't even matter. Let's go NVIDIA. This is going to be a good one right now. Let's go through 130, 140. NVIDIA's ripping right now. It is your face slapper of the day, boys and girls. This is NVIDIA. This is making months. This is making years. This is making everybody's day as NVIDIA continues to go higher through that 140. And there we go, baby. It's a monster move. It's NVDA. And boy, oh boy, was it a good one there as we get now $2.50. As there we go, we take out 140. It is a hot dog kind of a day now. As there goes NVIDIA straight to the moon, baby. And this is what we wrote down. 138 longs, now 250 in the money on NVDA. So what a big day it was right there. We do all love Jensen. And thank you, Sebastian. I hope I'm making everybody's day. But if you guys are trading and you're long and you followed some of the recommendations, then you right now are cruising to the upside. Well done, man. I mean, that was a trade right there as we continue to go through. Uber right now holding the crown today, or NVIDIA holding the crown today for sure. Great trading, guys.
Yeah, so by the way, just a reminder, it just took that all-time high, or 4 cents away from that all-time high. So it's about to take it right now.
Wow.
I scalped the break. I actually got the fill, and when we get a chance to slow down, I'll explain how I got a better price, because I was trying something out, not crossing as far. And I got a better price than usual. I actually got all threes on that breakout. But it just got to that all-time high, so scalp out of pretty much most of the trade, actually 75% of the break long, 80% of the break long in front of that all-time high, because if it fails the all-time high, I think you could see VWAP again, because obviously an all-time high is going to be a significant level. So NVIDIA, like I said, you had to be patient.
Wow.
Try to do things a little bit. A lot of times we'll go buying dips, and I don't like the performance of buying the dips when I look back at it. We waited very patiently for this to make the low, and then it made that higher break. You're still going higher in TSM, so that looks okay. There hasn't been a red candle since the opening one on a 3-minute. I think we're just looking pretty solid here. The problem with Apple is VWAP here at 232. So it just tried to break to get to 232. Then this bit of a reversal candle here on Apple. Now, if I was flat and I was bearish on a stock like this, I would easily be shorting it. So I'm just going to take another leg out on Apple. Oh. This feels like this is a little bit weak, relatively speaking. So just going to get a little bit more out on Apple. Not really doing what I was expecting of it when the market just went back and broke out some highs.
All right, I guess we're going to Brendan, but wow, NVIDIA up to 141 right now. We're not? Okay, good. All right, so good move there for NVIDIA. I mean, we're just taking more and more out here as we get higher and higher. Like we said, man, this has been obviously a very, very big day here for NVDA. So let's just keep it going. Again, good. I don't know what was up with that trade right there. Where did we get out right there for? 140.35. Okay, right there, 140.85 was our last fill as it keeps on going higher. I'm going to maybe look at some more stock now because we have about 20% left of this, maybe a little bit more right now, or sorry, maybe a little bit less right now on this name. So we'll be able to look at it and see if we're able to catch a little bit of a higher move here for NVIDIA right now. But it does look like it is pulling off of that past all-time high, which again, SMR, wow. That's a name that we've really... Well, it's at 19 and change right now. But there's NVIDIA. I just want to show you guys here based on our e-signal charts. Go get that link in description. But there is right there, high of 140.76. So you know what we have a fill on today in our account? 140.84. We have the new all-time high fill on NVIDIA. So that's going to be pretty good. I'll have to... I'm out. Definitely nice. I'll definitely have to make that trade right there. And here comes NVIDIA pulling back in into VWAP. That would have been a good reload spot down there.
Yeah, so 140, like I got the break on 140, and once it got back underneath the 140, like that's a fail. To me, it's like a failed all-time high break, and then look for the next entry. So holding trend line's going to work, holding 140 is going to work. Whichever one it wants to do, we'll let it make the next move. TSM might put in the first red candle that it's had since that open, and then we'll go over to that in a quick little second because I have to show you guys Uber. Uber bounced the first time off VWAP, but it couldn't get any further than that $80.50. It tried to bounce 80 again, and then it just lost it. So I reloaded it. First trade good, second trade no. So we'll go slightly red on Uber, but I don't think this is over. Like if Uber gets to 78 again, I still like that level. We'll just have to wait patiently for it. Apple's still looking pretty solid, but it couldn't break VWAP in the first place. So it rolled over, but that last dip that you saw, that heavy candle on NVIDIA, Apple didn't seem to care too much about it. It's now starting to level off with a higher low. So I like that look, but if you're wondering what happened to other chip names, AMD just made a fresh low of the day here when NVIDIA was pulling back into VWAP. AMD is still sick. And I don't mean that like figuratively or anything like that. I mean like it's literally sick. There's something wrong with this stock. It just doesn't want to go with the group. So I think this is going to be a fade. If that was an all-time high fail break on NVIDIA and we don't regain it, the lower high gets put in and then a trend down, AMD's a short. But I just needed some confirmation that we're actually headed down. Still like the longs. Want this to level off on NVIDIA. Want to try to make sure that we're getting it on strength and that's not buying the dip on some weakness.
All right, NVIDIA, again, like we mentioned here, let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I'm probably only going to look at these names. Let's just quickly look at DraftKings. So we've reloaded and just got out some more profit again on NVIDIA. All right, DraftKings right here. So I will want to look at this. We talked about this yesterday, that 137 break. So if it does wind up doing that, come on, Apple. Let's go Apple right now, man. Keep going, baby. All right, so DraftKings does absorb that 137. We looked at this yesterday as a possible trade. I mean, coming back in there. So we'll see what happens if it holds 37. Put a 1 in front of it and you're at NVIDIA levels. But that could be something that winds up holding. So just watch out for that. I was thinking on weakness today. It is weaker right now, than the market, but not by much. Obviously, the market today is focused on a few names, and we've looked at those today with Apple and NVIDIA. All right, Palantir, another name that people were looking at. I mean, we got that story. Well, we didn't get any story. We got that look that what's going on here with Palantir today, and it is making those moves down. So I think that if you're going to be weak, if you're going to be short on something in this market, it might just be Palantir today. I mean, again, pretty weak there. We talked about an increased short float happening here on this name, so we'll have to look to see what exactly NVIDIA wants to do, Palantir wants to do down here at $42, as it looks like it wants to break lower through this 42. And if it does, man, it does. Look out for those bottoms. I mean, we've seen a break of 42 yesterday right there at the same time. I mean, it didn't even hold it, just really went down. This is only a 20-minute candle, so all the way to the downside. And once it breaks out, it goes down to 40, 50. Okay, right now, over to Brennan. It's 10 o'clock.
A couple of data points just coming through here at 10 o'clock. Business inventories on a month-over-month basis. This is going all the way back to the August number here, 0.3% to the upside. Expected was 0.2%. National housing data as well just coming through there. The index 43 was the print versus 42. Retail inventories, if you take out autos as well, again, an August number on a month-over-month basis, 0.5% to the upside versus 0.3. That's about it as far as economic data. If you were just joining or missed the pre-market this morning, TSMC, big earnings report, blew out expectations right across the board, all-time highs for this one. Every uptick to that high was all-time highs out of the gate this morning for TSM, but NVIDIA, taking the entire group on its back, marching to the upside, coming back in a little bit now, but still 2.5%. Semiconductors leading tech in a big way so far today. ASML, we were touching on the past couple of days here, notably weak. Once again, guys, coming back into yesterday's low, trying to hold for ASML after that huge dump on the earnings early release going back 2 days ago for that one, if you missed it. NIXX, we were talking about in the pre-market, one of many small cap high flyers again this morning. This one giving it all back in a hurry, down about $4 already off the open.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
As I say, I pity that fool, but we're taping a new one on Halloween because I'll dress up and then do a new one there because I feel like that's getting a little bit stale. And for the old heads out there that love the ATM, I love them too. I just try to dip by. I thought we had some strength in NVIDIA. So we're looking at what happened last time when we dipped, which was we got that bottoming tail candle. There wasn't quite that. It was just a hold of this higher low, then a retake through the 139. But now it's getting heavy, right? So jumped in, gave it to that bottom wick, get out. It's the same thing I would have done here. If we had lost that previous support, I would have jumped out of it. We didn't. So this is why you get out of the trade, because now we're starting to come. Now it's heavy to the downside. TSM is starting to lose the bid in a bigger way. It's another reason to maybe wait for us to get to this 138. Prior high on TSM, 206. So if it can hold that prior high, I like it a lot. Some dip buys. You just got to be careful though, because as quickly as we made that move up, remember that's a fail of an all-time high on NVIDIA. So I want to see if we can get the same kind of entry as before, like let it make a bottom, like a wipeout style bottom, and get it on the other side of the trade. This is that time where you want to be a little bit. We always want to be patient, but you got to be extra patient here. TSM starting to do its bounce. Apple holding up pretty nicely, you got to admit, at 231.5. So I'm not really as worried about Apple. It's weird because Apple was so much weaker off the open, and all of a sudden it's not really as bad. Just got to watch out for NVIDIA trying to make a bottom here. Don't want to be in too early. I want some confirmation of this low.
Okay. We can look over at. I mean, we're in NVIDIA and Apple still. We don't have too much else going on. I did want to look at Uber. I mean, if there's any other names, we looked at Palantir. Okay, Uber's now down to 79.59. Remember, we do like Uber. I bought some at the open. We talked about that, which was $80 or so. I think it was 80.01 or something. I got to fill. I always like to even scalp those positions. All right, so we'll wait to see where Uber goes. But again, downside push there. We can check out what Expedia is doing. Maybe going the other way there on possible merger or buyout news there from Uber and Expedia. It doesn't look like Expedia really cares about that. And of course, you know, patience is not really my middle name, which it should be. We are long NVIDIA right now. We bought those dips down at 138. We're just following our rules. And now we have to hold back for. We don't have to do anything. All right, now we're starting to get back upside. All right, man, let's take some more out in the 80s or in the 79s there. Here it goes back up. We're waiting for 94s. We just put that ahead of that level. So there it goes. Oh my, that's a face slapper extraordinaire one more time here on end. Come on, NVIDIA, go make it sing, baby. If we could take this 139, then we're golden right now on NVDA. Come on, we're just taking more and more out. Okay, here we go. We're at now our highest spot of the day due to those reloads. So there it goes right now, NVIDIA. Okay, we are reloaded. And this is what I mean about looking at the same names. You know, you got to put them in. You got to see what's going to happen there. We'll take some more out there as we get into the 90s and 80s here on NVDA. We're only long at 70s, so it's not, you know, these outs in the 80s and 90s aren't like absolutely monstrous winners. But remember, we only held 20% left, if not less than that. Remember, I was trying to figure it out because we had to have so many positions on, so many different share sizes on this name. But there we go. So drops back in. We're able to load it back up down there. So yeah, we are trying to scalp out a little bit. This is a little bit of a danger zone for sure now for NVIDIA. So again, our net can hold this, so we're fine with what we're doing right now. We're still trading the same. Let's wait to see what happens up here at 139. We need that break, man. I mean, we're under, look, again, rose-colored glasses, right? We're underneath VWAP. Like Neil said this about Apple. You know, if you're not in it, you sort of have to think, okay, if you weren't, right, then what would I be thinking? And right now, like NVIDIA is underneath everything. So why are we trying to really catch these things? So when we get little bumps up, it is well worth taking some of this out against that bottom. So again, you know, you can sit here, love the chip space, love everything that we're doing and love the stock. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because day traders are a completely different beast completely. Like, I yesterday didn't sell any NVIDIA, but yet it went down to 231, 232. So as a day trader, you can get absolutely killed on those moves because you're trying to support it. But then again, in your long-term account, you wake up the next day and you break all-time highs again, up $8 from that bottom yesterday. So you got to be careful on what you're doing and make sure that what you're doing makes sense to you. And I think that's the most important thing there. And then look down at the end of the day and be happy with your net or not, and then adjust it from there. But right now, I want to be long NVIDIA. I like the story there with TSM. We just looked at TSM. It seemed fine to me at 207 and change. So we'll see if NVIDIA wants to hold this. But the market right now is at the day's low.
It just broke, actually.
Yeah, so we can figure it out.
I got a but, though.
Yeah.
The but is TSM actually looks good again. So make TSM great again. TSM just bounced off of 206. And it's now through 220, 207, 208. So there's your confirmation that it's holding the prior high. And then the second that happened, whoops, sorry, I'm on Intel. I'll get to Intel in a quick little second. I meant to go there to NVIDIA. NVIDIA then bounces. So once that confirmation happened, I was in early. I didn't like that. Then TSM showed the confirmation, bought NVIDIA off the prior low, and now we'll play back into VWAP. So I think a little bit more patient on the second entry than the first. I am short Intel, but that's because, okay, well, a few things. Intel being Intel, it had the negative story yesterday. It tried to get through that prior close. So 2 days ago, there you go, the prior close. Yesterday's resistance pretty much here at the 2250. So if you can't short up there, then I want to short off of underneath this close price and at yesterday's high. Also happens to be VWAP as well to boot. So you have a lot going on in terms of potential resistance on this lower high of Intel. But I'm out if it breaks 2260. We're short at 55. If it breaks 60, we're going to be out. I feel like if the market just continues to go lower, what chance does Intel have of not breaking its low, which is only 10 cents? 15 pennies from here. But TSM's looking fine. NVIDIA's looking good again. Apple, not really worried about that anymore. It's VWAP that I want to see on NVIDIA. It's good enough to hold this low, but you want it to do the same thing it did before. Get through VWAP, at least make a challenge of that 140 level. You can challenge that 140 level again. I think we've got no issues. The Piper and with the NASDAQ hitting these lows, there's a few things that have been looking pretty nasty. Alphabet down 1% and not looking great. However, I like Alphabet at the 50-period moving average. I don't know how likely it is that we see that today, but it's down there at the 162. So there's a lot of stocks that are really close to some big major moving averages. If Alphabet loses this bid, I wasn't that bearish today, otherwise maybe I would have looked at a short of that bottom break. But 161.5 into 162, I do like Alphabet myself for some longs down there. With the market trying to break lows, it's actually possible we could see that here on Google. I'd take it if we get down there, but we're only halfway.
All right, some more. Yeah, I really like Google, so we'll be buying that name on some dips as well. All right, so just looking here, some more outs on NVIDIA. Right, like we're not going to sit here and hope and pray for anything to happen. We're going to trade what we see. And there's another out for us right there, a couple outs on this last pop-up. So, we'll get longer again down here, but we are very, very aware that if we break the low here on NVIDIA, then there is nowhere to go but lower. is what I would think on that one. So we'll take some down here if we can get some, and there it is. We just take some more down here at 30s, and now we'll wait to see what winds up happening with NVDA. So here we go. Let's see. Breaking now through 138 is definite possibility. And hey, if this happens, we are completely comfortable with this trade now. This was a huge move up. We were not very comfortable when this was happening, but again, able to take out all the way here. So far, so good. We do not get that. We were waiting for a little bit more down there. We just got missed. We were waiting at 80. Well, now we'll get it probably. We're waiting at 85, and there it is right now. So here comes the bottom of the day, 137 coming into play, 137.50. You guys, you know what I mean? You can wait and hope for something to happen or just punch out. So we'll do that here because we can't just celebrate like, oh my God, there's like a 25 penny winner or a dollar winner. And then we got to take dollar hits sometimes too. So there it goes, breaking through 137.50. So we will get stopped out there on that last bit of NVIDIA. But do we just bounce off of there? I mean, we didn't necessarily need to get back in. We said that if this makes that move down, then we will get out. But like that last reload was 85. So a little bit of a hit there on that last piece for NVIDIA. Apple's starting to fall back in. I mean, we said this market was pretty sick. And this actually looks like a good short from there. So maybe that NVIDIA play up there, again, for the second time today, gets up to that 141 right there. It tried to go break through VWAP, tried to go that second time and missed it. So early break of 140 doesn't happen. The late break does, and you get $1, and now you're pushing back off of that level. So now you probably have to wait at least for this to get taken out again, 137.80s. You want to make sure that you can close this back candle to see if that was sort of the wipeout bottom right there that just existed. So that's 137.80 break longer. I think it might be worth a try if you're interested in getting long one more time on NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait patiently on that one. It just could not hold that prior low. So I got out of it when it was at that entry price in here. So if we're taking this bounce, I'm out underneath that quarter mark. It could be a wick bottom, but I want this to settle itself down. TSM just made a lower high as well, which I've been watching very closely. What's crazy is TSM, Blue Ocean, baby. It's alphabetical, so Blue Ocean always comes up first. No, TSM just made a lower high, but look where it's at. Like super, super strong. All of a sudden, NVIDIA is showing some relative weakness in here. So I'm just going to be patient once again. Want to make sure we get some good entries on it. But it does seem like we should still be having some kind of a bid in here. I did take more out of Intel because it didn't flush on that last move. All it did is go right back into 50 and catch a bid. So it was relatively weak. Now it's not doing anything. I still feel if we continue to go lower, this one should drag. But it's AMD that is the super weak one in here. I think this is already at the lows. This is kind of what I expected Intel to already be doing. AMD trying to bounce off that 157. The other thing I should have mentioned, we do have 155 in here for support on AMD, but that's a couple of dollars away before we even get any shot at it. And Tesla, the other one, I thought maybe with that weakness, Tesla would break this low, and then we get another shot at that 214, 215 zone. Tesla holding 218 as we speak. So suddenly, not looking as bad on Tesla, but let's see it actually hold the bottom, make some higher lows before looking at any kind of a dip buy over in TSLA. Entirely too weak right now. If it continues a downward trend, 214, 215 is where the buyers were before. That's where I'd like to see them step up. Lucid, I think you're maybe past the SSR bounce because it probably already happened at the open, but it also didn't challenge $3 where I thought we'd be shorting out and about and over that level. I'm looking for some higher lows to play off on Lucid, and it's just bouncing off VWAP as we speak. So little confirmation. We'll look for a couple of sideways bounces off of VWAP, and I'll look for the long there. But the big SSR bounce, that was likely right at the open, like 260 into 290. So the big one's probably already happened there.
Look, guys, one day we'll actually make money on these stocks. I'm just not sure what day that is. We just made the bottom again on NVIDIA. But good thing for us, we were able to get back in, and now we'll just this is the problem. It's like we just make back what we lose. Like, why can't we just keep what we make there? But that bottom was made. So what am I supposed to do? It was literally made by 10 cents. We take it out. That happens to us. We can expand our stop zones, which is what I was talking about yesterday. So maybe we'll do that. But at least today, and what we've been doing is getting lighter and lighter on the amount of shares that we have running into those levels, right? Because again, it's not super hard to pick support levels. It's just you're going to miss sometimes. And sometimes it could be by 20 cents. Sometimes it could be 5 cents. Sometimes it could literally be like right now, bless you, just ripping up $1 right now from where we got stopped out. So like if that doesn't hit there and then we continue to go higher, then you're talking about a completely different game, but it doesn't matter. We actually bought back shares there and we talked about what we wanted to do. Let's get it back if it does break through that bar close. And that's exactly what wound up happening. So we'll take another offer right now, get some more out at F54s. Oh my God, now we're 80 cents in the money. I mean, we've made it back. It's just to get stopped out there is like a, kind of a situation. Okay, Apple, I mean, look what this is doing right now again. We might as well cross down. Did we get those 91s or 92s? Yes, we did. So there's an out. I'll tell you exactly the price that we got there, 92. So a nice out there on Apple as that continues to go higher and higher and higher right now. So boom, goes a dynamite on this trade. I mean, this has been a banger of a trade for sure. And there we go now, back in the money $1. Like it's so... man, it's not embarrassing because it is what it is and we have to follow our plan and I'm happy to follow the plan, but every single day, you guys know, I mean, the real traders here watch these shows every day and if you're trading, you have to get out when levels break and that broke and we wound up getting out, but again, we make the bottom. So that's back-to-back days. There must be, I'm like getting to be, we've always talked about like, oh, nobody's listening to us, nobody's hearing anything, but right now, I mean, I'm picking these levels and they're really not, they're at that sort of capitulation zone and then bang, it hits and then rips back up. So that's fine. We make this money back, but that sucks to have gotten stopped out. Apple is really, really on one. So we'll continue to take some more out here. Now breaking up through 232 again. We're long at 230.84. We've got more than that dollar right now in the money on a decent size there for Apple as you see. And then Nvidia right now having a hard time trying to get back to that 50-period moving average. So the question just remains, what do you think about the futures? The futures right now trying to bounce again. I got a coffee coming from Randy. Did he ask in the main chat there
shoot.
Or not?
He might not have.
Oh, he did not. Okay, I'll just tell him to get you one.
I take one, yeah, for sure. I find it helps with the allergies, and thank you for the... when I have allergies, coffee is so fantastic. The NASDAQ is yet to put in a green candle.
I buy it.
But it feels like one is happening here. So this is essentially overnight support, prior resistance, 2040, 20,400. Sorry, 20,400, not 2040. It looks like we're making a little bit of a bounce play off of that. So we just got lighter on Intel because I just feel like it's not really falling the way that it should if it's relatively weak. And if we can put in a green candle and put a reversal on here, this seems like the spot. Now, I don't know how much I love Tesla at this level. Like I was going over the names that are kind of on the list that we like. And Amazon 186 does stand out. It's trying to break a bit of a trend to the downside. But then my thought was, well, we already like Apple. And Apple just went red to green. It just put in a nice consolidation higher low. Well, if we're going to bounce here, let's look to play this bounce. I want to try to reload Apple because we're not going to get, if we get 230.5 again, I feel like that's not good. But if we can play 231.5, somewhere under VWAP here, trail out underneath this quarter mark anyways, and then add to that long back into 233. So I think that's the play for myself. It's like, why try to bounce on something that you didn't already like? So I'm going to look for Apple down here in front of that 231.60. I saw in the chat, like, why is Google falling? It's always easy enough to try to come up with narratives for why some things are up or down. The NASDAQ is down. Alphabet is down. I mean, they recently, the DOJ and blah, blah, blah and all that. Not DOJ. All the antitrust concerns, the breakup talk, all that nonsense. I feel like it's in a consolidation phase, not a down phase. So you buy the 50-period moving average and 168 to sell. So it's just following the market is what it seems to me. And it's actually held the lows. I just like Apple a little bit better at these levels. So that's where we're going to continue to trade. NVIDIA's back at VWAP. It didn't really present as clean of an entry when I was watching TSM. Like, usually TSM was giving me entries there, but this one just kind of happened on its own through the 138. So I got it at the quarters. We hold VWAP and put in higher lows off that double bottom. Don't mind getting in on that regard. But it's the 138 that was good before. That's what I'll wait out for.
All right. We are, again, another $1.20 in the money here on NVIDIA. We'll take some more out on the top side as we break through. But I don't know if we're going to hold it. So we'll take an out at the 50 period and then an out here at VWAP as we continue to watch out for that stock. We've already talked about all the names that we've been here trading today. And it's been a good day. It could have always been better. Sometimes we get those stop outs like I talk about and they suck. And that's what happened to me there on NVIDIA at that bottom. But thankfully, we're able to buy it back, and it'll just be the day that we thought we could have on it, but could have been something better. But that's what happens, levels break on that. Donkey Kong broke below 37. No, who's the one telling me that in the chat? Oh, you are right. Okay, so right now, I'm not on this name right here. We would have loved to have taken some more shares on this, but we'll see about punching in a little bit here into, there we go, we'll wipe down a little bit there. It's not too many shares, as you can see on here, but we'll wipe down, we get some odd fills. We'll take that, some in there, in and around 91 change right now for DraftKings. I mean, I like this trade. We talked about it breaking through, so there it goes. It didn't hammer it down. It went to 84s. But again, if I'm here at 37, I think we absolutely nailed that. So that was a great idea, I feel like, for that trade. Because again, if you were here sitting there, and I should have been, it was up here at 20s. I was like, it's not happening. And then it does. But there, that 37 break gets you immediately 10 cents. You don't really have to worry. It does go back up to flat, and then it rents down another 15 cents. So we'll go short right now on DraftKings and see what happens. This is a level that we do like. Thank you so much there, Randy. That was a very good one. How's your morning been going? Randy, pretty good. Thumbs up. Yeah, Lucid is bouncing off of those levels as well here, Randy. So as you can see, there it is, bouncing a little bit. I mean, it was down 19%. And now we are only down 15%. So that is what it is. But this program and this segment right now, guys, brought to you by our good friends at Trade the Pool. So if you want to see Neil smile, make sure you do hit that QR code right there. Never miss an opportunity with Trade the Pool. Traders like you get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. That's how you get that true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders for a one-time fee of just $97. You'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you got to do is reach your profit goal. It can be difficult, but we can do that. The best part of this limited edition program is that you have reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. The profit split has been upgraded to 70% of the profits. You should definitely check it out. Scan that QR code immediatement, and you will get Trade the Pool. Grab that right there, $97. Grab that 10% off. Hit that QR code ASAP to get into our kind of life here and trade with a prop firm. All right,
you got to hit it just because Tom went all multilingual. I'm
trying to show my diversification.
That was French, by the way, for anyone that didn't realize it, like people like myself. But quick adjustment to plan before we go to small cap recap. Apple's got to be a VWAP buy instead because Apple's starting to churn higher. It's back into the green. But let's go up to the desk. We've got Brendo. We got the small cap recap.
Busy day once again. Lots of little ones moving around, as we were mentioning in the pre-market. 2 or 3 days in a row here, we've had all kinds of small cap runners. Worth noting, some of the ones that we were discussing yesterday continuing lower today, including that ATNF was among the biggest movers yesterday on the high side. This one was up significantly in the pre-market. NIXX touched $10. We're back at, $5.90 right now for Nixie. They announced intent to acquire a privately held wholesale gift business in the pre-market this morning. Little biotech name, TVGN, still holding on to a decent gain here, 42%, trying to get back above 150. That's 150 just above us right now for TVGN. All kinds of volume behind this one as well. SARS-CoV-2 and cancer patients update from one of their trials coming through this morning. Shout out to our friends once again over at WorkSport. WKSP holding on to 55 cents right now. Business update from them this morning, including the path to profitability and nearly $2 million in savings. CEO on the show today, guys, for WorkSport.
Oh boy, that should be a great one. Make sure you definitely check that out. Brendan, we got a time on that? 2:45. Yeah, it's 2:45. That is, I forgot about the coffee. Okay, so 2:45, go find out that. We've been talking about WorkSport. We wanted to have them on, and we're really glad to have grabbed them here today. Okay, everybody. This NVIDIA, nice move on that one. Apple, make us blush. Right now, up 170 on Apple as that's continuously going higher, it seems like, as well now for Apple. But what's not going well, and who brought this to my attention in the chat? That's okay. DraftKings right now breaking back above 37 right now. I'm going to give this a 37.10. But again, our position is 94s. So that's fine. We could take a 14-cent hit if that does come through. And I'm just playing around. We like that trade. It is on the sticky note, obviously, as we talk about that here, back, forth, and around. All right, we'll take advantage of Apple and get some more out up here. Double outs right here at this breaking spot of 232.50. That's where we broke lower. I mean, look at the difference a day makes by being patient, I feel like. Not very patient, of course, with NVIDIA, and took hit on that one as that came back down on us. I am still like, oh man, I almost threw up in my mouth again there. Sorry for that, but that's gross. Right down there at 137.40, like we got stopped out there. But the good thing about it was we've re-looked at these things. Before I would just punch back in sort of blindly there, not blindly, but wait for it to build and then go. We just waited for that tick right there to happen, breaking back above 80. We actually wind up getting, it was a pretty quick trade. I had to like manually punch it in. I didn't even have to stop for this one. We wound up getting 86s right there on that break, and then we get some out at 139.50. So that turns out to be, again, about a $2.30 rip back there to the upside. But again, you have to get that fill. Sorry, did I say 230? That's 137.80 to 139.50. So $1.70, sorry, of a move to the upside right there. So yeah, pretty happy with that. We're pretty happy with Apple. I mean, Apple was a great buy down into there as well. So another name, DraftKings, we looked at that. That's starting to come back in a little bit. Do we have a target for DKNG? I actually don't have any bids out for this name, so I should put some bids here as we're starting to come in just a little bit. We'll put something at 90, then we'll put something at 85s and see if we get a fill. But that's a good one. There's 37. This is what we should have in the first place. Our last little reload there is 97 and change. So I'd feel better if we had 97s, but we have 94s. We'll wait to see what happens here with DKNG. Out at 37.10 if it does go.
Yeah, good look over there in DraftKings.
Yeah,
That's one. That and Palantir kind of forgot to look at. Nike I forgot to look at. Apple doesn't seem to want to get back into VWAP. I threw up the trend line and said, okay, let's just go long off the trend, and then it made a more steep trend. So I needed to pull back to VWAP. We're too close to that 233, which was the over-under level for me. So I don't want to short it because I think it's relatively strong compared to the things that I like for bounces. So I want to make sure that we're not getting too tight to this level to go long. So waiting for that 232 to come into play. Uber is starting to set back up again. Well, starting to. It's holding VWAP. It never came to 78 on that Expedia rumor that they would be buying. Again, there's nothing concrete that they would actually buy Expedia, $20 billion company. That would be a big deal. And no response from them particularly, at least that I have heard. So if it can hold VWAP here, break out this local top at 80, it's like 80.27, looking to go long through that break here, give it to underneath VWAP, and then resume the Uber trade. I tried it on the way back down, bouncing VWAP, but now you're making some higher lows. So I'd like it to break out that resistance here on Uber to look for that next entry. Just going to get my stop order in there. I promised it would slow when it will slow down. I'd mention the NVIDIA 140 breakout. I made a change and got a way better price than normal. And that change was, instead of just crossing like 25, 30 cents, which I usually would, I crossed like 10 pennies. And then I got an 03, which the last time I crossed 20-something cents, I ended up getting 16s. So I don't know whether that improves your price, but I'm just doing that every time in. It's like, if you can get really tight to that level, it makes a scalp trade better. That said, if we break 140 again, do not forget the all-time high is this high here. So it failed it the first time, got 15 pennies or so, but if we fail that again on any break of 140, that's double barrel failures, and I'd look for some reverses in at least this, maybe even the chip names, because TSM's breaking higher and continuing to go, and we can't seem to get higher on NVIDIA. It's just weird to me, but that's the way it's going. Intel's just doing this thing at VWAP, but this is the first time that looks like this one is going to be a flush. If the market goes red again, NVIDIA's losing, not NVIDIA, Intel's going to lose his bottom ahead to 2220, almost for sure. And I bet you AMD is about to get that low. AMD couldn't quite get to VWAP in there. Yeah, the only thing I'm short is Intel, and I feel like I should have. It's too early. It didn't quite get to VWAP. It didn't quite get to resistance on advanced micro devices. But that's also sick. Up 1% is a deceiving number on AMD. It's deceiving on Intel. Those stocks are both really weak today.
Yeah, Intel was a great trade yesterday. We indicated that yesterday. That was, we were short 2230s early. It went down to 2180.
Yeah,
that was a monster trade yesterday. I mean, I wish that could come back, and hopefully it does. All right, so we did not buy that recent dip. We got a piece out. We got about 5% out. All of these outs now are like 2 to 5% for me. I'm trying to hold this. I mean, again, look what we did. Bought that dip, out 50, out VWAP, out 200 period. We got some outs there in the 80s, I think, maybe even 90s. We'll have to double check them for you there. And by the way, Neil, oh, geez, man. Okay, now you're talking about putting some money in your damn pocket right now. As DraftKings right here, making it work out for us right now. We do it, we get that bid. We talked about bidding some 85s. We just take it twice right there. We were actually at 86s, so I got 86. I got 86 again when we went over there. And I'm just looking, this is why I have my net up, because I would have missed this. I was just looking at NVIDIA and all of a sudden, flash, right there. We get that fill. Something just broke 90s and we get double barrel 86 fills right there on this name. And again, like, this is the benefit, again, of making a play and putting on share amounts that actually make a difference for me. So we're going to wait now. Again, when you're wrong, you're wrong. It completely sucks. We talked about where we're getting stopped out. If this can break through 37.10, and it might do that. Again, the market just wicked real low. So that's why we're take advantage of that. We'll get out of a third of it down there. We got some 90s, then we got some 85s. So, you know, I'm fine with this market ripping because we've got the biggest and the baddest right here. But at the end of the day, okay, well, you're right back here. We might as well get another piece out at 61s. There we go. We'll take another piece out because we're back to the 200 period moving average. I am not taking a 140 long. We still have a decent piece left of this trade. We have about 25% left of what we had down here. So far, so good on that one. I just heard in my ear crypto with Brendo. That's something that we haven't looked at today. And crypto continues to make lower lows, I feel like. But we'll get the story from Brendan, who will be much more exact on that. So let's go over to the big desk.
Being influenced a little bit by equity markets, I feel some of these crypto-related stocks today. Anyways, coin downside in a pretty big way here. 3.6%. I'll show you Bitcoin in a second, but initially all of these were higher as we got above 67,000 for BTC. Yeah, no longer. That's still that little small cap popped up once again on a volume scanner there. 45% trying to get back above that 150, but Bitcoin itself still holding up decently. Mara downside as well, along with equities. MSTR downside as well, along with equities, but still holding on a little bit stronger than the rest here at this point. It's worth noting with pre-market highs still acting as support. But if we go over to BTC USD, still green on the day, guys.
So Bitcoin's done it again. And which by again, I mean on the daily chart, sometimes you have a trend line and it's just as obvious as it gets. There is your trend top on BTC, almost to the penny up there recently. We just rejected it yesterday. And you know, you're consolidating under. So the last time this happened, we got all the way down to 50,000. I'd like to think that's not going to happen again, but who knows? I think it's consolidating to break out the top at this point. It looks very strong going into it, but be careful with those names. All right, Apple's starting to come back into trend. So here is another dip into VWAP. That was a crazy bounce off VWAP the first time. Didn't give any kind of a consolidation for a good long. I think if I took that long in there, we'd just be out. Need to see it hold something looking a bit stronger out in front of this trend that we have on Apple before I get any kind of an ad. TSM is now pulling back a little bit there. That Uber,
look what's happening
break
with
that we wanted is not really happening there. DraftKings dying, eh?
DraftKings is just, this is going to be my P&L number one. What? What did I just say? Like, that is ridiculous, in my opinion. But it's not. I mean, it's just an idea, and you want to put on those shares, right? And I mean, when it hits, it hits. At this rate now, I mean, position pending here. Let's punch some more out there as we'll just slap out a little bit there and get some of that. But there it is, man. Like, who would have thought after all of this, I have traded infinitely more shares on NVIDIA, not so many more shares on Apple. But DraftKings right here, because of the fact that we're able to hold a decent percentage of this and get a great price and be confident in it and do this, DraftKings right now, position pending, is going to be, I mean, I still think NVIDIA, obviously, as it dances around, could still be that, but we're really proud of this trade here on DraftKings. And I mean, we posted it up on our sticky note, and not only that, we talked about this yesterday, and I made the comment, the funny one about if Neil was here, we'd write this on his iPad. DraftKings breaking down through 37. I mean, we had this trade yesterday on our mind.
Flat
And
bottom break.
Yeah, exactly. The famous flat bottom breaker right there of that. And we liked it enough to put it on the board right there. Even in the fact, this is how you got to be confident. The market right now today up, and we still hit that short with confidence in that name. So I like it. I like it a lot as we just get a dip down in there and actually get a 72 fill right there on that name. So, oh boy, this has been a great day. Here goes NVIDIA. Let's just go. I don't even have any. I want to make sure I say this properly. I do not have any other offers out on NVIDIA. We've already taken too much out here at the 200 period moving average. If you are very hesitant about any of these trades right now, I don't blame you. It's at the 200 period. It hasn't looked great. If it breaks it, let's go. But for right now, not sure it's going to do that. We're taking more and more out here on NVIDIA to the point where we only have about 20% left of this position that we have right from down here. So take it for what it's worth right now. It's NVIDIA. It's been a great stock to trade, but I'm really over the moon with DraftKings. This has been a big one for me here.
Almost a weekly occurrence here. I was trying to find the last one, but Roblox didn't really move on this. There was a volume spike, but price action didn't really go anywhere. October 3rd, I guess, was the last one, but another bear cave note downside on RBLX, guys.
Oh, the bear cave doing their thing. Shout out to you, Brendan, getting that news to us right quick. However, that last segment and all this, maybe not just yet. Okay, before we get into that, I've reloaded Apple off VWAP, and I'm about to, not yet, but you can see the trend line that just got formed on NVIDIA. It's trying to bounce off this a couple of times in here, which gives you 139 and VWAP as a support level. I wanted to consolidate higher off that trend, close after breaching it, close above, and then go into the long trade. So I like drawing these trends when you have a significant price action or price level to work off of. The first one was an all-time high. The second one here was that wipeout bottom on NVIDIA. So just want to be very, very careful because the market is getting to VWAP and pulling back in here. That could be an it could easily just break back underneath. I want it to close above, which hasn't happened just yet. But you know what? You can't draw trend lines. You can't find key levels or anything like that without charting in the first place. And eSignal is your go-to for that. We're talking about a professional platform where you can trade harder, smarter, not harder, I should say. Upgrade to this elite trading experience. You're able to analyze, strategize, and capitalize on what you see in the markets, infinite data, customizable trading and customizable tools. The best thing about it, as far as I'm concerned, is great back testing. If you are going to develop a strategy, why not make sure that it is A, worked in the past, B, worked in the future? Back test, forward test. You can connect to an API as well to do some automated trading and some automated signals. You're going to want to be able to get every single stock that you can. eSignal is going to give that to you. In addition to all of this, we're talking about real-time data. Every second on every symbol that you can possibly imagine over there on eSignal, traded by a lot of traders here on this floor and other floors at Real Trading that I'm aware of. And a lot of traders like Sean has been using it for 20 years. I've used it on and off myself. So if you're looking to elevate your game and get yourself a professional charting system, eSignal is for you. So scan that QR code below. Check the link in the description if you are interested, and eSignal is for you. So shout out to eSignal. But unfortunately, that setup that I was looking for in NVIDIA, hey, if it doesn't actually give it to me, I don't actually have to take it. So I wanted it closing out and about and above that trend line. Did it? Nope. So I'm not out because I was never in it, but no, we're not going to take it. And then Apple, which was looking relatively strong. Oh, Apple, you were doing your thing. It lost trend as well. So out of Apple, one buy, one off VWAP, and then it loses it. So the only thing we're left is a short in Intel, which is still lower highs, still holding the trend line to the downside. So we're going to hold for a low break there on INTC. So far it's been Apple, NVIDIA, and Intel for myself, with one foray into Uber, which obviously Uber did not hold the trend and did not break higher. So again, another setup that we just didn't quite have to the upside. But I feel like we're at that good inflection point on the futures, in the market, I should say, in a general sense. Like higher low, wipe out bottom. The next step, if you're bullish, was a hold above VWAP and a breakout. That's where we're setting up Apple, NVIDIA, and Uber longs. But Neither of those came in, so instead you end up losing the bid here on the NASDAQ. And I think that took everything into the downside. So just got to be patient with it. There's going to be other opportunities. I do see Adam DeLuz in the chat, Tesla short, and Jode Koji, I hope I got that name right, DJT, while you still can. I have not looked at DJT this morning. It was under 30 bucks. Wasn't this? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize it would have gone down this much.
How much?
It went down to 28.50.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It seems. So, yeah, DJT was, hold on a second, did that go down 10%? Close. Really close. I don't think it got SSR. No, it doesn't look like it got short sale restricted. But, yeah, DJT, bit of a wipeout bottom there at 28.5. Oh, the big level yesterday was 27. That's nowhere close to that one. But, yeah, DJT taking it a bit on the chin, but not SSR. Let's see it bust through 30 and hold VWAP before I'd be into the longs. I'd be much more interested in that long if it had actually ticked down 10%, to be honest with you.
All righty then. Yeah, good look there on DJT. I mean, some of those runners today, I mean, we can check out, what was it, TV. I mean, first of all, I mean, DraftKings.
Oh, my God.
I, again, never would have guessed after all of this that a stock that triggers in on my account at what time? And thank you to you guys in the chat there for this as well. This triggered in at about 10:20. Who would have thought when we were NVIDIA crazy today and Apple crazy that DraftKings would have popped in there and been my number one stock there today? That's pretty wild for sure. So we'll continue to hold out for lows on this one if we can get there. We are taking some more. I'm going to talk about that other stock that I was just on, TVGN, in a second. Right there, another out for Apple as we get back up to the 50-period moving average. So we're just starting to sort of scalp these bad boys out. We did not reload NVIDIA down here because we're waiting for 138s. So if that comes in, that's where it's a reload. And it's not a punch longer for me. It's just a get out when we come up here, 140.50. That's going to be my first area of getting out for that stock. So, all right, TVGN, let's have a quick look at some of these runners. So 147, we brought this one to your attention in the pre-market as it started ripping up. And right now it's holding pretty good. I noticed yesterday with some of these runners that the 200 period might be something. So pay attention to that one. Oh boy, NVIDIA just ripped up real good, man. My net is really singing. Now I'm going to put an offer. I said I wouldn't get out, but at least I went over to the stock and told you that I just did. Right there, 139.55, another piece out. Every piece I get out seems to be a mistake, but right there goes NVIDIA. Nice move back up to the upside. We have to take that out. It was just at 138.80s. And, you know, like I said, if you're trading shares, you look down and you blink and it's like, what the hell? Why did that just go red? All right, TVGN. What about Shift Pixie? We talked about that name earlier as well. These are going to be names that in a matter of 20 minutes, it's the sheriff over there. Sharif the sheriff. It's actually a good thing you didn't really become a sheriff, I think, because that might have confused a lot of people.
Well, if you run for sheriff.
Yeah, I mean, he would get my vote. I mean, he is the Trader TV Live sheriff right now. Someone's got to protect us around here. Thank you, Sharif, for that, for sure. So if you guys meet me in that back alley, man, I'm bringing my guy with me next time. You know, the judge told me not to use these things again, so we have to wait while I get some protection with that. Okay, that's Sharif. All right, and then Joe coming through is, again, the babyface assassin over there. It's options today.
Let's go.
All right. Yes, you have an option to watch or not. I think that's...
No, you don't.
Well, you do. This is, you know...
We're not holding gun to anyone.
Yeah, exactly. All right, DraftKings starting to go a little bit lower, but Shift Pixie right now, 109%. You just looked at DJT. And we're going to go over to Brendan in just 1 second. Drug down 23%. We have AIFF. I'm just going to talk about Firefly for a minute. Doesn't look like it's halted here today, but not really moving around either. So some of these bigger names that moved around yesterday seem to have been calmed down a little bit. And then for those of you, I mean, Neil just talked about it, but DJT here again, kind of quiet for the day, down 4%, which might not be quiet, but for those of you that are trading options and whatnot, look at DJT here today, as it seems like it might be a little bit better to pick up some premium today, as it's only down 4%, as it's been moving, 10, 15% some days. There it goes again, but oh boy, this day's... What? I mean, DraftKings right now, I'm like, hello. DraftKings just drops below. That's your 50-cent banger right there on DraftKings. DraftKings right now has solidified its place as easily the number one stock here traded so far at Trader TV Live. Sharif and Joe are ready to go on the midday, but at the desk right now is Brendo.
Still positive, guys, for the overall market right now, but a bit of a mixed bag as far as the S&P is concerned. As you can see, still strength As far as semiconductors are concerned, AVGO, Broadcom actually a little bit better off at this point than NVIDIA, AMD still there as well. But yeah, notably Google, Adobe, Netflix among those two, the downside. Microsoft down here just holding on to positive territory. ORCL, nice day as well, 1.3%. Tough to see, but that way down there is Uber. 2% downside, pretty red, 2.5% even downside. So they're not liking these Expedia rumors, the market not liking these Expedia rumors. I saw David Faber on CNBC made some calls, quote unquote, and couldn't find anyone willing to say that this is even true. So take it for what it's worth. UNH, notably weak. Tesla, downside as well, about 0.75% right now, guys.
Whoops. So we tweeted out this DraftKings trade when we took it, right? And here it was right here afterwards. Oh, that's someone else retweeting me. But anyways, we retweeted oh no, this is my, hold on a second here. Going to profile right here to show you guys. So we just put this out here as attachment to our, we said at Trader TV Live. We did it again. We talked about this yesterday. And there's the breakthrough 37 right there. And now we look, we're at 36.50, just a matter of minutes later. So we continue to make new lows right now on DKNG, down that 1.92% right now as we continue to make those names. And what a great trading day it's been today. We're able to run Apple all the way back up as well. Right there. We didn't get VWAP exactly. We got 232. It goes up to 232.15 and then bounces off a little bit right there. So yeah, man, whoopsies. We will end the day positive, and obviously I couldn't have done it, couldn't have had the net we had today anyways if we don't have this DraftKings trade. So again, another name that's here on the sticky note, different than usual, right? DraftKings, Lucid, Apple, NVIDIA, and Uber, the names on here, the ones that aren't the usual ones are DraftKings, Lucid, and Uber. And it's funny because nor you nor I were able to get into Lucid, but it did just drop into VWAP right there. So I feel like if you are going to want to trade this name, you now have to sort of look to see what levels have been formed today. We were waiting for 250. That bottom of 260 never even came into play unless you were here at 830. So there was really no dip buy opportunities except for maybe right now, which just happened to add, and again, it's only 5 cents, but you could get that dip coming through again. I'm going to leave Lucid alone.
Well, the problem is, well, it's not a problem.
Oh, NVIDIA, do something.
It's usually, when it's an SSR bounce, but like a stock is down 10%, we're looking for that bounce. That's it's a gimmicky strategy, and you want it, the idea is that it's trying to go lower, fails to break a level. Everyone's chasing it down because they can't hit the bid, so they're just sitting on the offer, trying to get filled, and then they don't really do the fill until it's breaking through a big key level to the downside, and then you get a fast reverse. Like, that's the plan. So when it never comes down, there's no entry for that kind of a thing. It just never gave you the trade that I would have traded, or that most of us would have traded. So it just goes up, great for anyone into Lucid if you happen to buy in the pre-market, but that was never really the plan of action. I'm trying to look for some better sign of strength instead of, like, it's getting a bit messy on NVIDIA. It didn't hold on to that recent trend. Still some higher lows being put in, so I'll look for the next entry to set itself up. And then Apple, we got out of Apple, and it's now headed, looks like we're just losing VWAP and heading right back into the low. So just going to have to wait for it. Just trying to be particular. And if we're going to go to the low of the day, wait for that low of the day and then make a trade. So with 230 was the support that we liked on Apple. It got to 230.5 and bounced. Now it might take that 230 again. DJT, I guess I should have paid for low case to play 30 or had the ability to play 30 in both directions. I was looking to see if it could hold VWAP. I didn't pay for locates anyway. It's not like I could have shorted it at VWAP if I wanted to, but they're probably cheap, so I'll likely go ahead and do that in the middle of the day. I'd like us to break this trend, maybe get squeezing again above the 30 level, but there's another rejection for DJT. So just every time I think something is making a bottom that we can go into a long on, it ends up rejecting. And speaking of that rejection, it's AMD, which is, I think, the most sick, with the exception of ARM, which actually it looks a little bit worse than AMD, but AMD's right off this 157 low. So it's trying to hold the low. It's close to the 50 period, but not very, and it got 155 support from yesterday and a 156 close price. So I think it's a little bit tight to want a bad entry on a short position, but if we continue this trend down, and let me just put this on the 15 here, if we continue this trend down, you do have room for it to get to the low. It's just starting to get a little bit tight. So if I hit save, one of my favorite features is that trend on the 15 pops in over here. that gives me a short into about 158. So we'll hold Intel, just trying to be patient, see if NVIDIA or Apple can set up again for a long, and now looking at the trend short here on advanced micro devices. But that's going to have to come back up to the 158 level. Still some nice small cappers going in there. Shout out to you, Rogelio Concepcion. I love that. Davey Concepcion.
Yeah,
But
good name.
Every time I think of, I'm a big baseball fan, so that.
Really?
Oh yeah, like anyone doesn't know that. No, Big Red Machine shortstop was a Davey Concepcion. CTCX. So this one's done.
Sports.
Here's the thing. Usually a penny stock that did a rejection of $1 like this, coming back up to retest $1, I'd be looking for a short, like a fail break of $1. The problem with this stock is, for a runner that's only 76 cents, it's done 5 million shares. Ideally, at this time of the day, a stock you want to trade in the penny stock realm has done 50 million, 100 million. So it's relatively light liquidity for a penny stock runner. But that doesn't mean it can't be traded. It just means it's a different beast than trading, like Mullen when it was a penny stock, or something we'd usually get into. So yeah, CTCX, you can already see $1, rejection of $1. To me, that's usually a fade at the $1 level. Let me just see if we actually have locates on this one. The answer is no. So we got to pay for locates on this. I'm going to go ahead and do that as well. So DJT and CTCX, I'm going to pay for some shorts. Just so in case we get the chance, we can actually pull the trigger.
Ozan wondered if the poor cow has passed away. It has not. The cow trade today has really been focused on DraftKings there. But you know what else we can't go without? We haven't. Sometimes we don't get the update. Sometimes we do, but we have it right now. But what is for lunch today? This is going to impress the boys behind us for sure, I would think today. It's going to be a good one. It's beef bourguignon today with steamed rice, steamed broccoli, as well with a nice spinach salad with house tomatoes, red and yellow pepper, cucumber, and carrot. So all fancy bougie like today with some beef bourguignon right there. Shout out to Chef Joe and everybody else who, prepares such fine foods every single day. That's a great passion. I have an uncle that is a blue or red seal. I'll have to ask him again to figure it out. Or is green the highest? You guys tell me what it is. I don't think he's the highest. I think he's the one level below. So shout out to that. Chef seal, like you can get a seal.
Okay, gotcha.
It's yeah. So people in the chat will know about that. All right, so just so everyone is fully aware, 15% left right now of DraftKings. It made the move. If it drops more and we come back here after lunch and everything, and this stock is where it's at, which would be obviously pretty huge right there for us, if that's the case. But we're definitely acknowledging right now that we will be stopped out in and around, sorry, not stopped out. We are getting lighter and lighter on this trade as we only have 15%. So if it does fall back in, great. And we'll be able to take some out. And my target now, we just hit that 50-period moving average on the daily chart, 36.50. So you guys know I like trading around 50s. So that's big. Those are big outs for us right into here. So far, so good. Let's see if we can keep sort of that mojo going on DraftKings. And okay, I mean, now here it goes even lower right now. So we'll see if we can get a 34 fill. If we do that, then all aboard on that one with that fill. So far so good there as that's coming back in again. We'll take a 34 if available. All right, we've talked about NVIDIA. We only have a couple more minutes left. We've gotten a lot lighter on this trade, and I have to apologize because it's hard for me sometimes to figure out exactly how many shares we do and don't have left over. I would say about 25%. Oh no, sorry, I know how much I hit. Yeah, we're about 20% left of this last loaded position. That's correct. Because we got stopped out there, then we rebought it back. So I remember those shares. So right now, but look what happened. Whenever we get takes, and I talked about this when we were up here, I said, you guys do you, but I do like this 50-period look right there. The 200 period up here on NVIDIA. So we did take advantage of that as it ripped up to 139.50. And we got a bunch out up there, creating a decent opportunity for NVDA. So that was a trade that we took out. We're going to reload this if it comes back down into 137. Apple's what it is. We don't have very many shares on that. And we did not get that bid on DraftKings there when we posted that bid at 34. So we'll see if it comes back. You guys know now where we're sitting at 34 there on DraftKings and on NVIDIA for the reload. So again, thank you so much for everything today, guys. We do really appreciate the support. Hit the like and the subscribe, and get ready for more options talk with Sharif and Joe on Learn to Trade, where you'll learn to trade as well. There will be some trading talk, some small cap runners, and then today's not options wheel, is it? Ooh, it is. It is the wheel. So we'll find out about that one right now. If you're trading with options wheel right now, make sure you have snow tires on, because it's going to get cold here soon, but not this weekend. It's supposed to be fantastic weather here this weekend as NVIDIA battles right back through 139 again. Let's go.
I only change them when it's U.S. Thanksgiving, man. That's a litmus for me. Well, partly we have it off, but always a good time of year. This news, N-U-Z-E, not news, you know what I mean, just reopened after a couple of, halted multiple times, but just reopened, challenging the high of the day. Just watch out. It already rejected the 150. Nope, there it goes. Right back through that high. So I know a lot of people were looking at news, first day runner, but daily chart tells you a little bit about what's going on here. It's about to halt up. On the 15-minute, there isn't actually a red candle, so it's going into a halt off the 160 level.
Blam.
Fake halt. Nope, fake halt. So it was at the halt band and looks like it just rejected back underneath. So that's N-U-Z-E. All of a sudden, Uber is starting to set up for that long again. So we've been trying to be patient with Uber, and now it's holding higher lows above VWAP, which is what I was looking for before. I'll get rid of that. It did not hold that initial trend. Now you're just sort of holding a loose and gentle trend off VWAP. This time of day, we're going to get back into the bid here on Uber. We tried it once in the teens. It got to 40 change and then couldn't go any further. Reloaded off 80 and then didn't work. So going to go back into this long. The Expedia story, there is no official deal. So as far as I'm concerned, why is Uber down 2% on speculation that nobody can confirm? So if it holds on to VWAP, I don't see why you can't get back to the highs, but the market is at lows. That's the only problem. The market's at lows. I know we meant to go over some crypto moves. Mara just broke out a little bit here. So it's going back into the upside. You had that run down on Bitcoin. Mara held 17, trying to make a bit of a run. 18 resistance. I don't have to tell you. It broke it in the aftermarket, well, late in the afternoon, and then gap back underneath. Previous resistance was exactly at 18 bucks. If Mara takes this out in the open market, I think it could absolutely fly. The daily chart is setting up pretty well. Just note that there's overhead resistance on that daily. 18 and a quarter on the daily is a bit of overhead resistance, but Mara seems to be on one since making those fresh lows. I know it's down 1.7%, but let's be real. It just ran 60 pennies off the bottom. I'd look for a continuation of trend, hold a VWAP similar to what we're getting over there in Uber as a couple of trade options for us before we get to that 18 break, because I don't want to have to take an 18 breakout, which is literally 2% away as we speak. Rather be able to get it here on VWAP and a bit of a trend up. BTC back above 67, so it's looking pretty strong as well. Those are the only things I'm looking at as we speak. So into Uber, still have some of that Intel left, and Apple's not really doing much. I don't know if we're going to get that low again, or we're going to hold VWAP, or we're diddling in the middle, which I don't like to trade off of.
Okay, so I just noticed right here we only have 3 minutes to go. Make sure you join us for our Learn to Trade segment with Sharif and Joe coming up very soon in 3 minutes. All right, so we just noticed that NVIDIA comes right back up, so let's go a slapper on this one again. Ouch. All right, so there it goes. We take a bid again, we took a bid, we took an offer as the bid was building up as we take VWAP out. So again, we have to be very, very cautious of exactly what we're doing now and make sure that we take the right trades at the right time, as we keep on saying here on the show. So there it goes, breaking back up, trying to be somewhat cautious with the trades here on this trade, on this name. But again, Uber, you're long at 80. It was NVIDIA right there up to VWAP getting a piece out. Now Apple, we're not worried about it. DraftKings. Oh, I punched 39s a little bit there on DraftKings. So DraftKings, we did not get that 34. I punched 39s as now you're starting to get back up. So we still have, okay, now we have 10% left of this name. So if you like it, hold it. Good bottom. Maybe the futures have bottomed. I would prefer for the market to rip up now, obviously, as we are long everything else. So NVIDIA continues to go. I'm going to go for our walk. Maybe we'll check out, I don't know if we'll go to the gym or not, but we'll find out what's going on right there because I'm hoping that we can retake that. So my next offer, 139.55. We could check out Taiwan 70 now at day's high.
All-time highs.
Yep, exactly. All-time highs, day high, breaking through. Now up 13% on TSM. So again, a different day here for ASML and TSM. ASML comes out, drops their news to everybody sort of one day early. They can't even get going right now. ASML down to 680. Wow, disaster strikes for ASML again and again and again. We'll see. Nice to be in the best names here, and NVIDIA is the best name. So I'm really glad to be in that. I'm not selling any of this in my long-term portfolio. We did sell some SMR yesterday at 1836.50. Let me see what's happening now. That was funny. We got like an average. Okay, so it's actually right here again. SMR again, a name that we bought just a few days ago at $13. We missed that initial break, but we're pretty happy with our performance now on SMR. I didn't notice it went to, wow, right there off the open. I don't know what was going on there, but 1980 again.
There's more news.
That's about 40%. We're making a decent amount on this name, but again, I want to hold this for as long as we possibly can. It's not giving me Palantir vibes, but I do think that we can get a lot higher. I think they're a bio candidate.
There's no chance that nuclear isn't. There's no way that you can continue this AI and data center boom without nuclear energy.
Right.
It doesn't. The math doesn't work realistically, especially when you're thinking about green. Oh, come on, you don't have a choice about it. So I think there's ample opportunity for growth, whether it's in go the easy way of like URA, which I kind of wish I'd gone into SMR instead. And I might buy that on dips. The more I think about it, I think you're right about that. Like, URA is great, but it's not going to give you that, that oomph. Like you're not going to get that 10x just going into uranium in a general sense. I can't believe it's 11 o'clock already, so only just to reload an Uber for me, and Intel's being Intel, TSM at all-time highs. We got some options to learn and some small cappers to burn with Sharif and Joseph. It's still in all caps. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Take it easy, everybody. I have to yell it because.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That's your boy Joe. And I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over. Shout out to Darwin, 2 pimps, baby. Matthew Booth, JF Trader. We got a proper dang paradox. Kevin Hawthorne, welcome, my man. We got the world's greatest mod. He is Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to you as well. Good morning, Vic Yan, Novak. Good morning to you. The Skip Say, Oliver Saros. I'll get it right. I've been saying it wrong every morning. That ends here. Stock Up, Fiddlebeck. Racer X9 and BGZ. We got Edward Grin, Omar. Shout out to Omar. We got Joe Finero, Mina, Jose Rodriguez. Did you know? That's actually his name. I love that. Mary S. Lyman, love when she chimes in. Cass M. Rogelio Concepcion, the Badger. He's badgering people. Mike B. Bot 5000. SRMM something or another. It moved. Why not? It's all fake. I love that name. Yo. But Adrian, the Katina is chiming in. We got G. Sedgwick and Paul Thomas Johnson. Pitchbull, shout out to you, my man. Catman, New Mexico Misfit. He's doing things down there. 2 New York cents. Mon on Monday. JF Trader. Hemel Patel. Shout out to everybody. Welcome to How to Trade. Your boy Joe's got one hell of an options lesson. I'm going to be all ears and all other sensory organs. You know I'm interested in this.
Hey, let's go. That's it, guys. You heard Sharif and everybody else today. We're going to be doing the options wheel, so get those snow tires on because we're going to be spinning. We're going to be having a great time. You got anything you want to touch, brother?
Yeah, man. I'm long here in SMCI. Already wet my beak on some profits there for a bit of a 20-penny winner. We're going to look. I went to the OB. He is the one, Knob, and I was talking to him about a possible mean reversion trade on SMCI, and he didn't give me the full nod. He said it could set up, but there's a couple of things that I need to see. I just want to look quickly at what SMCI did yesterday. We traded this one multiple times on the show. The reason I was interested or even showed me or even went to OB to talk about this, because we got into that key area of support yesterday, that implied balance low that we printed at 945. Shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons, 47 11.25 was the double bottom that we put in yesterday. I think the second double bottom got put in at 10.10. Then we weaseled our way down yet again. Look at this ugly, ugly drop on SMCI. Nary a green candle there on the drop down. And then we found our footing at the third of a dollar this time, not the quarter of a dollar. So right now we're rejecting the 10 period. We're kind of doing that umbrella pattern that Adira talks about. She's not here today, but she's here in spirit with this pattern. Look, I'm giving this to the low. So I'm going to give us quite a bit of room, see if we can weasel up possibly, Joe, into that volume weighted average price, maybe even less ambitious is a 20 exponential moving average at 48.41, or I get stopped out. I already went my beak on some profits. Come what may, Joe, and that's a look. What are you doing, bro?
Hey, that's it, brother. You know what? We're going to talk some options wheel before we get into any of my trades, guys, because I think there's a lot we can talk about today. This isn't an overly complex strategy or system, but I think we can have a lot of fun with this one, guys. Okay. So let's just dive right in. We're going to dive right into the shallow end and get right into things here, guys. So are we ready to go? So, introduction, this is just basic things that we need to know in order to conduct the options wheel. As you know, I like to break things down, keep it simple, and then we can move forward, and then we put it all together. So one, we're going to break down the options wheel. We're going to know what CSPs are, covered calls, and leaps. And then we're going to go into stock selection, the technicals and fundamentals, and then the triple income strategy, and then and why they call it the triple income strategy, and then we're going to put it all together. Guys, it's not going to be overly complicated. It's kind of basic options trades with your long legs of stock, but let's dive right into this Sharif, all right? So let's get the party started. So the options wheel is a popular trading strategy amongst traders and investors. To understand the options wheel, first you must understand the three basic components. All right? So these are the basic components. Stocks, so you own at least 100 shares of stock, or you have a long anticipation equity, which is a leap in options, which is dated about a year or so or more out, all right? So one long-term equity anticipation security, a leap, or at least 100 shares of stock. This is the minimum requirements that you need in order to conduct this strategy. So a CSP. A CSP is a cash secured put. Also reduce cost basis on ownership of your specific stock, all right? And then you have the covered calls, or CCs. And these will boost your overall return and mitigate unrealized losses. So guys, these are the three main components. You're not gonna go with a leap and shares of stock. You're gonna go with either one, whatever works best for your capital, right? There's benefits to each one. So we know when you own outright shares of stock, it's going to cost a little bit more. So what they call this is the poor man's covered call, or the poor man's options wheel strategy, where you buy an option contract that expires at least a year or more out, all right? So those are the two differences. That is the primary body that you need in order to run this strategy, all right? So then there's the cash secured puts. So what a cash secured put requires is that you have the minimum balance, or the equity in your account, in order for when you get assigned that on a put, that now you can afford to own those shares outright, because that is the intention of the strategy. But see, with the leap, you kind of skip out on that one step, right? But we're going to focus on as if we have 100 shares of stock, Sharif, because I think that's the most popular one, all right?
Thanks.
So then covered calls. Covered calls is just now when you're in a long leg of stock that you want to sell calls against this position, hence why it's covered. You can't sell naked, so you initially have the 100 share of stock leg. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, true words were never spoken. Ever. A nightmare. Come on. I mean, he said you got to put on clothes.
You can't be naked when you're doing this stuff, right?
Can't be selling
we don't want to do that. You can get in trouble, right? You just roll out of bed and start selling. No, you don't want to do that. So, guys, in all seriousness, these are the three components of the options wheel. They're not overly complicated. You're running essentially one at a time, all right, guys? So we have the stock or leaps, the cash secured puts, and then the covered calls when you own the shares, and then you start collecting premium, whether the leg of stock is working for you or against you, right? So it can boost your overall returns and it can mitigate those losses until the stock starts moving in your direction, guys. So hopefully everyone's following with me so far. We have our 3 components, and now let's follow on to the steps required in order to execute this type of system. So, steps of the wheel. There are multiple steps required in order to execute the options wheel correctly, all right? 1, first of all, you want to do your research on an underlying asset you would like to own for an extended period of time, not necessarily short term, but not also long term, right? So the thing is with options wheels, you can continuously run this over and over and over again. And Sharif, we were talking about when we were at the Money Show, the guy liked to do it from a weekly standpoint, which is a slightly more difficult, but this is more of a longer duration type system that you want to run around 3 to 6 months, all right? So things that you want to run like that. So it's a little bit longer. It's not like me selling credit spreads or anything like that, but this is a little bit slower of a grind, and that's why it can create those more consistent returns, right? Because we all know within the market, things take time, all right? So, 2, once you've done your due diligence, scroll through your options chain and select a strike price you would like to own the underlying asset and a time frame in which you would like to possibly own. The ideal with the cash secured puts and an expiry date is around 20 to 60 days DTE, like we previously said, right? So, guys, it seems like we may be jumping ahead, but after we're going to put it all together, all right? So these are just the basic steps in which we want to do and conduct these. And the positive thing about selling cash secured puts is that you are now waiting for that asset to come to you, right? So you're not just buying outright shares at whatever the market is offering or buying at the money leaps. What the CSP allows you to do is select a strike price and collect premium while you're waiting for the asset to come down to your price. So if you want to own shares of NVDA at not $140, which is roughly trading around, but you want to own it at $130, you can sell a 20 to 60 day DTE at 130 and collect premium with the intention of eventually getting assigned. But if you don't get assigned on that, then you can just sell the same thing over and over again until you do get assigned. All right, guys? So that's the second step in the options wheel. So the third step, you've now selected your short put and are waiting for the price to come to you. Once you get assigned on your short put, you now own 100 shares of the underlying asset. So that's the intention of the options wheel, and that's why stock selection and picking the correct stocks is really important, because you do essentially want to own this asset, but not necessarily at the value of what the market is offering it, all right? So that's what the options wheel intentions are, is that you now own a stock at a price that you want, but you've also collected premiums while waiting for that asset to come to you, all right? So holding your long leg of stock, you can now sell covered calls on that position, collecting premium while the stock appreciates and or mitigating risk while the leg of stock picks its direction. So we're now jumping ahead. So once we've been assigned on the puts, we are now the proud owners of NVDA at $130. Now what we want to do is start selling out the money calls, far out the money calls, to the point where we don't necessarily want to get assigned on these, but we want to allow the asset to appreciate. So we will sell far out the money calls where the premium's not that great, but the premium will never amount to what the appreciation of the long leg of stock is, all right? So that's something very important, guys. We'll hold it off there. We're on step 4. There's a lot more we're going to go, and we're going to head it off to Sharif. Guys, also, sorry, if you have any questions so far, you know what to do. Just put them in the chat.
Get into that chat.
Put them in the chat.
And guys, you got to be a sub. You got to be a subscriber to chat with us, to interact, you know, to harass the Katina man, to harass Joe and I. Only subs. And guys, I got to remind you guys about this. No harassing, the Katina man says. You can interact with us nicely. Like, subscribe, share if you ever got value from the show. If you got value from what Joe just dropped right now with respect to the options wheel, it helps the channel out. And obviously anything we get, we throw back to you guys. We appreciate you, no question about that. SP, $5 super chat. What's up, my man? Sharif, what's your top 2 small cap gappers today? You're looking at it in one, my man. I was caught in a down halt here on NUZE, but I like this one. It's been doing its thing, 25, because I like 25, the number 25 because I'm born, 25th. I'm looking at getting out near the top. My out is going to be below the area the area halt over here at $1.20. Zigging and zagging right now. We're about 2 pennies out of the money. Let's see what this one does. Up 300%. We know it's small cap season. If it wants to stop me out, we're not using that big of shares anyway. I got to tell you guys that there is a way to get out or to send an order while this bad boy is halted. It's called a market on open order. Some people use them, some people don't. A lot of people use them to actually fill orders right at the bell. Remember all the orders on the New York book? They don't get filled until that 9:30 bell rings. Kind of similar to that, right? Market on open. If you get caught in a halt, down or up on these small cap gappers, make sure you program that on your whatever your shortcut keys or however you guys are doing things on your side. We have it here on P-Pro 8 with the best trading or prop trading firm around. Shout out to Real Trading. So I was able to put one on, but I didn't really want to take it out here. I really wanted to stick to my plan and looked for the high day break. I know full well we're putting in topping tail candles, but we're still above the 10 exponential. So I'm willing to give this one a little bit of room. We get stopped out. It's all good. Now, this one, SMCI, weaseled up to 48. We're long 47.70. I didn't wet my beak at 48 because that wasn't the plan. Quite frankly, the plan is to wait for something akin to a 48 1/3 quarter, and at best, I'd like to see if we can weasel up into 48 3/4. Currently, right now, the volume weighted average price on my chart. We've been zagging right now on SMCI. Initially, we had some resistance at 80 pennies, $47.80. Then that resistance level went up to $48. We're putting in higher lows. There's nothing to write home about right now, but we're curling here. Shout out to Big Spile. I don't know if he's in the chat today. He likes those rounded bottoms. And this one kind of putting in what looks to be a rounded bottom. We'll have to see if that manifests or not. Still zigging and zagging right now on NUZE as it tries to defend that 10 exponential moving average on the 5, but we're not getting any direction here. Multiple halts in and around the same area. I'm liking what I see less and less right now from NUZE. Let's see exactly where the stop is in place so we can yap about that for a hot second. Where's this one at? NUZE. Where is it? Script. That's SMCI. Okay. So we'll put one over here, right there. I didn't get to put one because it was halted. I remember that. Okay. Fair. There we go. Now we're in play there. No. Got to take that one out. So we're going to go like that, and then we're going to take everything out there. There we go. So we'll look to defend that, and then we got to put the beak wetter back where it was at that buck. Let's drop it down a little bit. $1.61. Whatever. What's life without whimsy, Joe? So that's what I'm doing there. What are you doing, my man?
Hey, we're just looking at the overall sector ETF, Sharif, and we're just seeing why the SPY it's still up about 0.25%, which is totally fine. But we like to scroll around and see what everybody else is up to, see what the tech sector is doing, see what XLF is doing. Because we love JP Morgan and we love the big banks. We just had them reporting not too long ago too. So we like to keep an eye on these guys here, guys. Because look, they just made all-time highs. And we're talking about the options wheel, and I want to use XLF in these sector ETFs to present that. Some of these sector ETFs are the ideal, they are the epitome of what you want to run these things on, right? Because they're going to have the best companies, they're going to have the top-weighted companies in each sector. And that's something that you want to own when we dive into the technicals and fundamentals of what stocks you necessarily want to select. So this is XLF, absolutely just continuing to trade to the top side. It's been absolutely fantastic. And this is something that you would look to run on the options wheel. You have a consistent trend that's moving to the top side, short consolidation phases. And when you do have a consolidation phase, you decide to take another leg up. So those are something that you would want to look into. And what I would do if I was going to run the options wheel myself on this was look, hey, okay, I don't want to own XLF where the price is now. It's kind of extended. It may look like it needs to pull back a little bit. And that's exactly why Sharif would sell some puts around $45 or just below at around $44 or so. Yeah, we may not be collecting an extreme amount of premium, but the goal is to own the underlying asset and to let it appreciate while just the premiums boost the returns of that asset when it's moving higher, all right? So the returns on the underlying will always outweigh what you collect in premium, but something like XLF is exactly what we want to look at when we're trading these types of strategies, all right, guys? So that's that. So we got the XLF moving, and then communications. So I haven't taken a look at Meta here today, but it is a little weak. Looks like it could be potentially heading back in towards this range and then consolidating a little bit. We'll see. Meta is, I think Netflix is tonight.
Yep.
Netflix is tonight, which is really, really big. And then we got some of the other big players coming up shortly too, guys. So this is coming in. I think there's a lot of hype going around this Netflix report.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people are waiting for I think some people are waiting for the stock to split too, so I don't know if they're going to announce that, right?
Dude, it's 700 and change. Well,
Right.
693 right now. Tough day, but you know what you're saying.
You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people want to get their hands into this a little bit more. So maybe I don't know if they're going to announce that, but there is some noise going around that part. And then the tech sector with a little gap up, but relatively flat on the day, guys. And that's just how the overall market's looking. We're kind of treading to the downside, consolidating a little bit, still up on the day, but the primary trend seems to be a bit to the downside, guys. So yeah, TSM was an absolute rocker of the day. The thing was buzzing. It beat on EPS and revenue, and then it raised Q4 outlooks as well too. So expect this when you see this. When you see this within the stock, is that it's going to be strong, and especially the market and the street love when you raise guidance, right? So when the outlook is good, then look for the stock to be strong, guys. And unfortunately, I didn't get my my peak wet in this one. We missed out in this one, and you know what? I was kicking myself. I'm the hardest critic on myself, but that's okay because there's definitely going to be other opportunities, guys. And so you just deal with what happens and you sit down and you wait, and that's it. That's all you can do, Sharif. What do you got going on, brother?
I'm looking at these ones. I'm still dealing with the trade in NUZE. It's not really going my way, but the stop is in place, and come what may. The one that's doing all right now is kind of SMCI. I'm getting that rounded bottom, but I'm not getting that clear break and take of two different levels. The 10 exponential and the $48 level. They're both posing a bit of a problem right now for SPCE. On the other side of the coin, that was the kind of the bad look for the long. The good look is we've got a symphony of higher lows here, basically from 1045 onwards. Keep putting in those higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So it's an interesting look, but it's not giving me exactly what I want. Now, some other small cap gappers or small cap gapper style trades that I'm watching right now. IRDM, what a bull flag. I mean, a great looking bull flag, but look at that volume bar. Look at that volume chart on the bottom. That's not what you want to see. I don't want to see that, not at all. In addition to, the volume decreasing, what's the total volume on the day? I feel it's a bit light. Yeah, man, 1.75 million shares, that's not going to cut it. Anything off the volume weighted average price, though, Fabian, I like this. $34 at around right here. Look what we did last time this thing even touched VWAP. It didn't spend any time there, and it gave you 50, 60, 70 pennies like that. Okay, so good look, IRDM. I'm also looking at FOLD, kind of the same look as IRDM. Bull flag, big move up, sideways consolidation north of the volume weighted average price. In addition, the similarities continue. Look at that volume, decreasing volume. There's no even zig and zag in the volume, like a pop up and then, a decrease again. No, it's like a slope downward. So it's not what I want to see from these small cap gappers. It's not going to always be small cap gapper season forever and ever more. So we're going to pack our patience. If anything sets up, we'll take it. I'm also keeping an eye, obviously, on TVGN. But the range per candle, and you'll often hear me talk about this when I speak about small cap gappers that are awfully volatile on an intra-candle basis. I don't like them, because they really throw off your stop placement. I mean, if I've got a deal on a dollar stock, okay, or $2, $1.85, $1.75 right now. If I have to deal with a range of from 182 down to 150, like what percentage of that, of the actual price of the stock is? I don't know. I'm not good at math. I can do it in a second. But the point to tell you is it's just too much range per candle for me to effectively manage risk. I don't like it unless it's really off a key technical area of support or resistance. I like the hold up at $1.40, $1.45. Take your choice. I mean, the wicks go everywhere. On the other side of that coin, you know, even though it looks bullish, we are putting in lower highs off the crest. So $1.90, then $1.85, and now we're south of $1.80. So I'll pack in my patience, see what comes. We breached on SMCI, we breached 48 again and again it rejected. I'm going to hold off here. You know, we're 30 pennies in the money, but this is not where we want to ring the profit bell. I'm waiting for that $0.25, or I'm waiting for $0.75. Reason is not just random levels. One is a 20 exponential moving average on the 5. The other is a volume weighted average price. What the hell is this one doing now? NUZE, double bottoming tail candles into that $1.25. Do we hold up here? I got to add at that $1.25. That will be the last dollar cost average I have on NUZE. It either goes up or breaches 120, but it's not going to catch me adding again. We'll see what we get here, Joe. What's the situation on your end?
Yeah, brother, we got some great questions in the chat regarding the wheel. So Chris Ivy, this is absolutely a fantastic question. I love it. So in your example there on XLF, what happens if you sell puts at 45, but it just keeps going way up? Do your premiums go up or down? Again, trying to wrap my head around this. This is new to me, and honestly, such a great question. So, Chris, what you want to do when the asset is continuing to move higher and you're selling puts lower? So essentially, it's a credit. So you receive the premium. You are now essentially bullish when you sell these puts. And if the asset is continuing to move without you, that is totally fine, because essentially you are going to be still making money collecting that premium by selling the puts. You don't own those outright shares yet because you are selling them out the money, and it's continuing to trade higher out the money. Yeah, you may be missing out on getting assigned, but while you're waiting to get assigned, you continue to sell those puts, all right? So XLF continues to trade higher. It's now, you sell the 45s, it's now trading at 48, 49. What you do, Chris, is that once you've received the full premium or you collected a large amount of that premium, you can just roll that put higher to the point where you're like, okay, it looks like it wants to take another leg higher. Maybe I'll sell the 47s or the 48s 20 to 60 days out, waiting to get assigned. But you don't want to chase it. So that's the benefits of having this strategy, is that you're waiting for price to come to you. But meanwhile, you are still collecting money, right? So we're selling 45s. The price is continuing to go higher. We are collecting premiums. We're collecting that passive income while price is appreciating. And then we can continue to sell them until price comes to us. And then we can be proud owners of however many contracts or however many shares of XLF that may be. So hopefully that answered your question, Chris. That's an absolutely fantastic one. Greg, yeah, you are right. They did look out raise full year outlook, so that's absolutely fantastic for TSM, right? So that's a good stuff there. And I have another one from Fugazi Bear, CIFR. I saw calls purchased yesterday on a 220 mil float. There was 20,000 contracts. Is that considered a large purchase of options? That is absolutely extremely large. So times 20,000 times 100, right? So that's a good percentage of that. It's like 10%, if my math is correct, of what that float is. So someone's going to own a pretty large stake in that company there, Bear. So yeah, great question, guys. Chris, hopefully that answered your question. So one more we'll go through. Rivian Millionaire, when is the best time to do a covered call? For example, is it best to do a covered call when the stock is at its high or when the stock goes down? Well, that's total preference, right? So if you can do covered calls throughout the whole duration of you owning that asset. If you don't want to get assigned, if you don't want to give those shares away, you can just keep selling covered calls and collecting premiums. And if the stock decides to go down, you can still sell covered calls and collect premiums. And what that also does is mitigate your downside risk, right? So if the long leg of stock isn't appreciating how you would like, you can sell some calls on that position and reduce that loss by collecting those premiums. Or you can totally amplify the gains by selling covered calls in a stock that is appreciating, but that covered call is so far out the money that you're not going to get assigned on those, right? So the premiums, the farther out the money you are, the less premium you're going to receive. But that's the way you can create income upon income with this strategy, and I think that's really why investors like it. Fabian, I don't know why my positions aren't showing here. I'm long TQs here, and it's about to break VWAP, which we really like. Let me pull up my chart here. So guys, so far the questions have been absolutely fantastic and really, really diving down into them, guys, and it's really, really good stuff. Yeah, what's up, Joseph? What's going on, brother? So yeah, we're here. We're long here at TQs, and it seems to be working. We seem to just reject VWAP here a little bit, but as you can see, we put in a potential bottom, took a leg up, pulled back, and then I'm looking to join that continuation in the trend over here, and that's exactly what we did. So if we get this break of VWAP, I know Bitcoin's starting to pick up a little bit of steam. NVDA is still chopping around VWAP a little bit here, so some of the big boys are just taking a breath, but I do think that this market can go a little bit higher. What do you got, brother?
I'm in 3 trades right now, man. Still waiting on this 48 SMCI. Still keeping an eye on NUZ. There's somebody buying this up at $1.25 every single time. For now, underline that. For now, how long does that happen? I watched the interaction with that $1.25 last time, and the size on the book got taken out, but all of a sudden this new size kept coming in. I've given my stop a fair degree of room over here. I want to see what it does. I'm also long now. TVGN as it broke out through the pre-market high. I didn't get the best price that I wanted. 208 highs. I've got 204s. It's 207 right now. I'm looking at wetting my beak through the break of 210. This one could be squeezing here. I've put my stop a little bit below that 190 area to give it a bit of room, but it's zigging and zagging right now with $2. Does it hold? $2. Taking out that size. Look at that. That size is diminishing, but then it gets re-up every time. So interesting how this is trading at the whole dollar level. I do like using the whole dollar level as areas of support and resistance. So we'll see exactly whether this $2 actually wants to act as some sort of or support on the day. So packing my patience with that one. Let's see what this one does. 7s, 8s. We got rejected at 10s. 10s, there's a buyer at 10. There we go. We get the fill. Beautiful. Let's go up a little bit more, baby. Let's pamp up a little bit here, 214, 217 now. Let me see a bit more. We're 04s. We're going to take it out at $0.25. As simple as that. Let's put it at 25s because I'm born on the 25th and I like that number. Ooh. So let's go over here. 20 showing up, size at 20, getting taken out. Look at this over here. Beautiful. I love watching this. It's probably going to reject. There you go. And then it comes right back in. Let's watch this as it unfolds. We've got a bit of a buffer now between our entry and the current price action. So that allows me some breathing room. But don't breathe too easily because we know how these small cap gappers do. They'll bamboozle you know what out of you. And here we go, coming back into 10s. Last time there was a buyer at 10. Not stepping in this time at the buyer at 10. So good that we de-risk, but the stop well below where we are at now so I can give this one room to breathe. As I look on my side charts, I see that NUZE continues to hold that $1.25. However, it is putting in lower highs as I see it here. So that could be a concern. I'm not talking about TVG and I'm talking about NUZE. I just can't flip to it right now because I got to deal with this one. SPCE is back at 48 and there's a symphony of higher lows there. So I like what I see, but I'm not getting what I want. So as you can see, there's a lot of chop and churn right now on TVGN as the buyers and sellers duel with one another. A bit of an equilibrium right now between said buyers and sellers. That's not what I want. I'm not here to play a straddle or whatever. I'm here to print on the move up. You know, I have to throw that in there, bro. I have to throw that in there, right? Here we go. 20s. Let's get the 20s. There we go. 22s showing up, baby. No, that's not what we want. 22s aren't good enough, Joe. We want more. We want more. 25s, baby. More. 22s, 23s. Here we go. That's good enough for me. We're taking it out there. Good look on TVGN. I forgot what I was trading. So we'll look to get back into this bad boy if it wants to come back and test $2 again. All right, now let's look at this one. Oh, baby, NUZE's back up again, Joe. Let's go. We're waiting at $1.50 though. So we're break even now on this position. That's not what we're here for. We're looking to print at $1.50. But what I did like about this was the umpteen amount of holds at this $1.25. And I gave you guys that level a little bit earlier. I told you it was a skosh above that halt level at $1.20. So here we go, chop and churn in the low 40s. Let's pack our patience with this one. We could get in high at day touch and use Eddie. Let's do some research over here, find out what the situation is on this bad boy. We're going to bring down trade ideas. Shout out to Nos Boss and his crew. All right, we got a 3.8 million share float according to trade ideas and a negligible short float, 2 3/4. That ain't what I'm looking for. So we'll look to see what this one wants to give us, Joe. But right now, zigging and zagging with that $1.40.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Sharif, as always. You know what I need? I need a stream deck, a money storm, right? Because you guys are over there. Tina Man's always printing. It's a storm over there, and you're printing up an absolute storm, too. So we'll get that one figured out, guys. Hey, so look, I just added a little bit into TQs. We put in that bottom like I was anticipating, and then we continued to the top side here. So I added a little bit here. If it comes back to my break even, we took some off, then I'm going to get out of this trade because it looks like the market is pulling in a little bit here. So, I mean, anything can happen today. NFLX is after the bell, so we're looking forward to that. I think that's going to be an absolute market mover on the day, guys. So when that reports, expect if they raise guidance, if they increase use, because I remember, what was it? Not too long ago, they stopped releasing how many users they had, or Netflix, their subscribers, right? They're not doing that anymore. They don't want you to know, but all you need to know is that
they're not in their growth phase anymore, Joe. They're a mature company now.
Yeah, they're mature. They're mature now. They're mature now.
Bad.
Yeah, so whatever they got going on, they're too mature for us. We don't get to know how many new subscribers they get now. So hey, that's okay. It doesn't matter as long as everybody's still streaming. I don't know what's hot on Netflix these days. I haven't watched it in a while. So, but maybe we'll tune in and we'll see what's going on. I think Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are going to be on there, so that's going to be a good fight to watch. So, and they're starting the live streaming in the sports too. So I think they got a Christmas Day game or something along those lines. So they're moving towards live streaming sports like a lot of the other platforms like Amazon Prime, and I don't know if Disney Plus has any of those. So
the Chilean Nightmare chiming in, and he brings up a really good point. He's like, did you see the mobile games that are on the app?
Yeah.
So you know they acquired a Finnish company a couple of years ago to get those beleaguered games onto the app, and they had to spend like a bunch of money to do that.
You know what's funny? I was playing, like a couple months ago, I was playing, there's like a quiz, a trivia quiz one, and I was just like,
Is it good?
Yeah, no, it wasn't like, I didn't do too good, so I'm not too proud of that, so maybe we did, but we did all right on it, so it was having fun. And then I do the relax your mind and stuff thing there once in a while, whatever that is. Yeah, it's nice zen, put you to sleep, nice story time. So
I do that too, man. I just use Spotify as like that white noise music at night.
Yeah, so that's good stuff there, guys. Man, we're still in the TQs. I mean, the semis are what's hot today, right? Because we had the big report from TSM. And so those are something that you would really, really want to look at. I think AMD has kind of been lagging its peers and continues to lag its peers. You know what? I don't know what's going on with this stock too much, right? So we punched in, punched out there. I don't see any buy program stepping in immediately, considering that we've been on the downside ever since they had that conference. And I talk about the conference a lot. And what I'm doing is I have a call position in this, and so to reduce my loss, what I've been doing is I've just been selling calls. All right, guys. So that those are what's going on with the overall market and the tech sector, so it's really good stuff. So Chris Ivy, he's just been throwing absolutely amazing questions in the chat, so I'm going to go through more of yours right now. So he says, okay, close when you're ready to close so close when you're close to max on premiums, roll up. Can you roll infinitely? Awesome answer, man. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can just keep rolling those contracts until you eventually get assigned. That is the intention, right? So you can just keep selling cash secured puts until you eventually get assigned. So if it decides to just go on an absolute tear without you, and you have some 45 puts, we'll say, and it's trading around like 49 or 50, close that and then just roll up and do the same thing again, and then eventually the price will come to you, and then you're going to own the asset at a price that you want. So Chris, I really like that you're paying attention. It's really good stuff. And guys, just keep throwing those questions. Diz owns ESPN. So exactly. Disney owns ESPN, so do the math on that one. There you go. So those guys are doing a lot of sports rights and stuff like that. I haven't been watching too many sports overly. It's just been stick to the UFC and the combat sports lately.
Love
brother.
it, man.
What you got going on?
What'd you think about that Bivol fight, man?
Oh, bro, he got robbed.
You got robbed?
Yeah, I think he got robbed.
I didn't see it yet, but like the dude apparently was, man, did you see Beval's ex-wife?
No.
Wow, bro. Talk about petty.
Yeah, what'd she
Talk
say?
about petty. Yeah, I'll let you Google it.
Yeah.
I'll let
she
you
do
Google
something?
it.
Wow, did she
and
wear something like a beater bev?
Bro, she was just like basking in his failure. It's like, come on, sweetie, do you not know what
Yeah,
karma
because he
is?
made
Like,
probably like 7 figures on that fight.
she said
so.
he like messed with her kid, but he denies that. Anyway, we're
I
digressing.
don't think. Yeah, well,
Boxing
anyways,
sick. I love
boxing sick. We like that stuff. But he got robbed. He got absolutely
I gotta watch
robbed.
that.
Yeah, you got to watch that amazing, really good fight. So we got robbed there, guys. So yeah, other than that, we're gonna see if AMD can continue to the top side. We're still in QQQs. As you can see, we're starting to form some higher lows here. Confirming the secondary trend that can become something that's primary, guys. So we're going to look into this. If we decide to break VWAP and continue to the top side, I can see this thing start to curl. Yeah, everybody likes rounded bottoms, and I think that's what we're starting to form here. You can see we even, if we can pull up my chart here, yeah, we got a double bottom potentially here, right? So almost to the penny, and then we continue to the top side. So maybe we'll take another look at here on AMD because I would really like this asset to continue higher. And I mean, I got some time on the contracts, but you know what? It's theta, Sharif, and time is working against us when we buy directional calls. That's why I'm a credit spread trader, brother. That's why I'm a credit spread trader.
I love it, man. I love the energy today too, guys. All right, NUZE is not going my way, and there was a seller of note at 40, not exactly at 40, Fabian. You could kind of see we weaseled up above 40 a few times. 42s, I think we printed. We're coming right back down to a quarter, so it's going to either hold here or that's the end of the show for this one. So keeping my eye on that. SMCI is going, baby. Finally,
Let's go.
We take out 48s. I'm looking, well, I was looking for the $0.25. The reason I was looking for the $0.25 is because that's where the 20 exponential was. We just wicked the 20 exponential because that's now at 15s. We did weasel into 15s. Let's watch a little bit here. Let's see if it does, if it uses 48 as support. Let me just, give me a minute to let this one cook a little bit. We waited long enough for a 48 break. So this one's holding up at a $0.25 again. Let's see what comes from this one. I got short on the dead one Apple, and I got short over here at Wet My Beak. Why am I still in this position? I should have had a stop to take me out.
It says I'm short TQs, but I am not.
Yeah, okay, Fabian, I don't think his position is right.
That's all right, Fabian. I'll get out of that, and then I'll start a new one just because I punched before it was reading. So.
All right, so I'm gonna add into this one over here because I do like the resistance level into around 60, given what we did last time. So let's see if we can get filled. It's going down without us here. I'm trying to get more into Apple at the 50 exponential moving average, 232.50 or thereabouts. There we go. Now we have to place a stop to account for this latest ad over here. Now I just have to find where my Apple stop is. All right, so there we go. So 232, and we're gonna, we'll go over like that, 232, and then we'll go like this. There we go. All right, where are we short now? We're on 35s, okay? So let's wait down here for some fills on the dead one Apple. Now, of course, I don't think it's dead. All right, SMCI coming back to 48 now. So let's see, does it hold up at 48? Or does it hold up anywhere near 48? 47, mid-90s, 48, low single digits, whatever. Let's see what it gives us. If it gives it, that would be great. Apple, boom, fill again, boy. 20 pennies just like that off the top.
I need a storm machine because it's getting crazy over here.
Yeah, I'm happy with this trade, Joe. There we go. Let's see if the dead one Apple wants to break the volume weighted average price and weasel it's down into 232. It kind of put in not a rounded top. Sorry, that's incorrect. A bit of a 3-candle rejection right at this level over here. Didn't quite make it up into the 50 exponential last time. For whatever reason, I think that Apple's jiving with the 200 exponential on the 5. You're not going to see me use that often, but that's what that navy blue line on your chart or on your screen shows there on my chart, and that's why I added there. I gave it to the high of this candle over here, so if it breached that 60 penny area, I was gonzino. Now let's look for a 232, maybe touch and smash, or we'll see. We'll see what we get there, or we'll get stopped out. Simple as that. Printing 18s right now, I'll take it out at 232s. What's this annoying one saying? Yeah, NUZD is likely not going to go my way. I'm probably going to get flat bottom broken here because we've been defending $1.25 quite well. But look at the symphony of lower highs accompanying that 125 defend. If we don't start putting in higher lows, like if we keep hitting 125 and we don't have a higher low, like say 130, 133 on the successive trough, I'm going to take the loss on it, even if I didn't print. Wow. SMCI fully rejecting 48, coming back down into my entry. Decisions to be made here. I'm 7 pennies in the money after being well in the money on this one. I think this is rejecting, Joe, the 20 exponential. It's putting in a newer low now prior to the new candle, and that's my invitation. Get the hell out of there, and it's already going down some more. So that's the look. What are you looking at?
Hey, we're just here keeping our eyes on AMD, ready to pounce, hunting it like a tiger, just waiting for the opportunity to come to us, guys. So we're looking at AMD. I'll pull up my TQs chart. So we're just patiently waiting, like 50 cent in to get this one going here. So we'll wait. We're still in this here, so we'll see if we can take another leg higher here. Guys, we got some great questions in the chat, and this is what I absolutely love. Keep sending the options questions, because that means Sharif and I know that you guys are paying attention, are actually intrigued into what we're teaching. So from Zion Lala.
Oh, Zion,
Zion, yeah, so you must be a regular. So Zion, can you explain on rolling over and how in wheel strategy you don't lose money, the word out there? Well, that's not the case. But the thing is that it generates multiple forms of income, Zion, that the losses can be extremely mitigated. To say you can't lose on it is not necessarily true, but there's ways that you can mitigate the risks by utilizing the options. And by what I mean by rolling over is essentially, so say in the cash secured put example, we're selling puts at 45 on XLF. Here, let me pull it up here for you here too, so you get a better understanding. All right, we'll pull it up here. So, Zion, essentially what we're doing here is that we're just selling puts on XLF at around, say, 45. XLF, in this case, is continuing to trade higher. So instead of us owning the leg of stock, we are just collecting premiums. So say I sell these about 30 days out, and XLF continues to go higher. What I can do is I can close my short put, collect the premium that I've already received, and then I can just buy another put, say at like 46 or even 45 again, and start collecting premiums. That's just the term rolling the contract. So you're essentially just doing the same method, you're just rolling it either higher or keeping it stagnant, all right? That's just a simple term as when we say rolling a contract, is that you have the same method, the same methodology, and the same game plan. You're just rolling it to a higher or keeping it the same at the same strike price. So hopefully that answered your question, Zion, because that's it. It's a simple term, guys, and that's what it is. So as of right now, we're looking at TQs. I think we're consolidating a little bit. I do think we're going to take that second leg higher, which can be at any moment now, especially if some volume starts to step in. We do know that it is the lunchtime hours, so it's a little bit more of a grind. We have Netflix starting to crawl back a little bit too. Netflix just down about 1% or so on the day. So it's about $6 or $7, which is really good. And Sharif and I were talking. Did we say we would like this thing to split sometimes?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we would like this thing to split.
Absolutely.
So some people can get their hands involved in that. So that's a good one there. Guys, I'm still looking at the overall markets, seeing what the SPY is. The SPY is up about 0.3%, and the overall and the Qs are about 0.6%, guys. So we're nothing crazy. I mean, we had the gap up after in the semis from the TSM report, which is really good for the semis. There's a lot of structure. And then we had NVDA going for the all-time high push today as well, too, which is just nuts, man. It's just off the highs. And we had TSM making new highs. What do you got going on?
Taiwan semi is like my biggest, how do you say like fear of missing out, but in the past? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
like,
fun. Yeah.
You know, every time. Say that again? Faux mode.
Po mode.
Po mode?
Past of missing out, maybe?
Okay, I have no idea.
No,
no, but like, I mean.
Fear?
Yeah.
It's gone. It's in that past.
Faux mode.
Yeah, fear of missing out. Yeah.
Chilean Nightmare says faux mode. We're going to go with that. Nah, man. I mean, it's the worst kept secret, I think, in all the tech space.
Yeah,
Without this company, you know, there's probably not a whole lot that goes well around here because everything is technology around here, and they make most of the advanced chips, right? So Taiwan Semi, here we go, baby. Come on, Newsy. Let's go. I'm waiting for that fill, my boy. Give me that fill.
Big advocate. Big advocate.
There we go. We're going to take it. Oh, wow. There we go. We took the fill finally on Newsy. There we go. Now we're nicely in the money. Let's go for that $0.50, maybe. That 140 was the elusive target. Then we took out the sellers in the low to mid 40s. Let's see if we can take them out at 50s. There it goes again, baby. Now we're 25 pennies in the money on NUZ. He's going to halt up. It looks like it's going to halt up at $1.51 over here. Let's see if this is a false halt. Size getting taken out on the ask. We have about 10 seconds of this before we halt. Let's see. We're halted. Let's good. Good. Finally, patience pays. I'm happy with how I traded this, but hey, man, it could have went the other way. I did give it a bit of room on my stop. NUZE halted to the upside. Good look right now. The tap showing me 155. I'll keep you guys apprised of the theoretical auction price, the tap, which is basically an auction that takes place while the stock is halted. It's kind of like the imbalance before the market opens, or at 350. You often hear the Katina Man and Neil talking about that. They try to pair buy and sell orders while it's halted. So that's the look. We'll pack our patience to see what we're getting there. Like this one though. Happy with NUZE. Let's weasel our way back to Apple and see if it's defending 232. Yes, it is. So I took out my position at 232.05 on AAPL. I wasn't happy with how it was defending 232, nor was I happy with how the futures were looking for short. So I got the hell out of there. That's the look there. Now, this one, is this a bull flag? I'm talking about TVGN. You guys were yelling at me in the chat, be like, yo, you said you're going to get back in at $2. It's at $2. Why don't I see you in the position board and on it? I don't know. Things change, Joe.
Things change.
Things change. I don't like how this one is setting up. I think the money fill is a little south of 2. I'm willing to bet it's probably $1.85. Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. If there's big boy size right now at 2 and it's adding to it. There you go.
You pretty much top tick that there, too.
See that? I know. Well, yeah, almost.
We see it.
Almost, Joe. But the fact of the matter is, I think we might hold up here at 2. There was big size there coming in. And what I mean by that, guys, is I was watching the time and sales, not the time and sales, excuse me, the level 2 at $2. And look, here we go again. Let's see if I can explain this in real time. When we weasel into 2, I always keep an eye about if there is size coming in or getting taken out from the posted orders. Now we know a lot of these bad boys are icebergs, but we can also gauge what we see from the posted orders. And quite frankly, there we go. Now let's see. Do we take off from the orders or we add? Look, we're adding to this. Now we take off. So it's a bit of a zig and zag. You got to keep this. You got to keep your eye in real time about whether or not the size that's posted is going to get taken out, because you have to assume that if that big size at 2, at the whole dollar level, at that key resistance or support level gets taken out, there might be a vacuum between that $2 and wherever else a big order is posted. Could be $1.95, could be $1.90. Sometimes you can't really discern that on the level 2 because it doesn't show you the full picture. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I like the $2 hold, but it's just too much of a bamboozler for me. We'll pack our patience with this one and see what comes. Back to NUZE. Tap, guys, still $1.55. Keep you apprised when this one opens. I think it should open 11:52:37 because it halted 11:47:37. That's assuming, of course, it's a 5-minute halt. We note these volatility halts come in increments of 5, Joe.
Yeah, it's it. Hey, do you remember FANG?
Of course.
Of course, you remember FANG.
Now they're replaced by the Mag 7.
Yeah, the Mag 7, but I don't even know if it's Mag 7 anymore because Elon's not in there. It is, so.
I don't know, bro. I'm keeping Tesla in the Mag 7. I don't know how you feel about that.
Hey, I keep Elon in anything. Like,
yeah.
You have to be in the Mag 7 if you're one of the richest men on the planet, no? So, okay, anyways, guys, yeah, we're still over here in TQQs. It's starting to curl up a little bit. It could potentially make a new, I wouldn't say a new high because it's not there, but if we can break this pivot and continue to the north side, then we like it when the trajectory is northeast here, guys, in the stock market, because that's something that we really like. I had a really good question follow-up from Elon. Can we follow up on CrowdStrike? Most definitely, because I have a pretty swing position in this, and I'm looking for CrowdStrike. So it's nice that it is starting to cover here, sitting around $310. Sorry, guys. Sitting around $310, which is absolutely beautiful. So let's take a look from a daily perspective. And everybody knows that I'm looking to play this gap fill here. So we started building small, nothing crazy, and then we're going to look to size up once this asset enters the gap here, guys. So a little bit of a pullback. This thing's been strong, been on a trend that I definitely like to see. So a nice, good pullback here. Maybe I get some volume signatures so that we can see the genuity of the pullback on this here, and then hopefully we can continue to the top side and fill this gap, because that's about a 20-point gap there, guys, that we really like and that you can potentially take advantage of, guys. So yeah, Elon, good luck there on CrowdStrike. Thanks for letting me know that it's starting to move back to the top side, because that's absolutely something that I would like to see, guys. So
Seller at 60.
Seller at 60. Boom! Let's go. Boom goes the dynamite, and there goes the money storm. It's an absolute tornado, category 5, whatever you guys want to call it. These guys are on fire today.
It's gonna halt up again,
bro. It's gonna halt up. Oh my. So yeah, he's on the right side of the halt, and that's exactly what you want. He's in his zone right now. I mean, there's nothing more we can really say. Neil's, oh my God,
bro.
Yeah, Neil's having fun.
Neil's in it. He's having a good time. You're not in it? I thought you were excited. But
no, Neil's excited for him. That's a good friend. See, he's excited for him. That's a good guy.
Neil trades these. That's why,
so
right? He's up on all the time.
He's having fun. These guys are having fun. Hey, listen, I'm gonna have to join the party on these small cap gappers. We and Sharif and I were talking about just setting up scanners and some other things there. So we're gonna take a look into that, because I don't know, they're just having too much.
I'll set up that scanner for you. It's a sick one, and it's so customizable, Joe. Like I have 4 years of experience with this bad boy.
I mean, well, like what you were saying, you were feeling. Thanks for Greg for reminding us. Reality of missing out, Romo. That's the one you're looking for, no?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
So thanks, Greg, for that. I don't know, we were a little bit slow to the dance on that one.
Elon made me feel a little bit better. Elon in the chat, he's like Uncle Warren.
Uncle Warren.
Kind of got out of that a little too early as well. So if Uncle Warren's getting out of it, I shouldn't feel that bad about myself.
Didn't Kathy sell NVDA at the bottom? So if anybody,
I think she did, dude.
She did, dude. So she sold a big part of her NVDA at the bottom. So if anybody's feeling Romo, it's probably her. And now I am as well too, because Neil and Sharif are absolutely having a blast trading these things. So we're gonna look to get into that, guys. And we're just still here in the TQQ, Sharif. I think the market's slowly starting to grind higher. Netflix is recovering a little bit. That's something that I want to keep my eye on, because they do report in the evening. So I'll definitely keep my eye on that one. But as for now, we're just going to be cool, hold our horses, and pack our patience. Brother, what do you got going on? You're in the halt now.
Yeah, we're in the halt. Let's talk about what else is moving, Joe. ASPI, look, you're not going to see this move in the same type of way as NUZE. But look at this. This is a respectable trend. It's not giving you dollars. It's giving you 10, 15 pennies, every 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever the situation, depending on where you get it. But it's very respectful of the 10. And again, you always hear me say this, the deeper retracements seem to come into the 20 or thereabouts, the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So always, somebody was asking in the chat earlier, so let me just remind you guys what the lines on my chart means. The green is the 10 EMA, the yellow is the 20, the white is the volume weighted average price, the red is the 50, and they're all exponential. None of them are simple. And the dark blue, navy blue, I think you guys can see that, is a 200. Nary do I use that intraday. That's typically for, a 4-hour look, a daily look, a weekly look, but I keep it on nonetheless, because sometimes I flip between timelines on these charts. So ASPI, fantastic look on the day, but not that big mover. TVGN, you guys already know about that. We don't need to wax poetic about that. FOLD, look, it's a boring one, kind of, but it's setting up for that trade. We always talk about that VWAP hold high of day break. It is a small cap gapper or small cap gapper like stock that has that big boy movement like you see here, this flagpole on the way upwards, directional, and then it consolidates. It doesn't give back though the profits. It just kind of does this sideways move ideally above the volume weighted average price. Not a hard and fast rule. It can zig and zag a little bit between above and below VWAP, but for the most part, it should be straddling VWAP. The idea here is to build up your position in this name during the illiquid time of the day, which is now at or near VWAP, with the anticipation that it will test or break the high of the day. Case in point, let me show him, Fabian. 1167 right now is where the volume weighted average price is at. So let's just say theoretically, I'm building up my position at 67. You know, every time it dips in, 70, 65, whatever, I'm buying it. The idea is that 2 o'clock, 2:15, whenever the more liquid time of the day comes in, we weasel our way up to knock on the door of 12. And sometimes, I don't know exactly what the percentage is, sometimes we breach 12. That's the point of this type of trade. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, Joe. So we always try to put the odds in our favor.
Yeah, that's it, brothers. That's essentially the name of the game, right?
Yep.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And that was you swing big, you miss big sometimes, guys. And that's essentially what happened to your boy this morning. But that's okay. Hey, live and learn.
Let's talk about this one real quick here because we're still caught in the halt on NUZE. This halted 11:53.10. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it will be 11:58.10. That's in 15 seconds from now. The tap currently $1.81. We're halted at $1.72. Well, it's flipping between $1.80 and $1.81. You'll see that right here on my screen. I know it's tough to see. $1.83 now. There it goes, Joe.
Oh,
and there's $2, and then we're just done the trade. We didn't get $2. We got $1.91, but I wasn't going to sit there and watch it come back. Happy with this trade. Let's see what it does. Does it want to come back in and maybe test that $1.50? We know for certain that $1.50 was an area of resistance that we couldn't break through initially. So I'll be all eyes and ears. Good look right now on NUZE, but topping tail candle coming in right now, my man.
Ooh, yeah, good stuff there from Sharif, man. It's always good. And just to add on to what Sharif's doing, when things are starting to halt, you want to be on the right side of the halt, as obvious as that may sound. You don't want to be shorting something that continuously halts to the top side, guys. And tap is just theoretical auction price. That thanks to Jose, I had to ask him that actually the other day. I was like, what is that?
Jose.
Yeah, Jose.
Yeah, I was talking to Jose when I was chatting with the OB. He is the one, Canob. And he's like, bro, you don't want to get into SMCI. They got a hit piece on him. I'm like, I know about the hit piece. And I know about the Department of Justice investigation. Lots of trouble right now in SMCI world. We'll see if they can get out of it. I think, though...
Already? Wow.
Yeah, we're about to get some Neilage, guys. Get ready for Neil's lesson of the day. Take it over, Neil.
Thank you very much there, Sharif. Lesson of the day is relocate your headquarters to Florida, and you too can go up 400% like NUZE. Oh, no, that's, I kind of try, I like to make a little bit of a joke out of it sometimes, but no, obviously that's not going to be the lesson of the day because that's not going to be a normal thing to happen. However, sometimes it's just as simple as, heck, it happened yesterday, let's just try it again today. So a lot of times we always talk about history repeating itself, and if you see a pattern of action, why not just try to see if you can't do the same thing that would have worked the day before. Now, obviously, I was actually off yesterday, so the only thing I can do is maybe look at the charts. I can't see the levels. I can look at what happened at key price levels, what were key price levels. And without any other kind of a read, sometimes you can just find some obvious things in the chart. Now, first off, you want to find something where there was a distinct move and then you were trading at those same levels. So here's Meta. Yesterday, Meta was down. $10 move from open to the bottom. At the open, 584, and then you see the trend to the downside. So first step is, okay, well, is it at that level or close to those levels that were key before? Yeah, it's trading, gapping back up, looking for a retest of 584. Now, I'm not suggesting just go ahead and right away short of 584. However, once it does reject the 584 and you see it come back in on weakness, well, what happened the day before? Right in here, just after the open, it bounced, tried to retake a 580 area and failed, and then trended lower. So then what happens today? It fails your 584, there's your rejection of 580, and there is your flush pretty much into, not quite into the low of the day, but close enough that I dare say you shouldn't lose that short trade. If you find a way to lose it, you probably got to have some more aggressive profit takes. But the idea is you knew where you were looking, 584, so confirmed strength if it could have held above. It didn't. It rejects underneath, and the continuation short was right around here at 580. It does pretty much the same thing, only a little bit more weak. Why? Because it did it the day before. Everyone's going to try it. So a lot of times, you don't have to have some overly complex plan of action. If you like the stock, hone in on the key price level and then work back into what worked before. And now there's another example of it here with Alphabet. Not exactly the same thing, but it's adjacent. And I think pretty instructive in terms of how you can not have it be so obvious on Meta. Not as obvious as it was on Meta here on Alphabet. Now, on Alphabet, you did have a key price level just above the just underneath the 166. That was yesterday's high, pre-market highs as well. You had resistance on Tuesday right around that same price. So you had some resistance on a stock which had clearly for 2 days in a row been trend down. So what are you looking for? What does it do off of that level? Show strength at the open? Answer no. Now this is not as simple as, oh, but it flushed off that level so you shorted underneath. In this particular case, okay, well, now you know you like the short, but where do you enter a position? So there's it showing you the rejection off your key level. Where would you enter it? Well, the other place that you can always look, I always talk about closing prices being more important than opening ones. Let's zoom back in here. So there's your consolidation underneath the closing price. So it fails your 166. You don't have any obvious entry points like you did on Meta, but then it tests, trying to go back into green territory. There is your one bounce. It fails to go green, consolidates under, and then another drop into the downside. So again, you're just following the pattern of it rejected a previous level the day before. If it rejects it today, I'm looking for a short entry and then try to see if you can't recreate that move. In this particular case, it goes underneath the low, although I would be targeting the previous day low. It goes underneath, you get even more than you bargained for. So a couple of opportunities there, and I'll leave you with one last one because this reversal, this one I love because of the reversal, and it's Amazon. I'm going to go to a 15-minute just so you can see a little bit better here on Amazon, because you go all the way back. Support, 188.5. Resistance, 188.5. Resistance. At the open, rejection of that short, pretty much the same plans as before. It goes underneath resistance, doesn't quite make it to the bottom. So it does set up the short, maybe not as well as it did on Meta and Alphabet, but it set it up. However, the thing that's different here is what happens when it breaks back out above your entry area on that short. Because remember, you're not getting it here. You're anticipating, okay, when it goes into that level, we know is where it like to sell off. Does it? Yes. Look for a continuation short. Well, when it breaks that one out, look how strong it is on Amazon. That's the key. On volume, on super strength. If I have to look for one of these to be a long this afternoon, it should be obvious that it would be Amazon because you are now through that 188.5. You're coming right back into that zone. You never made it to the bottom or anywhere near to it. You have higher lows off of that resistance level, which makes it a little bit more bullish than the other two. So now you've identified, hey, you've got a key price level on a couple stocks just by looking at what it did yesterday. You got some short entries off the open that you can be patient for, enjoying the trend for a nice little scalp down into the lows of the day. And then you're able to identify which one couldn't make it to the prior day bottom, which is all you're looking at. Held green, super strong off of that. Now I'd be looking for long entries on Amazon. Now, where would I like a dip buy on Amazon? I don't know. Close price, opening range resistance, 187.80. Yeah, that's about right. So again, just go right back into previous levels. If it does pull back, I'd be looking for bounce here. If it can bounce here, bullish. If it can't, don't have to take the trade. So a lot of times we're out there looking for a daily chart, 15. I do the same thing. What's the key price level, support and resistance? Every now and then, check out what happened yesterday. If there was a distinct move that gave you an obvious level and you're trading near it, look to see if it confirms the move from yesterday. Find that entry point with that trend, and then just use yesterday's key levels as your guide. It also gives you the opportunity to find extra strength on a reversal like Amazon did relative to Google and Meta in those examples. So there's your lesson of the day. Not that hard to just look at yesterday's trade action to find some opportunities.
very much. Neil, informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. You want that Neilage? Join us every day around noon. All right, Joe, there was stuff happening here while Neil was doing the lesson of the day. Let's talk about TVGN super quick, one of the small cap gappers, Fabian, that we've been yapping about. Bit of a, let's just say a bit of a retracement now, coming back into that 10. So this one really got going. It held 2. I didn't trade this one the right way because I should have added that 2 and I didn't. It held 2 and it got to 247, coming back down, just touched the 10 exponential. And the 10 exponential here is not just a random area. It also is kind of shadowing this area top. So not the wicks, obviously, but the closing prints around 215, 216 on TVGN. Great breakout, great continuation. The range per candle, though, still a problem. Still very rangy on an inch or per 5-minute candle. Let's just say range per 5-minute candle. That's the standard we'll use. So we'll see if this one wants to tighten up. Currently not tightening up though, but great look. NUZE halted down. Now it's halted back up. Halted, I believe, at $1.70. Now it's halted back up at $1.94. The bamboozlement is fast and furious, guys. That's the way these guys work. You got to be ready for them. So I'm going to be looking right now at TVGN as the other small cap gapper, but this one, NUZE, if it wants to break and take 2, we'll get back in and we'll use $2 as a level of support like we did on TVGN, if it sets up that way. So this one, TVGN, look at this, curling, beautiful bottom, like not bottoming tail. It's not big enough wick, but it's curling off that, quick touch at 2, whatever, 11 or 12. Now it's 10 pennies above that. Looking to go back up 113%. How many triple-digit winners do we have today? 1, 2, 3, 3, and then we have NIXX at 90 some odd. So we'll call it an honorary triple-digit winner. But good look right now, Joe. TVGN. Obviously, you had interesting take 2 on the future with respect to those double bottoms.
Yeah. It was
and
really
that's
good.
not just on the future too.
No, it's all around in the market. You pointed out Meta as well too on the double bottom. So it looks like some of these heavy techs have put a bottom in, which is really good. Which is really good for the overall market. We got the Qs up about 0.75% there, and then we're still sitting around just under about 0.4% on the SPY, guys. But we have some really great questions in the chat. You know I'm a big questions guy.
Hey.
Love it when people are asking questions. So Pedro Khan, Joe, I see you were short on the TQQs. Do you like TQQs better than SQQQ? If so, can you please explain your thinking? Don't know much about the TQs. All right, yeah, great question. So I was actually long. There was just a little mishap on the leaderboard, on the positions board there, which is fine, but I was long. And why did I choose to trade TQQs opposed to just flat out the Qs? Well, because it's a 3x levered derivative, right? So it's a lot cheaper, but also 1 percentage point move in the Qs is equal to 3 on the TQQs. So it allows you to leverage your capital significantly more. SQQs is just an inverse to ETF. So when the Qs are going higher, SQQ will go down, and the same thing. Qs go up 1%, SQQ goes down 3%. So that's why people use leverage derivatives. So there's like TSLL for Tesla, there's NVDL for NVIDIA, and there's other, I think you showed me when the Coin Square one the other day, CONL. So there's a bunch of leverage products that allows you to leverage your capital, but own these assets at a discounted price, but give you a bit of that boosted returns. Like, so you can find them at a 1 to 2 leveraged, 1 to 3 leverage, and I don't think I've seen anything much higher than 1 to 3, all right? So hopefully, Pedro, that answered your question. Great question, and I am no longer in the Qs. Guys, if we can pull up my chart, you can see that I am all out here. I didn't quite catch the top like I wanted to, but we were in here from around 74.01 or 74.10, sorry, added up here, and then we just took profits as we continued to move to the top side. Sharif and I were talking not too long ago about AMD, and I just want to point out, guys, the sentiment with this stock is not strong, and I continue to try and trade a stock where the overall sentiment is a slightly weaker. Can it rebound? Absolutely, and I expect it to do. expect it to do so. But as of right now, stop trying to fight, and this is me talking to myself, stop trying to make something happen that may necessarily not. So don't fight something that is a little weaker, like kind of like how sentiment is looming around Tesla with the We Robot conference and everything. The market was like, okay, this is all great stuff, but everything is extremely vague. And in AMD's case, they had the MI350 chip, and the street overall was like, I don't know what's going on with this. It seems a little bit like you are a couple steps behind the leader in this one. So guys, that's one thing. That's my look on AMD. And then I have another question from Chris. Chris, I'm gonna keep answering your questions because they're fantastic and I know you're paying attention. If you wanted TVGN at $2, why wouldn't you sell a CSP at $2? Take the premium as well as the position. I'm thinking I may never buy a stock outright again. Just use the put. No, okay, well that's not really how it works. Unfortunately, you can't do both. Well, you can, but there's no point because then essentially you're just synthetically long twice and you don't want to. And Chris, keep in mind, not all stocks are optionable, right? So something that is extremely small cap like that, it's going to be really hard to find. I don't even know if it's on the options chain. I'll take a look for you maybe, but and $2, you'd be working in fractions there, and the options market doesn't like that. So the key is to find stocks that are optionable, and in my opinion, I don't think TVGN will be optionable, especially at $2 price, right? Because for $2, it's like 0.002 on the options chain, so it's not much there, 0.02 on the options chain. So hopefully that answered your questions, guys. Keep sending them in there. I know they're in there. I can't see, so just make sure. Okay, yeah, so perfect. That answered your question, Pedro. I'd love to see that. So guys, I'm out of AMD here. It's not doing what I want it to do. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to put this thing to the side. I'm no longer going to trade AMD because the overall sentiment of that stock is not where I want it to lie. So there's no point in me trying to fight it. We had a good trade here on the TQs, so we're going to look to continue in what's strong. And what can be potentially strong is Netflix. And I'm going to say this a couple times today. It may sound like a broken record, but they report today. And I want to stick to those stocks. TSM reported today, so we want to stick to those stocks. Maybe we get those later afternoon buy programs coming in, and then we can continue to the top side. But guys, be wary that Netflix will probably move the market. What do you think, Sharif? You think Netflix on that report is going to move?
It's going to be interesting, dude.
I think so.
Let's find out. Why even guess? You're an options guy. Let's get a market chameleon.
Yeah, let's get some expected moves on that one.
Exactly. Read my mind.
On there, guys. We're gonna pull up some expected moves and see what the options market is pricing in. And when we say expected move, that's just a percentage on which the asset can fluctuate to the top side and to the downside. And that's what straddle guys really look into.
Bang. Yeah. And here we go, guys. If I can show this, Fabian, Netflix reporting today. Obviously, the call, in case that's always important. 445, so we'll probably get the drop at 4, 405, 410, 415. It's always increments of 5 with earnings. And then the call starts at 145. Previous move dropped 1.5%. This time, though, the expected move plus or minus 7.5%. This thing's been a rocket ship, Joe.
Absolutely.
It touched 730 the other day. I know it's below 7 now, 695. That's okay.
Absolutely.
Options volume as well, Joe. Big boy, definitely not up there with Taiwan Semi with 606,000 different trading, I guess, contracts. That is 84. 4 right now for NFLX. So I'm very excited to see what this one does. Super important company. You know, you talked about it. It used to be part of FANG, or when FANG was a thing, and now it's kind of a different situation. But I think it's still a really good look. Very excited to see what this one does. Want to update you guys on a couple of things. NUZE halted above $2, 203. Look, guys, if this is going to become a halt fest with NUZE, I want no smoke because I don't like trading the multiple halters. It's hard to manage risk, and there's trouble with liquidity because it doesn't stay open for that long, so it becomes a whole thing. If it wants to halt every once in a while, fantastic, but if we're going to get caught in multiple halts, no thank you. Now, the one that I'm watching and the one that didn't fill me, and I'm a little irritated by it, is this one that dipped in the 17s. ASPI gave you guys this one earlier as not a very volatile name, but a predictable little pattern. Oops, let's talk about that. Wrong screen over there. There we go. So ASPI makes new high a day, bit of a double top, 445, yada, yada, yada. It comes in to that 20 exponential, and now it's holding. It did wick below it, just like it did this last time. So I put my 415. I was taking a shot in the dark. I don't know where it's going to hold up. It held up at 416. So a little frustrating, and now it's back up into the 430 area. Would have liked to be able to play this one. ASPI, 22.5%. Here are the details on ASPI. Let me give it to you. $286 million market cap, so not a small cap gapper, but it's traded about 3.4 million shares on the day, and the float is about 28 million shares, so not, huge or anything. Let's find out what the short float is, Fabian. We got a decent short float here. Okay, ASPI has got 23.25% of whatever amount of shares that are outstanding. Trade idea says 41.18. My program says 27.9. Whatever. It's got a higher short float off which we can try to base some trades. It didn't fill me, but that doesn't mean that I can't get back in on this one. It's still putting in higher lows, guys. That's a fact of the matter. If you're using these candles here as your area troughs, well, you don't have to be a chartered market technician to see that this area trough is higher than this one. So we'll look to play the the trend if it continues to provide us with just that. Fold is still doing that same thing. So I'm going to start putting out some orders here at VWAP on FOLD. Great look. NUZ still halted. Nothing to write about. Oh, there it is. Opened again. And now it's zigging and zagging. 217 HOD. Let's load it up on the trading screen. And shout out to Nimit. He's been trading this bad boy. Now it looks like it's going to down halt at $2 if it does halt. We'll see if this ends up being a false halt. All sorts of greenery coming in here as you cannot add to the sell on this one, as now it's going to halt, and there it is, halted at $2 again. I told you guys, look, if it's going to do this over and over and over, I don't want any participation with this one. Now let's go to some small cap gappers because I'm seeing some. Let's go to the Mag 7 because I'm seeing some weakness now coming on the future and on some of these large caps. Let's talk about this. This is what Joe was saying about the double bottom on Meta. Look at this double bottom, bro. I mean, you don't usually get this clean of a double bottom on a $500-$600 name. Today you did. And then if you didn't get this double bottom over here, you could have got the neckline break through that 578 3/4, 579. What do I mean by that? Well, you remember that lesson we did on double bottoms? We always talked about where to get in, how to get out, where to place your stops, where to place the beak wetters, yada, yada, yada. One of the areas we told you of where to get in is to confirm that this is in fact a double bottom. Well, how do you confirm that? You wait for the neckline break. What's the neckline? The middle part of the W. So this is obvious W, that's why we call it a double bottom. And this over here is, you can call it the neckline of the double bottom. So that would have taken you up into 578 3/4, or if you want to be a bit more conservative, 579. And then you would have printed well, because this weaseled up to 182 1/4, 182 and change. So good look right now. Now, what I was going to talk about was we got I don't want to say a rejection on the future, but we couldn't take 20,500 that decisively. And we put in a 4-candle red pattern on the 5-minute look. Bless you, Neil. We are coming into areas of support, though, namely the 10 exponential on the 5 on the NQ, as well as this area consolidation top at 20,475. Let's see if we hold up here. I didn't want to jump into a short quickly on Meta only to be $2 out of the money, nor did I want to do it on Amazon because I saw the same deal on Amazon. Like these were interesting areas here into the high 188s. That's the IB high, the implied balance high. Shout out to Dan the Dang Man Emmons. 188.75. We worked up a little bit higher than that. And we know the double tops they don't have to be the same level. 188.95. So I saw this 3 red candle pattern and I start salivating like I'm going to short Amazon, man. Mm-hmm. And well, look at this green candle. Made me rethink that right away. So I don't feel I've got quite a great read on the future right now, especially that we're at that 500-point area, a little bit below, a little bit above. I'd like this, to decide what it wants to be, and then we'll weasel into a trade here. But if I had to choose, I feel like there is a bit of a more bullish tint or sentiment to the afternoon. Like, look at this. Let's just, let's look at a couple of Mag 7 names. Apple, higher low, higher low, higher low. It's not great, but it's putting in higher lows. Look at Tesla. It's not the best either, but it's curling every successive trough higher than its predecessor, looking to possibly take out that 220.50. where we've been rejecting literally since we gave it up at 9:30.
I like that. You know what? You know what I like there, Sharif, is that price seems to be compressing there on the Tesla chart, and I told myself I was not going to look at Tesla today, but I'm absolutely going to now after you showed me that. So what Sharif just showed you guys there is we're starting to see a little bit of price compression. Sorry, I'll pull it up for you guys here. And then we'll go back to Sharif, but I just want to point out that that price compression there, and that's something that I'm looking at right now that can potentially lead if the volume steps in, and we can break out there, brother.
Absolutely, man, and I like that look as well. Tesla's a fantastic look. Let's wax poetic about the afternoon rundown. So we got the big kahunas in the house. Neil and Sean. Sean's at the gym right now. Neil's trading. But they're going to be on. They're going to do it big during the afternoon rundown. And it is nothing. That segment is nothing without you guys. Get into the chat right now if you haven't already and vote for your favorite ticker or the ones that you want Neil and Sean to analyze. If they traded it, they'll tell you how and why. If they didn't, they'll tell you how they would have or why they didn't. So get into that chat and let's see what people are talking about over here because we already have people voting. And I want to kind of call them out. Vicky Novak wants to talk about ASML. Surprise there. Tanked, I don't know how many percentage points over the last couple of days. Get into the chat, Vic, and vote for it. Profit Monster wants to talk about Donald John Trump. DJT. Kenny.
Where's Savannah Woody? Where's
right?
Savannah?
Get into the chat. Vote for DJT. Manohar wants to talk about NUZ. I'll talk about that all day. Get into the chat, Manohar, and vote for NUZ. Bbot 5000 already put in his vote. He's voted for Baidu. And we saw what Chris Bretchery had to say yesterday about Baidu. If you didn't, you might want to go back and listen to that on the afternoon or the market recap show. He had some interesting stuff to say about Baidu. Nimit. NTBL, he wants me to look at that. Vote for it, Nimit, or vote for NUZE, because I know you were trading up a storm there as well. Shout out to everybody who voted. Let's see what else people voted for over here. Let's just scroll up and find out. TNXP, says Rob EV. It's at the high of day. Get into the chat, Rob. Have a look at TNX, or vote for TNXP, and I'll have a look at it for you, because you said it's at the high of day, and you don't have to ask me twice, my man. All right, so we're going to take off SMCI TNXP. Let's have a look at this bad boy. And it's going to take a minute to load. I don't know why. Here we go. Oh, good look. So 17 penny stock. That's why I don't have eyes on this one. All right. This is interesting. This is interesting, Rob, because if it breaks and takes 19, I'm in. Because then we can use 19 as a level of support because it's certainly resistance. How many rejections do we need at 19 pennies to see that? Once, twice, and yes, OB thrice right at the open there. At the 930 top, that is the IB high technically. We're working our way there. Look, you can take a short off it, but I'm not into shorting these small cap gappers north of the volume weighted average price. I'd rather short them below. So I'd rather get a break and take of 19 pennies than use it as support, Joe. So that's what I'm looking at there.
Yeah, no, that's great stuff there. And Sharif, you really intrigued me when you pulled up Tesla today, and I wasn't really going to look at this stock because we had the semis absolutely buzzing earlier in the session with the TSM report and the raised outlook, the full year outlook as well too. So those are things that you want to keep an eye on. And we know that with the sentiment in Tesla right now, we've been selling a little bit now. I'm not too sure, we can look at it later how far we are off the highs, but I mean, again, we're looking to see if any volume can step in here. And one thing that I really like about this trade is that we have a definitive out, guys. So when you're prices starting to compress like this, now you know that when it breaks to either side, that there's probably going to be a definitive move. Maybe will there be a fake out? Never underestimate that. There's always the potential of that. But when you start getting things like, when you start seeing price compress like this, then that's something that's intriguing me, especially as we continue to make higher lows, right? So that's something that you want to look. We have a definitive base here around 219.5s. And if it breaks VWAP and goes to the downside, that means that price can potentially break to that side as well too, guys. So if you see volume step in at any point, then just be wary of that. But before we talk anything else, guys, I think we should dive a little bit more into the lesson of the day.
Can we just shout out the super chat there for you?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
KB coming in hot with $5, baby. And look at this. Need an animation button of Joe slowly saying, money.
Yeah, that's Katina's, man.
Yeah, but you have your own twist on it.
Yeah, that's
There you go.
That's his, guys. Can't steal that one, but I would like that one. I need a twister now. Maybe we'll talk to Fabian. I'll get a twister for the money storm, and then I can get the money from Katina Man.
Oh, so we got Andre on the ones and twos.
Oh, it's Andre. Oh, Andre. Okay, maybe we can get him to whip us up something back there. But no, good stuff there, guys. Let's get back to business and start talking about. Pardon me?
NVIDIA VWAP.
So there you go. So as you guys can see that not now, but my Tesla trade is not looking too good because the market is looking to go to this south side, southeast, guys. So let's get back into the lesson here. We're going to talk more options wheel. We already know that what the three components of the options wheel are. If you're going to do the poor man's options wheel, you can use a leap. So that's a long-term anticipation equity position using calls on that one. And then you can also buy long legs of stock, guys. So then we know our steps. We're going to do our due diligence on the assets. Then we're going to start selling covered cash secured puts. And then once we own them, we are now outright owners of that stock. And then now we're going to start selling calls against those positions so that we can just amplify the returns on the position, guys. So those are the three components, and those are the steps that we're looking at so far, all right? So moving forward, once you get a sign from selling out the money cover calls, you now profit from the difference between your average stock price lag and the short call strike price. So this is why a lot of traders like this strategy, is because there's constant cash flow coming in. So when we sell the cash secured puts, if we don't get a sign, we're collecting premiums on that. Then the also benefit from that is if you do get assigned on the cash secured puts, you now own the stock that you want at a price that you want. That is really, really key instead of just buying on market, all right? So this is why you can generate continuous profits. So once we're assigned, then we get to profit from the average price to the out the money strike price, right? So whatever that may be. All right, so you are now liquid after you get assigned on the covered calls, right? Because you had the shares and then you got called on the short puts. So those offset each other, and then you are now cash liquid again, all right? So you are now liquid and hold cash. You repeat the same process on the underlying asset, or you continue to do your research and select another stock, all right? So let's take a visual at what the options wheel actually looks like, okay? So this is where we're starting. This is where we start off, and we're doing our due diligence. We're rolling through all our equities. We're finding stocks and price ranges that we like and that we would like to potentially own, right? So say now with the XLF example, we see that we want to own some XLF at 45. We start selling out the money cash secured puts on XLF at $45 using the 45 strike price, all right? So now this comes to a question. Does the cash secured put expire worthless, or does it expire in the money? Now, if it expires worthless, which that means you received a premium, theta now dwindled that premium or the value of the contract because it is only extrinsically valuable, right? Go back to our other lessons. Extrinsic value is time value. So when it runs out of time value, you get to keep all of that money, okay? So hopefully this is making sense, guys. Be sure to put your questions in the chat, and we're gonna go through this even more, all right? So the cash secured put does not expire worthless, right? So this is everything then what I was going to. You are now assigned those shares. So CSP is in the money, shares are assigned. Now your broker will automatically you'll wake up the next day or that day with 100 shares of XLF in your account, okay? So once you have the XLF, you're a proud owner now. You get a piece of JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, all the best banks in the world. You own them now, so congratulations to you. But guess what? You also get to make more money on the position, all right? And what are we gonna do? We now own these shares at $45 a piece. We're gonna start selling covered calls at $50. And we're gonna sell them 20 to 60 days out because we, in the near term, do not think that XLF, sorry guys, I just had to get out of my Tesla trade. It wasn't working there. We now think that XLF is not going to trade above $50 in the next 20 to 60 days, okay? So what happens when we do that? Do they expire? Does it expire worthless? We're kind of just repeating the process. Yes. So then we do it again, and then we collect more money while we're waiting for our stock leg to appreciate, okay? So it expires in the money. Now our long leg of stock is called away at $50, right? So we have an average price of 45. They now get called away at $50. So if you just had one contract, that's $500 in profit alone just from getting assigned, right? So even if you didn't want to own XLF anymore, you could just drop that strike price, Sharif, down to about like $49, right? So you can get paid to get rid of stock as well, guys. So hopefully this is sticking with you guys. If you have any questions, it may seem a little complicated, but I'm gonna do my best to simplify things and put everything in layman's terms, all right? So those covered calls, the covered call gets assigned in the money. You then sell your shares, and then you are now back to 100% cash, and then you start the process all over again, okay? So you could do the same thing over and over again. Okay, I still like XLF. It's continuing to trade higher because we got assigned on our calls. So maybe we will look to own this asset at $47. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna sell out the money cash secured puts because XLF is trading at 50, but we wanna own them at 47, and then we complete the process, and that's exactly what the options wheel is, guys, all right? So hopefully that is somewhat comprehensive. You guys can take in a little bit of that information and see like, hey, is this for me or is it not? And like we were talking before, there was a guy when Sharif and I went to the Money Show, he liked to do this on a weekly basis. And I think he was doing it on Macy's or something. He was doing it on Macy's, yes. So, which is a little bit more difficult, but there's ways, if you want to speed up the process, just get formative and comfortable with doing it from 20 to 60 days out. Own the stock for a month or so and see where it goes from there. And then you can kind of crunch that timeline and become more profitable, because that's exactly what I did with credit spreads, guys.
I love this chart too, by the way.
Yeah. And it keeps it extremely simple. Well, hopefully, but once you understand it, it's easy, it's directional. You either go here or you're back at there, you start over. So that's why it's called the wheel, guys, and that's why it's a continuous rotating trade that you can continuously do, all right? So we'll go a little bit more in before we get back into the market, because Tesla is absolutely tanking and the overall market is down, bro. Everything is moving down. So you know what? Maybe we'll take a break. We'll see what the boys are into, and then we'll get into stock selection, fundamentals, and stuff like that. So guys, make sure you put your questions in the chat. That might be a lot to take in right now. So any questions you have on it, please let me know, and I'm going to do my best to answer. But what do you got going on there, brother?
I'm looking at the future right now, Joe, because everything's dropping down. Amazon looking double top-ish here. He is the one. Kanob was telling me about the reversion on this bad boy. And I'm looking at Meta. Call me crazy, but this area...
He does. Yeah, he's been doing that.
Yeah, I did ask for it. You're accurate on that, but he takes me up on the offer every time. I love the Chilean nightmare, man. He's doing the absolute most in a sick way. Look, Meta has this kind of inverted S look that I've talked about before, and what do I mean by that? Sorry, not inverted. Excuse me, sideways, in the sense that the middle area here, the neckline of the double top, could be the area that we come back and test as an area of support. It doesn't have to be on an exact penny or dollar basis. It's a general area. And what do I mean by that? Like, look, so this area over here at 579, generally that is the neckline in the double top. Well, look where this hammer candle just found support. 579 popped back into 5. Well, it looks like it's going to go into 580 now. I don't need to be first. If it's going to hold up at that area, I can get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. Basically, let it throw a couple of green candles your way to prove that, yes, this is a support level, and get in. By definition, you're going to miss the best possible entry, but you secure a bit of a safer position. At least that's how I see it. So it's also not just that neckline area. It happens to be the volume-weighted average price, which is obviously important for these large caps. So I'm keeping my eye on Meta for a possible bounce here. Now, the future kind of a similar look to Meta. Not the exact look, but similar. Double bottom, kind of at this 20,300 and 2/3. And then look, we break above 20,005, come right back down, find support at VWAP and that neckline area for the double bottom. So this is interesting. I'd like to see if we hold up here. If we do, we get an excellent entry for a long, but that doesn't mean we hold up, right? One candle isn't the end all and be all. So I'm on the lookout here for a possible pop-up long on the future. Now, the trade that I missed, that I had eyes on, that I wanted to execute on and didn't was Microsoft VWAP. I saw this for a hot minute and I said, look, man, there is somebody selling up a storm at VWAP on Microsoft because you had a 5-candle hookup with VWAP and Microsoft on the 5-minute chart, and you only had 1 candle breach VWAP, 1, and it didn't close below it. And then look what it did after that. Surprise, surprise, it put in a 5-6 candle red pattern right now. So I missed that trade. I'll do better next time. It's not like I didn't have eyes on it. I just didn't want to execute because I was looking at the small cap gappers. All right, so good look there. I'm keeping my eye on Meta. If Meta's going to hold up here and the future's going to hold up here, I'm punching long. It's a good look right now in a technical sense. Obviously, percentage-wise, we're a mixed bag. Some Mag 7 names are green, some are red. The king of them all today on the day, 2.6% NVDA, but still trading south of that 240. Second best on the day, AMZN, I'm up 2/3. Third best, META, followed by Microsoft, and then Apple, and then Google and Tesla are red on the day. So interesting look here. Meta still holding up. I'm watching this one intently, guys, in a bit of a hammer candle here. Now, what you could do, and look, I got bamboozled on Meta twice on Monday, and I had a really good VWAP retracement trade. Not too dissimilar from this one we're looking at right here. But I got bamboozled out of it twice because my stop was just too close, and it's a $600 name. So I need to account for that. So I'm going to look to execute a little bit better this time on META if it wants to hold up here, Joe. It's trying to knock on the door of 580.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff, Sharif. We got a couple of comments and questions in the chat that I love to answer.
Sure.
So one of them was, what if the stock drops more after you're assigned and the out-the-money calls give no premium at your cost? The at your cost, I'm not too sure about that part. But see, that's the point of the trade, I think, Chris. So when you get assigned on those after your cash secured puts get assigned, you want to also trade vehicles where you're going to collect something. And the chances are, like using XLF, even if you sell the covered calls 20 to 60 days out, you're still going to collect something, all right? So what that does, Chris, is that say you get assigned on the cash secured puts and the asset continues to move to the south side, that's why you can sell covered calls and then mitigate that downside risk as well too, all right? So that's why you sell that calls out the money. You're not going to collect as much as I said before, as the stock appreciating, but what you're doing is you're now protecting your downside risk, right? So you're capping those losses until the asset starts to moving in your favor, and then once it does, you can start rolling those covered calls a little bit higher. And then Gladys WJ says, Joe, please speak to early assignment on CSPs, for they are a real issue to take into account. I mean, they absolutely are, but the intention, Gladys, is that you want to get assigned on those CSPs. So if you sell 20 to 60 days out, and then by day 10 or 15, you're getting assigned, okay, that's totally fine, and that's something that you want. Yeah, you don't collect the premium, but just realize that the appreciation of the stock leg is going to always outweigh whatever premium you're going to collect, all right? That's just how the game goes. So the intention is to get assigned. Yeah, you may not collect anything on the initial cash secured put that you sell or the premium, but that's okay because at the end of the day, you want to own the stock, right? So the premiums will always be dwarfed by what the appreciation of the stock can do. So those are two really good questions, guys. Really good stuff. Hi, Joseph. What if I'm able to only buy options, more so naked options? What are the possible strategies that can benefit my trade? I mean, if you can afford to sell naked options, then you have a lot of leeway room in your account because most brokers won't allow you to sell naked unless you have the cash in your account, right? So they will not allow you to. So that's another reason why I'll do credit spreads, is so I'm not selling naked calls or puts, because at some point I remember I was selling like 10, 12 contracts of Qs and SPY, which amounts to about 1,200 shares, which is not small, right? So you need I don't have the cash for 1,200 shares of SPY or the Qs, right? So you can still use options, and we said that as in a poor man's covered call, is you can buy a leap, which is just an option that expires a year or two out, and you can run the wheel that way. But I mean, if you have that type of cash and you're looking to sell naked, then I don't know, maybe look to just buy some protection, or you can also just delta hedge by buying long stock as well too. So if you really want to sell covered calls, maybe look to hedge that with just outright equities, or you can just hedge that and use a ratio spread if you do have the cash. So that means if you're looking to collect more premiums, you can do a ratio spread, which is just one side of the trade outweighs the other. So if you want to sell 4 calls, then you just buy 2 calls, which is essentially a 1 to 2 in the ratio spread. So you can look to do something like that, guys. So hopefully that answered your question. Good stuff. I got all out of Tesla, but I'm still going to keep my eyes on it because it looks like the market is starting to slowly recover a little bit here, Sharif. Things were starting to sell a little bit, and then I mentioned fake out earlier, and I think that's might have what Tesla did. So you know what? The more and more I talk about it, my friend, I think the more and more I like it. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to get in right in exactly at VWAP here. So I love that. So, okay, I got to answer this one, and then we'll send it off to Sharif. Adam Deleuze, if one of the intentions is to collect premium, what are the benefits of going down the options route compared to buying an ETF such as QYLD, which is a covered call paid monthly? I've never heard of that. And the intention of, sorry, let me read this again, is collecting premium. Well, no, Adam, the reason why in the options wheel that you do want to collect premium, but the intention of the strategy is for the long leg of stock to appreciate, right? So as I said before, but what the premiums do is just boost the returns. So the goal is to own a stock that you think is good and is going to appreciate over time. I mentioned this before, is that the premiums you collect are always going to be dwarfed by what the appreciation in the stock can be. The whole point of collecting the premiums is just to boost those returns, and that's why all those long-term investors and the boys on Wall Street like trading the options wheel, because you're collecting side cash, the stock's appreciating, then you're collecting more cash as you're selling out the money calls as well too, brother. So hopefully that answered your question.
Love the questions, man. And some person in the chat, I forget who it was, sorry I couldn't give you credit, had a witty little comment, but I thought it was apt. Owning stock and not selling covered calls, according to them, is like having rental properties and not renting them out.
Exactly.
Olivia Chow would not like that, bro.
No, she wouldn't
She'll
like
send you a $9,000 bill.
She'll tax you or something. She'll find a way to tax you or something, or raise
in case you guys are wondering who we're talking about, it's the Toronto mayor. There's a vacant home tax in this city because there's obviously a shortage of properties, and so they're doing whatever they can. Some people agree, some people don't.
Dude, did you hear the concrete tax that they're gonna?
What?
Yeah, I don't know if it's true. It might just be. Yeah. So because like with the water flow and the drainage system in the city, right? So if you have too much concrete, concrete doesn't absorb the water, then you might get taxed on that. I don't know. it might have been not a real thing.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised. Exactly.
Dude,
that's the whole point.
Is there something we don't get taxed for in this country?
No.
I'm pretty sure we get taxed for the air we breathe too, man. I mean, what's going on?
It's getting close there. Yeah, we're gonna start getting taxed.
So we'll yeah. All right. Yeah. We're gonna do the ad read soon, Fabian. All right. He's ready to go. He's locked and loaded. Love that. All right, guys. I'm involved in this meta trade over here. Let's see how it does. Took it off the volume weighted average price. I wasn't at VWAP. Obviously, would have been a lot better of a trade currently if I had done that. I'm looking for it to curl back up, possibly test 582. I'm giving it room because I have to, because of what happened on Monday. I executed wrong with Meta on Monday, but this is all predicated on the future as well, holding up at VWAP right now and starting to curl back up. Let's be honest with each other. The future is still putting in lower highs off that area crest that we put in. What time was that? 12 o'clock on the dot. Lower high, multiple lower highs. We had the hold up at VWAP. Fantastic. Great. But we need to change this lower high trend by popping off a little bit here through that 20,500. We're not getting that, and nor are we getting the move on Meta right now. So I'm going to have to pack my patience. Otherwise, I'll get stopped out. So META involved in it right now, 11 pennies out of the money as it dips down a little bit over here, accounting for this dip down with my stop, but the future taking a bit of a hit right now. And so the Meta out of the money. West, y'all, question for Sharif or Joe. As a reversal trader, it moved up, I gotta go back. As a reversal trader, I find it hard to join uptrending stocks. Example, SMR or OKLO from yesterday. Those two should have been my plays. Could weasel in? Question mark. Great question. Let's talk about that. Because I think you and I are kind of not seeing eye to eye exactly, but we're talking the same language. What do I mean by that? Well, you're not going to see me punch in at highs. That's just not my jam. It's not what I do well, and it's not how I want to execute. So I typically look for a retracement into a into an area of support. It could be a moving average that I like. And that has proven itself on the chart and whatever time frame I'm trading. So by definition, I'm waiting for the price to come down a skosh, right? So you're looking for an entire reversal. So I would say, look for those key areas of resistance to get rejected. Like a VWAP, a closing print from the day before, an implied balance high or low, and then base something off that. But my suggestion to you is, unless it's like a key area of support or resistance, don't have a resting order. Get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. Let it prove to you that it's going to go the way that you want. Let's look at SMR to see what you were talking about yesterday. Well, look, dude, there was no reversion on SMR. What we're looking at right here, Fabian, is SMR. Let's throw in the watermark. There was no mean reversion here at West, y'all. Like this was, you had to get in on a retracement. Now, this is the 5. It didn't touch the 5, many times, but you got close. Or sorry, the 10 exponential, excuse me. The green line is the 10 exponential, but it got awfully close. So, that's the way I get into these ones that are very directional. There's a momentum to them, but you want to get in with a better price. And my suggestion to you is, what's up?
No, sorry.
What?
Drop Family's Garden is like Toronto is overpriced anyways.
Oh, bro.
Yeah,
Oh, bro. You don't have to. Yeah, you can say that all you want because it's true.
It's funny. Sorry.
Dude, you're not going out right now. Like if you're taking, like, I don't have to tell you because you're locked in a relationship. But when you're going out, like it's at least $150, $200. Like there's no like,
dude,
you can't weasel out of that.
You see those memes where like it's like the guy and their girlfriend walk out the front door, and then when she walks out, it's like bang $100, bang $200. I'm more expensive now.
There it is.
It's more expensive for me now.
That's the way it is. We got the ad reads. All right, Joe, we got to pay some bills, baby. So let's do this right now. Do we have the? Yeah, okay, everything's good to go there. All right, guys. Trade the pool. Imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. You complete the evaluation program by meeting profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade with up to $260,000 of buying power. The best part is you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or professional trader. So go on and check out tradethepool.com. I went over to their website earlier and it looks quite promising. So scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the description in the link of this video. Shout out to our sponsors at Trade the Pool. And I got to keep shouting out Mitch, man, because he impressed me. And I even told Brendo the other day, I'm like, we should have this guy. We should have this guy more on more. Excuse me, because I thought he was spitting hot lines.
Yeah.
So shout out to Mitch, man. Good look there. Code $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Code. I like your name. Been playing the $80 Uber trade, Neil. Paying off. Neil, you're getting love here from a person by the name of Code who sent $2 Canadian. So they're probably from Canada and they like your trade, Neil. So shout out to Neil, who is waddling down the stairs now. Sorry, Neil. I had to do it, bro. I had to do it, Neil. You know I'm cheering for you, Neil, but I still had to do it. Right? He's getting a lot better, by the way. If anybody doesn't know, Neil's been injured and he's really improving. So we're always rooting for him. No doubt about that. What's your look, Joe?
Hey, yeah, we're in Tesla. As I was talking to Sharif earlier, I said, hey man, there might be a little bit of a fake out. So I'm gonna look. I got out and then I'm gonna look to get back in, and I got in at a better price. Can price continue to move sideways here? Absolutely. From a daily perspective, there's nothing that says, hey, Tesla's going to move higher. But I mean, we have been holding this range, possibly consolidating. And if we can continue to move up a little bit here, then that'll be really nice. Other than that, I'm going to stick in this consolidation. As price compresses, eventually I think it's going to break to either side. So I'm going to look for the top side break on the price compression play, because it's exactly where I want to be in. I want to be close into the volume weighted average price, and then if the overall market decides it wants to trade higher as well too, I think that Tesla will eventually participate. All right, guys. So that's really good stuff. And Kyle Burdett, great question from Kyle here. I really like this one. So let's say you are thinking the SPY is going to pull back 20% plus in the next 6 months. What kind of strategy would I employ? Do you buy in the money leap puts? You know what, Kyle? And here, let's pull up some SPY charting here, and I'm just gonna give you my 2 cents, brother, for whatever that may be. But let's pull up SPY here, and then we're gonna pull up the daily as well too. I mean, I don't really want to bet against this, right? I don't. If you do truly think that it's going to decline 20% or so, I wouldn't necessarily look to buy leap puts. What you can do, Kyle, and I talking to Sharif before, he said you're a put master, but what you can do is also sell some covered calls, or sorry, not covered calls, but you can do a bear call spread, right? So that can give you a price where it's like, okay, if you are slightly bearish, you can do a bear call spread like 2 to 3 weeks out. If you do think there's going to be a decline in price, that says, hey, I don't think SPY is going to go higher than 600. So instead of having time work against you, you can have time working in your favor. Whereas if SPY does to trade a little bit higher, you can still be profitable, opposed to just outright being directional by buying the puts, because now you need the asset to move lower, opposed to just doing a bear call spread. If price does come a little bit higher, you can still collect premium. And if it goes lower, you're still gonna, if that's what the direction you want, you're still gonna make money on that. So if you're looking to do that over the next 6 months, Kyle, I think I would look more into bear call spreads on that one, opposed to just going flat out with the puts, right? Because if it decides it doesn't want to go south, then you're stuck holding on to these puts. So that's my look on that one. Look for the call credit spread there, Kyle, and I think that might work out really well for you, especially, but just make sure you put those stops in on that, because if it does squeeze, you don't want to get a big hit on those, but your losses are capped. But that's what I would go with. Sharif is a call credit spread on the SPY look, brother, on that one for sure.
It's a good look, man. Yeah. All right, guys, in a new position over here, still nursing this meta position, still holding above 580, but I'm asking myself for how long. I'm trying my hand at this TNXP thing. I'm trying to take it off the 10 exponential moving average for a hold up. Let's see. Let me just update it over here. 16.86%. I got in at 0.188 or around 19 pennies. I'm not going to give this that much room. Give it about 1 or 2 pennies there. Not big size on this one, but it's breaking down now. 16.5%. I was looking for this one to hold the trend. Yeah, if we draw a trend line over here, let's find out what the situation is. Yeah, we're kind of breaking that trend line, quite frankly, if you want to draw these speed lines. So we'll see. Wow. We'll see if we can get that or what the situation is. All right, back to Meta, still printing 530s on the ask, 580.08 on the bid. Still looking for a 580 holdup, but my concern is the lower highs are the operative thing right now. This is what's happening. We're continuously, putting in lower highs, unable to decisively take that 58.50. Now, we weaseled up into 58.50 multiple times, as you can see over here, and we haven't been able to break it. So there's a seller of note in and around 58.50, unsurprising. We held up there initially on our way up 11.45 or so. It was a resistance level then. Again, when I got in at around quarter to one. What time is it? Wow, it's 5 to 1 already. Jeez Louise.
Time's flying, bro.
When I got in over here, it was also a resistance level, as you can see. I'll zoom in a bit more. We got into 58.50 over here, unable to take it out, at least over here at around 12.43 or 12.45. We were breaching 5.30, maybe going into that 5.60. Now we're not, 5.50, excuse me. Now we're unable to take 5.50, period. So a bit of a tougher look. We'll have to see how Meta does, up 0.57, still above the 10 exponential. But if it stops me out, it stops me out. What's this situation with this TNXP position? All right, we're zigging and zagging right now. Nothing to write home about. I'm just getting into this one because I need to be in something. Can't sit there and not trade on a trading show. So going to get into TNXP. I thought this was a good entry at the 10 exponential. So we'll give this one a try, but we're not risking all that much. West, y'all. MTEM kind of fitting your system above VWAP now. You say less. Let me just go over here. Yeah, right?
Say less.
MTEM. What's that, Chilean Nightmare?
Ooh, say less.
I love Fabian.
I like
Always
that kid.
timing
I
it,
like
bro.
that kid, man.
Yeah, of course. Fabian's solid, bro. If you're him, he's a nightmare, right? So this is, okay. Look, this was a good mover yesterday. And again, unsurprising that it really got its footing under it at 4 o'clock, because that's when the halt parameter shuts off. And that's when all the algos want to manipulate the system and push this bad boy up, up, up. And that's exactly what they did yesterday. This thing was trading essentially all day at around 32 pennies. By the time it was 4:40, so 40 minutes after that halt parameter, we weaseled up to $1.10. What percentage is that up on the day? That's like a 230% move in the aftermarket. Good luck. I don't have anything on this. It's an inside day. We're ensconced by yesterday's price action from the top side and the downside. In fact, what I'd say to you, West, is look at this symphony of lower lows and lower highs, and you can shadow that same kind of thing to the downside as well. So a bit of a downward channel. Now we got to break above that. All right, and this looks awfully respectful of these two lines. Now I'm drawing them ex post facto, obviously, but I think somebody's probably drawing them in. Like if we get a big break, possibly above that high a day, that could change things for me. Let's do that. I like it. We're putting it at 76.92 pennies. I don't know why I put it there, but I put it there. So if it breaks that and it changes the trend, I'll definitely be interested. Let's see what comes. Meta's breaking down. I'm going to get in trouble here. As it breaks down below 579, that's where my stop is. So we're going to lose on this one, Joe, if it breaches. Otherwise, I'm just going to pack my patience, get stopped out, or pop back up. It's got to choose. What are you looking at?
Yeah, brother, we're just still holding into this Tesla. I'm in the same boat as you here with this one. I mean, we're going to probably cut this thing short. We're not going to take too big of a loss on it because it does look like the overall market is starting to pull in a little bit here, guys. But thanks for Bijo. 20 Nook. I don't know what that equates to in CAD or USD, but I just wanted to say have a great day, boys. Thank you very much. So thanks for that. Yeah, thanks, brother. I appreciate that 20 Nook donation. And also, Kyle Burdett, thanks for showing the love, brother. In this type of market, that is exactly the type of thought process you need to have. Appreciate it. Interesting. I had not thought of using that strategy. And he says, yeah, thanks for the input. Has a good, thanks for having me, for having a good look on that. So thanks, brother. That means a lot. Yeah, I mean, everybody likes talking options. We like talking options too. So I'm glad that I can kind of help you guys out with that type of stuff. So that's a good look there. But I mean, yeah, Sharif, it's looking like we might have to cut this Tesla position soon. It's going to chop around a little bit. And as of right now, it looks like the break isn't going to happen for a little bit. And that's okay because we'll be ready to pounce on when it does, right? And what exactly, so I'm just going to tell you guys briefly what the criteria I'm looking for when this thing decides to break, if it does. So what I want to see, guys, as you can see, the volume is dwindling here, right? From the opening drive, which is rightfully so, dwindles a little bit and then is now substantially lower. How am I going to tell or identify that I have a high conviction trade? Is that when the volume picks up on this asset and decides to pick a direction, whether it be selling volume or buying volume, right? When you want to see a break like this, especially of the 220.50 level, I want to see an increase in volume and I want them to have a distinctive price that they're going to want to push this past, all right? So in order for me to be a breakout trader, you're going to need that volume to step in. And even though I may be a little bit early to the dance on this one, I think that this asset is going to break to either or And as of right now, it's looking like it may not be to my direction, but that's fine. We're just going to keep those losses really small, and then we're going to wait for the direction and for that volume to step in, those criteria met, and then we can enter the trade. All right. So as of right now, we're still a little bit small size in it right now. And then we'll amp up a little bit if it starts to move in our direction, guys. So we'll go off to Sharif one more time, and then we'll dive a little bit more into the lesson.
Love it, man. I'm willing to hear. I'm waiting to hear a lot about it. All right, added at 579.20. Same stop. It was so close to my stop. I said, if I don't add here, I'm doing myself wrong. And it was also the volume weighted average price. It popped up into 580 and change. I could have taken everything out flat. Decided that was not the trade. I still rather allow this to manifest and get stopped out and go red on the day, because probably that's what will happen. Or as opposed to, I should say, taking it out flat and getting at a dodge. We'll see what happens here. So I moved down. My profit taker is Scotia. Let's see if it wants to bounce back up off the volume weighted average price, but I'm seeing more weakness in the future. That's keeping me a little bit worried. However, we are still north of the volume weighted average price on the NQ December contract. And if Meta wants to shadow it and possibly curl back off here and make new highs, well, then that would just be aces. Again, now we're back to break even. Again, 579.85 showing in on my ask here on the level 2. We're long at 92s. That ain't the trade. The trade is to make money, not to break even. So I'm just going to let this one cook. And I guess stopped out.
Let that one Tim cook, eh?
Hey, taking a page out of Dara's book today. Tim Apple. Yeah, Dara's sick today, so she's not at the big desk bringing us hotlines and news items, but she'll be here tomorrow. Shout out to Dara. Hope she feels a little bit better. Yeah, she was really under the weather yesterday. I had to give her one of my Sudafeds. Big Spile Burdette. Big Spile Bodette does have a rate. Is that what you call them, Bears versus Bulls? Did you call him Bodette? Because he seems to like it. I like that. Shout out to Big Spile, man. He's got a great sense of humor. And there it is, Joe. There it is,
We
Joe.
both did it at the same time.
Yes,
We're
my
both
man.
like, here we are. Someone told me in the chat, hey, hold. And Sharif and I literally went like this at the exact same time.
Yes.
Tesla broke to the top side. So that's great there, brother.
All right, we took out one beak wetter at the third note, Joe. Now we're waiting at 75 pennies, showing 77 on the ask. It's got a cross, though. We know how meta is. It's called spreada for a reason, Joe.
Let's go.
For a reason, Joe. We got to drop that dollar club because we're well in the money, $1.50 in the money on the monster meta. Very happy with this trade. I'm even happier with the fact that I had the cojones, shout out to Katina, man, to add at the volume weighted average price. Now we've broken that downtrend. We are putting in higher highs and higher lows. We're almost $2 in the money, quite close, about 25 pennies away. That's where we're going to sit, Joe. We're going to sit 581 and a quarter because I'm born on the 25th, and I like that number, Joe.
All right, yeah.
That's a look there. So we're going to go 581. Oops. 25. There it is. Oh no!
No.
I flattened out right away. All right. We're done with that trade. Whoa, we got more out on TNXP, my man. Everything's working out today, okay?
The boys are buzzing, man.
I'm having a good time today, man. I'm not going to lie.
Man. I like good seeing you having a good time, man. That's good. Having a good time.
Good times, Joe.
Yeah.
We took out some on TNXP, guys. This is nothing to write home about, obviously, over here, but, it's profitable, so we'll just hang on to that one. Fat fingered on Meta had to flatten out there. What just happened says stock up. I added instead of taking it out. That's why I flattened out there, buddy. But I was happy because Meta's moving up and I'm in the money on it. So that's that. There it is there. So what's the situation right now? Guys, let's look at some other names that are moving. This situation, Fabian. Good look right now on some of these Mag 7 names, but let's see what the future's up to. And this is what kept me in the trade, guys. This is the NQ December contract. We kept holding up at VWAP. So I said, Sharif, bro, look, if you're just going to take it out at the exact area where we're supposed to find support, like this is the neckline for the double bottom that we talked about, right? That 20,463. So 20,402 And then it is also essentially shadowing VWAP because this is at 20,460. So it's like, if we're not going to add here, then what's the point of using this support level? Like, why do you even bother charting it? So I did, and I'm happy about this. So let's see what else is going on. Microsoft is working its way back, Joe, into the volume weighted average price. And last time we saw what it did a 5-candle hold up at that level and then gave you money on the way down. So let's see. It's putting in higher lows though, guys. So let's see if it rejects off VWAP again. Yeah, some interesting plays right now. The Katina man has returned.
Coming back
we need
small.
Katina man, we need a report, bro. The people want to know what the Katina man traded today. That's going to become a segment. He's got the food segment, and then we're going to have the Katina man training segment. He's going to sit down.
want to know too much.
The people don't want to know too much.
Trading
is what he said.
Trading and training with Katina.
Literally.
We get him live at the gym, maybe.
But literally, it is.
We get him live at the gym, maybe.
Shout out to the Katina man. I'm damn proud of him, man. He's killing it. It takes a hell of a man to change, and he's big boy changing. So shout out to him, man. What are you looking at?
When you print up storms, man, that's easy stuff for him. Guys, hey, Sharif, I wanted to just mention what I was talking about on Tesla. And I think I said, hey, you want to see that influx in volume? And that's exactly what you got. So if you're a breakout trader, you're going to want to see that volume increase. So I brought it down to the 1 minute, guys. So we're going to look to see for that volume increase. And then you can see the volume decreasing, so diverging as price is pulling back, right? So it's going lower. Sharif likes this one. As the volume goes lower, that is diverging volume, opposed to converging when we are moving forward and the price is going higher. That's exactly what you want to see from a breakout trading perspective, is that increase of volume at the breakout levels, okay, guys? So as I mentioned before, sorry, I had one question. We'll go through one question and then we'll hop into the remainder of the lesson. We don't got too much left. But Joe, so I have a 45 put 1 DTE on SMCI. Am I screwed? Well, let's take a look at SMCI. Have not looked at that thing today. A 45 put, yeah. With only 1 day. Sorry, brother. You got something good going on there?
I'm reading Big Spile stuff, man. He always writes stuff in the chat that we can't read back, bro.
Yeah.
He's too funny.
So sorry about this one. It's not looking good. But hey, Spile gave it. He said, thanks for the options input. It means a lot, he says. So I appreciate that. That means a lot.
He trades options too.
Yeah. So he's like, that's like huge for him.
Man.
He says, and he's like, he didn't know, like he didn't have a perspective that I gave him. And that's what we want to look for, is different perspective, guys. So.
The Katina man just brought to my attention something happened with Google, and he's accurate. We got a big boy drop here, Fabian, on Google. We worked our way back into that 165, which was the closing print. We just dropped $1.
Wow.
Google's doing something over here. Yes, it's coming in. Here we go. Google executive overseeing search and advertising leaves role. The Wall Street Journal reports this came in at exactly 1:07 1 minute ago, guys. Google executive overseeing search and advertising is leaving role. How do they make money again? Oh, that's right. Search and advertising. Oh, boy. Okay, so shout out to the OB. He is the one can know. Big boy drop into that 164. We'll have to see how this one does, Joe. But this is interesting already. Want to bring that to you guys. Thank you, Katina man, for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah. So yes, sorry, Darius Golden. Sorry about that one, brother. Your 45 put is not looking too good because we don't have enough time to work on that one. But guys, let's finish up this options lesson for the day, because I think everybody's really enjoying it. And we're going to dig a little bit more into it, and we're going to close up the options wheel session. By the way, I got out of my Tesla position because that breakout failed. Well, it didn't fail, it worked. I just didn't get it out quick enough. And then Google decided to start selling. All right, guys? So stock selection. This is really important, guys. So when we're picking a stock that we want to run the options wheel on, stick to boring stocks, avoid high volatile assets, right? So I used our XLF reference. This is something that you exactly really want to look at. So sector ETFs are a really good choice. That way, you're not going to collect that much premium, but you're getting the best of the best companies in each sector, the heaviest weighted ones, and then you can own them, and they tend to appreciate in the right way. So technicals matter. Stick to strong trending companies. So we went and used back to the XLF, or companies like Walmart. They're really strong and they trend, right, guys? So this is something that you want to look from a technical standpoint. So in a primary bull trend or consolidating with the potential of a move higher. So you know that you're getting yourself into something that has already proven from a history standpoint that it is going to appreciate in price and looks like it could potentially move higher. All right, so that's something that you want to keep an eye out for. The more expensive the asset, the more capital requirements. So again, if you're looking to run the wheel on things like Meta and Netflix, those are going to require a hefty penny. You're going to need those that cash in your account, or you're going to need to buy leaps, which will reduce the cost significantly. But it's a little bit different to employing the strategy. All right. So the more expensive the asset, the more capital requirements. All right. So there are good companies ranging in different prices. You don't always need to buy the $200 stocks. And that was my reference to the sector ETFs and Walmart and other good companies like that. All right. So like Walmart is a really good company that you can run the options wheel on as well too, guys. So moving forward, fundamentals matter when operating the options wheel. We don't want to operate the options wheel on a company like WBA where they have just been beaten to a pulp and they continue to miss on estimates and not have good reports. These are things that we want to avoid. We want to stick to things that are strong and that have proven that they work and that are going to prove that they will continue to work. So we are eliminating that speculative aspect kind of on the weaker companies, expecting them to start printing more healthy quarters, etc. You don't want to select stocks with declining revenues, continuously missing on Wall Street's estimates, such as EPS and revs, as I just stated. The depth you dive into the fundamentals is subjective. Finding basic key fundamental metrics will help you with consistency. So as I mentioned, EPS, rev, you can look at forward outlooks when they release their earnings report, like today, TSM raised full year outlook. So that's something that you want to keep an eye on, using the price to earnings ratio. So that way you can see if the stock is relatively cheap or expensive compared to its peers and the overall market. All right, guys. So those are things that you just want to keep it simple. The more simplified you keep your systems, the easier they will be for you to employ. And unfortunately, Tesla is running higher and higher, and I got out of the trade, but that's okay. So the triple income strategy, this is why they call it the triple income strategy, all right? Income one, collect premium from the cash secured puts, okay? We went over this before. They pay you to buy shares you would like to own at the price that you want to own them. That's why they like this, right? So it may seem intense, but this is why people run the strategy while Tesla is running, okay? Income two, collect premium from selling the covered calls, all right? Collect cash while your leg of stock appreciates and covered calls do not close in the money. All right. So income three, collect cash when your covered call gets assigned and you sell your shares. So these are the three income ways, three positive income. Yeah, exactly. Boom, boom, boom. And that's how you continuously make money in the options wheel, guys, is you have three ways that you can continuously grow your account while owning stocks that you want to own and collecting options premium the same way, guys. All right. So that's how it works. And then you just put it all together. And from step by step, what you want to do is you find a stock that you want to own, is trending in the right way, has good fundamentals, and then you want to operate the options wheel on it, do your fundamental and technical due diligence, right? So you know what you're getting into. You sell your cash secured puts, then wait to get assigned, then start selling covered calls. Once those covered calls get assigned, repeat step one. So it is the continuous wheel that can create consistent cash flow, guys. I hope you liked the options wheel today. And there's been a lot of good questions in the chat. We want to see some more good questions in the chat, guys. So put them in there. But as of that, it's a very simple strategy. It's not overly complicated. And a lot of investors and traders operate this strategy because of the consistency and the multiple levels of income you can create on this asset. So that's the options wheel. Sharif, what's Kyle Burdett up to over there?
Big smile.
What is he up to?
I don't know, man, but I'm talking to Pitchbull. I'm talking to Mikey. Mikey's pumped that we've got an options person on the show.
Oh, Mikey, yeah.
Yeah, man. He's like, since when do you guys talk about options?
Hey.
I'm like, well, that's why we're keeping it fresh. We scoop Joe, right? Because he's dropping hot lines about options. So you're getting a lot of love in the chat, man, and rightfully so. You're dropping hot lines. Beautiful. Shout out to you. Guys, you know what I'm going to say? NUZE, it's halted again, baby. This time at 2.25. Fabian, it's up a light, a decent, a not so good, 530% on the day. NUZE is the gift that keeps on giving, but it'll take. And so don't fall in love with the name. These are intraday trades. They're around for a good time, not a long time. That's kind of like the ABCs of trading these small cap gappers. Guys, I'm going to just tell you my 3 rules, kind of 2.5 rules, if I could say that. It'll make sense in a minute. 1, it has to be above the pre-market high, whatever that pre-market high is. There has to, by definition, there has to be a definable pre-market high. So I don't want to see none of that consolidation sideways in the pre-market. That's not what I'm looking for. We know these small cap gappers usually move quite aggressively in the pre-market because they've got no halt parameters until 9:30, right? So we know that. So definable pre-market high. Then after 9:30, it's got to be above the pre-market high. And it also has to be above VWAP for a breakout trade long or below VWAP for a breakout trade south. I haven't traded a lot of these guys short lately. I did a lot in I remember 2022, they would fade. They would have a very good, open, and then most of them would break down and they wouldn't continue into the afternoon. They break down below VWAP. So it was a good time for it then. I don't really see that as the time for it now. We'll see what happens when small cap season is over because it's not going to go on forever. Katina Man, how's that Google trade going? The Katina Man is long 163.60. He's well in the money there. Shout out to him. If you guys didn't know, I'll bring it to you again. There was Google action there, price action, as a result of the executive who oversees search and advertising is leaving their role at Google, being reported by the Wall Street Journal, and now Google down about 3/4 of a point, but the Katina Man was able to catch that bottom, baby, and he's printing, so shout out to him. NUZE still halted, guys, at $2.24. I was about to say 2.25. It halted at exactly, let's find out over here.
He's buzzing, let's go.
Hey, what are you doing over there? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I got out of my Tesla trade too early, which is unfortunate. And now I'm doing a little bit of a chase bands on AMD.
He's killing it with the.
Give me a fail.
Somebody's telling me when he kept hitting the beep, like the ping, while you were dropping hot lines, people were like, yo, I keep checking my phone, man. My phone's going off. Fabian, you were getting people to worry. There we go. NUZE open, guys. Here we go. There it is. New high a day as this monster continues to print highs. Look at that zig and zag. It goes to 233. Now it's going to halt at 210. Let's see if this is a false halt at 210, 209 right now. Showing a lot of greenery over here, but nothing moving. We need 10 seconds of this, guys, in order for it to halt in this way. If this is new to you, this is what we call, the halt parameter. It's got to be at that level for around 10 seconds at that price, and it'll halt. It is now down halted at $2.10. Lots of action today on NUZE. I'm seeing the tap right now. The theoretical auction price is $1.94, so below the close. Now, keep in mind that we're still very much in a bullish trend on NUZE, downward halt and all. Why is that? Well, we're above the $2 level. We're above the 10 exponential. And so it's absolutely fine for us to have a retracement. Look what we did over here. We had a 4-candle retracement on the 5, and we ended up making new highs. So let's not write this one's obituary quite yet. There may be more to be taken out. Let's see what it does with $2. Maybe I'll have a resting order in and around $2 for that bad. Well, let's go to the trade that we've been holding that was boring me to death. Where's it at? Okay, all right, we're back in the money on TNXP. I'm gonna look for around 20 pennies now. So we're printing 19 and a quarter. I'd like to take it out through the high of the day. The high of the day, guys, 19 3/4 pennies. We're talking about 19 3/4 penny, not $19 3/4. That's what we're talking about here. So 20% in the green. We'll see if we can get that continuity to the top side. Let's flip over to some large caps and see what they're up to. We haven't been waxing poetic about these Mag 7s in a hot minute. All right, Meta's still putting in lower highs, guys, for a flat bottom break. Like, this is looking very possible that we could get a flat bottom break on Meta? How many lower highs and basically area defends are we going to get before we get a flat bottom break? I mean, 582 and a third, local high. 581.75, local high. 581.10, local high. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Flat bottom at VWAP. Should be interesting. Should be interesting here on Meta. Is this reflective of the overall, Mag 7? Well, yeah, we're kind of getting the same look here on the NQ December contract, the symphony of lower highs with that kind of same hold up at the volume weighted average price. It's a little bit off VWAP right now. I'm talking about the future. Very similar charts today between Meta and the NQ December contract. Look at this, double bottom, comes up, tests that neckline, that VWAP line. Like, look at this. I mean, there is quite a degree of overlap between the charts on Meta and the chart on the NQ. And sometimes we see that with NVIDIA. Sometimes we see it with Apple. It really depends on who's moving the market that day. So we'll pack our patience, see what's up. I don't have anything right now on the, correction. Your boy Tesla just broke out.
Yo, dude, I was saying.
My bad.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. No, I didn't hear it.
I was like, man, I punched out of it.
Sorry.
Easy, man. I went against my own game plan. This is my look at the market today. This is me looking at the market today. You know what I mean?
I'd like to be able to bully Trenda now that Adara and
is that Squirtle?
What's her name? Adara and Ram aren't here. Kill Trenda. It always finds its way onto the desk
like
somehow.
A Squirtle.
I don't know what it is, but Adara loves to defend Trenda, and I'm not sure why.
Trenda is your frienda.
No.
Trenda is your oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Clip that. Darwin. Jokes. All right, Kyle Burdett. All right, SPY puts reloaded at 584.50. Let's get a real move down now. Shout out to Big Spile. He wants these markets to burn, baby.
He loves the puts, eh? He loves.
Oh yeah, man. He's very consistent about wanting all. Yeah. He doesn't like
do the cover. Do the call credit spread, Kyle. I think you'll like that one, brother.
Lake South talking about Donald John Trump. Let's bring in Donald John Trump. Oh wow, NUZ is halted up again. This is great, bro. Let's bring in DJT and then we'll look at NUZ in a second. What's DJT doing? Okay, VWAP. Just took VWAP, and here we go. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows with that flat top at VWAP. Can Donald John Trump become Donald John Pump? Let's see, 31.25. I happened to catch that interview on Fox News yesterday. I'm not going to opine, but hey, it's something to keep your eye out on. Yesterday
is that what we're leaning towards here?
I don't know, man. I just watched it yesterday. It was interesting. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, DJT on the way up, man. I'd like to see if can we take out that flat top on a decisive basis, possibly squeeze, get back green, Joe. 31.25 goes green, high of the day, 31.18. Essentially the same level. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Kyle, I do not want everyone's house to burn, just most of them, but mine and a few others. Big Spile. Why do I read your message?
Yeah.
Right? He's so jokes.
Yeah,
anyway, Greg V, not a bad backside setup, says DJT. Yeah, you're not wrong, Greg. That's your boy, right?
Yeah, it's my boy.
Yeah, it's looking really good, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, Joe. I'm gonna pack my patience here on Donald John Pump, but we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. It looks good here, breaking through VWAP. If it can break through VWAP, I really like the higher low setup.
Yeah, good looks there, Sharif. If we could pull up my chart here, I just want to go over my Teslas. Here, we were in here, stopped out here. Oops, sorry. We were in here, stopped out here, punched in again, got the move, and then we got stopped out, break even there, just a little break even, and then I punched in again and took the break-even stop, and then now you can see what the asset is doing now. So that's exactly why I was looking at this setup, that price compression, and then you have the volume step in. That's exactly what you're looking for as a breakout trader, all right? But we're in here in some AMD. I mean, it's starting to do what we want. We got a little bit of the volume increase. Entry slightly late. You guys know me. I want to get that as tight to VWAP when price action is moving in my favor for sure, guys. So we're still holding some AMD. We're going to see if we can continue to the top side and get a volume influx, and then we can continue into 160 hopefully with AMD because we are making higher lows here. So that is what we want to see. Joe W., what do you think about lead calls on Tesla at this level. I mean, hey, I'm not opposed to that at all. If you're looking to own Tesla for a year or so plus out, then that's not a bad look, brother. I mean,
There it is. Sorry, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead. Send it over to
Neil
him.
astutely put in the chat that there was a wall of sellers at $30 on DJT. That just got blown through. 30.15. We're squeezing now on Donald John Trump. Here we go. Wow, there goes the 3.25. Watch this, guys. We're still down 3%, but look at this buy-in. Come in, bro. Just taking out the top there. You feel that shorts are getting squeezed here because this is quite aggressive. So look at this move into the third of a dollar. Can we see half? I mean, what's the move here, Joe? I'm not punching in at these highs. It's got to come down.
Greg says he's long from 30. Greg says he's long DJT from 30, so hey.
Yeah. There it is. No, Neil was bang on with that, man, because there was a wall of selling. I loaded it up as soon as I saw Neil's comment in the chat, and it looked like to me to be an iceberg order because you didn't see the size posted on the level 2 at 30, and then you just had that break aggressively. So I'm assuming a lot of people got squeezed out of their shorts. That's why we saw that tape teleportation, that liquidity grab, as the old he is the one Knob always says. Now, what's the move though? I mean, I don't like punching in at highs, guys. It's going to have to come down. I'm going to have to chart this on the 5 minute for me to get in. Otherwise, I don't want to get in on this like that. 30.50 possible resistance on DJT. Let me show you what I'm looking at. There was an area trough in the morning that we could reject off. Here's where we're at right now. And this is the level I was looking at, 30.50, this 8.55 candle. Again, don't want to put too much stock into something that printed pre-market, but this candle at 8.55 had 260,000 shares. By comparison, this candle that we just printed, 278,000 shares. So not entirely dissimilar there in terms of volume. Coming back down now, Joe, let's see if we can weasel something into $30. If $30 wants to act as support, seeing that it acted as resistance prior, I'm all in favor of adding or getting in, at that level. Let's see what happens. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
No, not at all. When things are buzzing, that's exactly what we want. We need to get to those cuts absolutely quick. And I mean, everybody's in DJT right now. The volume's starting to step in, and that's exactly what you want to see. So yeah, I mean, it's still down about 3% or so on the day. So a nice recovery here and some action, some nice price action, some nice volatility stepping in, guys. But AMD is absolutely ripping to the top side, and thank you. This is exactly what we need. So let's see if we can break out. Let's see if we can push to 160, hopefully by the end of the session. Who knows? But this thing needs some strength. It's about time it recovers a little bit. Been selling since the MI 350 show, so it hasn't been pretty, hasn't been fun to sit in, absolutely. So I know there's a couple guys in the chat there that have that. So guys, we don't got much time left, only a half an hour. I hope you guys enjoyed the options wheel lesson today. Good stuff. I had fun talking about it. So keep throwing your questions in the chat. I know there's been some fantastic questions, and we're going to continue to answer those the best we can. But as of right now, it looks like we're going to take a little profit here on AMD. Just because I don't know if it's going to start to pull back. I mean, if you look at the Qs, up about 0.6%, just under about 0.7, and then we still have the SPY sitting around about 0.3% positive on the session. So we like to see that, guys. Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, AVGO, AVGO, guys. Yeah, so that's Broadcom. I mean, they're looking with that whole Intel, a potential acquiring Intel, but they say it's a bad deal if the fabs come in with Intel too. So you don't want to own the factories. So I don't know what's going on with Broadcom. I think it just made all-time highs not too long ago. Let me pull it up for you real quick. Pull up AVGO, and then we'll see what's going on with Broadcom. If it's continuing to push. I mean, oh yeah, that's fantastic. Up about 4% on the day, just a little bit up over 4%. So, I mean, good look on Broadcom here. It's actually been trading really, really well lately. So if you're looking to join this trend, you got the nod from me to continue. So, yeah, Lance Streifler, yeah, like options wheel, brother. So go back, watch the lessons. We have other lessons on options as well, too. Sharif was talking ATR yesterday as well, too. So, yeah, you got all those lessons, brother. So go back, get your pens and your papers, and watch and just take notes, and then start messing around on the options chain. But as for Broadcom, you're starting to put in this continuous trend to the top side, looking to break all-time highs again, probably in the near future too, brother. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I just wanted to shout you out, man, because Adam Deleuze giving you love there in the chat says the options wheel was fantastic, very well presented. Shout out to Adam there.
Jeez.
Adam, Prem is back, baby.
Making me blush.
Saturday. Pumped for the Prem, man. I hate international breaks. Come on, leave that for the summer. No, Prem is back, Adam, and I think we got Bournemouth at home or something like that. Good game, by the way. Liverpool-Chelsea Sunday. That should be an interesting game. We know Liverpool's fantastic this year, but hey, man, Chelsea's coming up, and I don't like them because they're a London team and they're a rival, but hey, man, new coach. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry, bro.
That's all right, buddy.
Yeah. Well, it's like, we can still be friends. But,
sports.
Yeah, Chelsea, great new coach. I got to say, they had like 40-something players on their roster. Can only play 11 at a time, obviously, so they had to cut a lot of people. They were selling some people. So that was a good look there. Let me know what you guys think about the Prem coming up, baby. I don't know how to say your name, so I don't want to butcher it, but you want me to look at Uber. Let's have a look at Uber. So let me give you the more information today. We got a headline that Uber is possibly interested in acquiring Expedia. And now Uber's not confirming this, and we know for a fact that there hasn't been an offer made by Uber, nor are there ongoing talks, apparently according to this article. However, the interest from Uber is said to be based on some desire for them to create a super app. Neil astutely brought this point up in the morning. He's like, can you really create a super app without messaging, without this, without that? I agree, because we know what Elon wants to do with X, right? And he kind of wants that WeChat kind of thing that they got there in China. No equivalent for that in North America or anywhere else in the world, from my understanding. But WeChat is like you can pay with it. You can hail rides. You can chat. And it's WeChat, right? Essentially wanting some sort of super app. I don't know if Google's the one to do it. What's up?
I mean, I just kind of put a couple things together. You're like, well, with the X, because now he's got robo-taxi and everything. So the man is slowly putting together the most mastermind plan probably that this planet has ever seen. So.
Yeah, I think he's a once in a generation type person, but I'll just whatever. So that is the look there. Uber on the day though. You want to ask about where I feel it's going to be next week. That's probably a question for Joe, because he's the one that does these option strategies, and so he's probably got to know where it's going to be next week. But I can look at some TA for you, and I'm looking at the 4-hour right now on Uber. Shut to O. And look at this area right here that we held up at yesterday and today. Well, it coincides with a previous area crest that we rejected on between September 24th and September 26th. We got into that 78.5 and then dropped back to 72. And then we printed big into 87. Now look where we are. Well, we're finding support right at that area crest. Now, do we hold up there? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. But if I had to guess, I would say Uber is above 78.5 by next week. It holds this area low. Let's do some more charting, though. Let's go to the daily. What's the trend on Uber? Well, there you go, man. A symphony of higher lows and higher highs. And this company is actually now printing a profit, right? So hard to say, dude, but I think maybe something around mid-80s. Again, it really depends on the market, though. Are you looking at Tesla?
Yeah, Tesla.
Everybody's yelling about Tesla in the chat that it's pumping. What are you looking at there? What's your...
I was just about to go over some of the sectors because I'm watching Tesla just absolutely run to the top side without your boy, so that's okay. Guys, we'll take a look at some of these sector ETFs here. We'll see what the consumer discretionary is up to, and that is what Tesla would be a part of here, guys. So, I mean, it's starting to recover a little bit. It was sitting around $197, starting to recover a little bit on the day. So I think that would mean some good for Amazon and Tesla. All right, so we got that look, guys. Then we got consumer staples, which is what we need. So we got Walmart and all those boys. Costco, I think, is on this as well, too. So it's actually one of the weaker sectors on the session, guys. And that's okay, because look at this trend. Like, if you're looking to run the options wheel on something, this is something that you would want to look at. I've mentioned XLF, but this is also it. So you can maybe sell in this area where we got this little bit of a shelf, so some 79, sell some 79 puts or even some 80 puts and let that price come to you, and then you can own that for a nice little bit and then collect some appreciation profit on there as well too. And then we'll look at the we'll look at the energy. It's kind of flat, total flat. So hey, that's it for the sectors, guys. And I think we're going to head this off to Sharif for some ads.
We got to pay bills. All right, guys, eSignal. You can trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to that elite trading experience. You can analyze, strategize, and certainly capitalize by foreseeing profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. You get infinite data. You get instant trading. You know where the market is moving before others with that lightning fast data execution. It's got charts that change a game, man. Customize and analyze the market faster in the way that you want. It's also got better backtesting and better scanning. You can certainly try to predict the future by better understanding the past, and that reliable real-time data that we all covet. You get up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. It's everything you need all in one place, so don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now if you're ready to elevate your trading. Get on, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or go into the description of this video and click the link there. Shout out to Fabian. Thank you for always keeping me honest with these ad reads. Sometimes I forget, even though I set up the reminders on my phone. All right, guys, let's have a look here at DJT. I was trying to weasel into this trade here. I didn't get filled. I tried to get filled at 20s. It was too spready. I was surprised by that because I put an offset of 2 or 3 pennies and it didn't fill me. So what I was looking at doing, or what I'm still possibly looking at doing, is using 30 as a level, right? So we already know we got a big break through 30, kind of that flat top break with a hidden seller, and then we squeezed, lo and behold, to 50 pennies. Well, what's that 50 pennies? Oh, that's right. It's that 805 candle in the pre-market as a low that we couldn't break through. And let me just remind you again, in case you didn't hear it the first time, this is the look over here on this 805 candle. We weasel into this candle over here, 855, excuse me, not 805, 855. We printed 260,000 shares in the pre-market there. Let's just do a comparison. So this candle over here, the one that we just finished printing, not the one that we're currently in, the red one, it's got 324,000. So not entirely dissimilar quantums of volume. So I think it's kind of doing the same thing over here at 350 in the same way that it did it at 30. Not 350, 3050, excuse me, that it did at 30, where we're going to maybe accumulate into that level and then maybe flat top break again. It doesn't have to be the same look. I personally would rather take it off 30. That way I've got an exact area where I can get out, give it 10, 15 pennies, right? But if I get in at 30 and a quarter, I got to give it to 30 because that's where VWAP is. That's where the breakout level was. So it's not my ideal area to weasel into it right now, but Donald John Pump, possibly into that $31.25 area. Big move up here today for DJT, but still red on the day. NUZ, another halt to the high side, $2.23. However, it is still 10 pennies short of that high of the day that we printed at a quarter after the hour. Great looking inverse hammer candle right now on NUZE. And let me give you the tap, the theoretical auction price, $2.27. 4 pennies above the closing or the halt level there, but still south, obviously, of that high of the day. It's been, even though it's been a multi-halter, look at this. It's been very respectful of the moving averages. Look at the deeper retracements. Just absolutely respect the 20. The 20, in case you're wondering, is the yellow line on my chart. Very respectful of the moving average. And what that says to you is that it's obviously trending in a way that's kind of predictable. Not all of them are going to trade this way, believe me. So NUZE, certainly on watch, did well on it, looking to do a bit even better. Let's look now at the trade that we've been holding for a hot minute. I've been waiting at 20 pennies over here on TNXP, and it's not giving it to me. The best it could do was at 19, what is this, 19, about 19 and 3/4 pennies. All right, so I'm waiting at 20. We'll see if we get filled in and around there. Still holding the 10 exponential moving average, but showing me some weakness here, Joe. Let's see what else is going on. All right, Donald John Trump coming back down here. Let's see if it wants to touch 30. And if it does get to 30, does it hold up in the same way that it was rejecting it? Here comes 30.13. Let's watch. It just wicked, I believe, 11s or so. Still high or low. Look at this candle over here that we printed at 133. The low of this candle, was $30.77. So we're holding above that 4 now. Underline that 4 now. Do we mean revert here on DJT? Trying to think about how to weasel my way in here. Jay Lee, one of the OGs in the chat. Boyle, back to all-time lows. Yes, I held my swing from 8 to 12, back to 8. LOL, I just got some more for the swing. In my humble opinion, bottom is here again. Jay, I love your insistence on trading Nat Gas. Look, dude, I know one day you're going to print big on it because you know how this one's going to run. Let me just digress a little bit here. So the government of the province in which we live, the Ontario government, yesterday announced a couple of new energy plans to expand energy in this province because according to them, by 2050, we're going to need 75% more energy output than we currently have. Why? Because we're building data centers and we're trying to aggressively push the EV kind of agenda. Now, if we do that and do it successfully, we're going to need big boy energy. So where am I getting to here? Well, they don't want to rely entirely on nuclear. Now, we've heard all the big hyperscalers want to do this whole SMR thing, small modular reactors. However, our government here, which you could say is, more diversified, I guess, in energy. All right. I'm trying to be serious for a second.
Where are we going with
I know. No, I'm talking about the Ontario government, not the federal government. But in any event, the point is they want to rely on nat gas as a backup. They're like, in certain times, we don't have the capacity to meet the demand. So at those times, we turn on the nat gas, and it's always going to kind of be that backup system. Now, do you want to be like, are you comfortable being the backup system? Because it looks like more people are going to, it looks like nuclear is, back in vogue. From what I can I
think that's the narrative. I think that's
so that's my little spiel there. SMR or ASMR says what's his name? Adam, shout out to him. Jay Lee, and sadly wind blew. 500 million taking nat gas back, and then she put all the windmills up there. So shout out to Kathleen Wynne. She was my MP in the area that I live. I always see her running in the morning. She's a hell of a runner.
Didn't Dalton McGuinty blow a bunch of, remember that guy Dalton?
Remember Dalton?
Remember Dalton?
Dalton, the OG Dalton.
Dalton, yeah. You want to talk about blowing cash, maybe.
These Americans are like, what are these guys talking about, man? We just want to talk about DJT. I'm talking about DJT. We've got it right here, guys. All right, DJT, guys, coming back into that $30 area. We're putting in lower lows and lower highs now. I want to see if we get to 30, hold up at 30. I'm not going to have a resting order there. It's going to have to prove that that's going to be a resistance level. DJ dang T, good look again. But listen to this, NUZ up again near days high. Just printed another day high, Joe. 250, 247
Look
printing
at the
right
grin.
now.
Look at the
This is a
grin.
great look right now.
Look at the grin.
Great look. Great look. What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Oh, no, nothing.
He's talking about Palantir. All right, now the conversation is taking a turn that he likes. I like it. All right, Joe, we're still waiting in TNXP here. We got back into that high day, but we're still eluding that 20 penny area that I've been waiting for. So it looks like we're destined to go unfilled over here on this bad boy. What are you looking at, Joe?
I'm looking over here at the bad boy of the market. We got NVDA. It's starting to crawl a little bit higher. Maybe we can go and breach that all-time highs, and then we can hold it. So as you can see, guys, it's just continuing to crawl to the top side, and I think that's something that exactly you want to see in this stock. So it's really strong. It's continuing to go, and you don't want to fight it. So even though the market is a little bit choppy, SPY hasn't moved too much throughout the whole session that we were talking. Just about about 0.4% now, and the SPY about 0.75% there as well, too, guys. Or sorry, the Q is about 0.75 of a full percent there, guys. So we're just gonna hold on. We're gonna see if we can get into NVDA and take this with the long. But as of right now, we're gonna wait. We're gonna hold our horses. We're gonna wait to get into this position a little bit here. If we can get a pullback and we hold this level, then maybe we look to take a long here as well, too, guys. So just hold on to that. But I mean, we're starting to crawl higher and higher. If it breaks this pivot high, then I don't see any reason why we don't go for the high of day and then potentially hold that all-time highs, guys. So throw it in the chat what you guys are looking at. I know a lot of people in the chat were looking at Pixie, so we'll take a look at Pixie. I seen it come up on the gappers list as well too, which is starting to move a little bit to the top side. It was hot this morning. It had a lot of volume. It's since dwindled and continues to kind of hold this level. So you're gonna wanna, if you're gonna play this breakout, you're gonna wanna wait and see and wait for the volume to step in here before it can potentially crawl any higher. All right, guys. So that's the look on Pixie. I know a lot of people were looking at that today. So yeah, guys, just let us know. We only got about 14 minutes left in the session, guys. So any questions on the options boil, please just let us know. Put them in the chat. I feel like we answered a good amount today. And
I have a question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so a lot of people have margin accounts, right? I mean, there's a lot of reasons you need margin accounts.
Yeah.
Intraday
Sure.
trade, take shorts, stuff like that.
Leverage yourself.
So, and leverage, obviously, let's say.
Yeah.
Now, here's the issue. When you have margin, sometimes you don't determine if you're buying with your cash or with your margin. Sometimes it just uses your margin.
Yeah, then you'll get charged like the overnight lending.
So that's fine. That's not my question. The question is, can you sell covered calls on stocks that you've purchased partially with margin?
As long as it doesn't chew up all of the capital.
Got it.
Okay.
Great answer.
Yeah. So as long as like you still have some margin, even though like you'll need the minimum margin requirements at that point, right? So like the base here in Canada is like $2,500.
Okay.
So you just always want to give yourself that little bit of a buffer into the account. And plus, you don't want to allocate 100% of your capital to one position as well too, right? So as long as you have that little bit of a buffer, then you can start selling calls against that position.
Interesting. That's good to know, man. Because that's a good question. West, y'all. Yeah, that's my question. Shout out to you. Logi or Logi. Anyone in SMCI, what's your exit? Cheers. Let's have a look at SMCI because we were dealing with this one a little bit earlier. And it traded it yesterday as well. Let's load up SMCI. It was a bit of a bamboozler today. Let's have a look at what it's doing right now. Oh, wow. Nice double bottom there. Looking to go VWAP. I'd say, well, my first profit taker, I'd be gunning for that 48.55, 48.5. If that one kept going, then I'm looking for yesterday's closing print at 48.75. That's a good look there. Now, I mean, realistically, how high do we get up here? You've got a double bottom, so you've got possible reversal pattern. You got the pre-market low over here. We're at 50.25, but I really doubt we go that aggressively green on SMCI today, at least not intraday, maybe by tomorrow. So I'd be wetting my beak at 55 to account for VWAP. I'd also be looking to get some more out at 75 to account for the yesterday closing print. I hope that helps, and I hope other people have levels on that if they want to chime in. Absolutely be willing to hear what you guys have to say. NUZE halted again, guy. Oh, no, it's not. It just printed 261. Okay, I thought it was halted for a second. Here it is, right back above the high of the day. 262. It's going to halt at 262 here if we don't drop. It hasn't been false halting. So, I mean, I've watched, 5, 6 halts of this today. Neither of them have been false, nor is this one. Halted again. Good look here for whoever's holding NUZE. We were gone from this one here at 192. Now it's up well higher above that. Good luck for whoever's trading this. Shout out to you. Random oddities. Where do you think this market would be if broke were just still charged $6.99 a trade? Great question, bro. Some still do in this country.
Like TD, man. Like that's why it's like, get out of here, TD. Bro, who's paying $10 a ticket? Like,
bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. And if you want to use Think or Swim, Like, because they won't
Yeah,
give that. You got to put 25K in the account
No
minimum to use Thinkorswim
way.
on this side of the border.
I think on the other side too. I think if you have a TD account, but TD changed to Schwab. Yeah, Charles Schwab.
That's down south, though.
Yeah, that's in south, and I think you got Bookmap for free too. I think a lot of guys got that. Yeah, for like 20, not free, like $20 a month or something
Not
like
bad.
that, which is extremely expensive here. So yeah,
That's not bad, though.
No, I mean Bookmap is fantastic.
It's like
right?
$100 a month here.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
one of the
yeah.
traders used to
You
have,
have
it.
it?
He was,
It's like,
he's
yeah,
still using it.
there's a
Shout out
whole-
to Cal.
yeah,
Cal, if
shout
you're
out
in the
Cal,
chat,
man,
let me
yeah.
know, man.
Shout out Cal.
Jay Lee, one cool side note, NVIDIA was $50 at the start of 2020. What? Was $50. Oh, yeah, split adjusted. At the start of 2024. Just saying, it's a pretty nice jump from 50 to 140 for the buy and hold crowd. Sometimes wonder if we waste our time day trading. You and I have thought the same way, but I still think that there is benefit to this, obviously, because you can do both at the same time, Jay, right? Just allocate, different portions of your account to this, or just get on to the best prop firm over here at Real Trading. If you're in Canada, if you're not, trade the pool. Give them a shout. Have a look. If you don't have your own buying power, you can definitely do that as well. So shout out to Trade the Pool. Random oddities. Wow, I didn't know Canada still charged. Yes, they do. And it's not just TD. There's other banks that charge exorbitant amounts as well. It's not, the only option we have. Like, I use a brokerage over here, which costs me pennies to get in and out.
That's the beauty of it.
That's the truth. Zach. To day trade with Thinkorswim, yeah, 25K has to be in the account. Yeah, I know. I checked with them before. I have TD. TD's my main institution for everything I do. My mortgage, my car payments, everything is with TD. And they couldn't care less. So, you still need to put $25,000 in your brokerage account. I'm not taking it out, so get out of here. Shout out to you. Thank you for chiming in on there. You're getting some love there from Volky in the chat.
Oh, what's he say? What Volky
Have a look.
saying? Volky, great job, Joe. Really enjoy your perspective on options and investing. Wow, thanks.
Bang.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, thank you, Volky. That means a lot,
Yeah,
man.
love, man.
Yeah, that means a lot, Volky. I can't say enough.
Yeah,
That warms my heart, no doubt. And
All right, guys, let's have a look at TNXP over here. I've been waiting forever at 20 pennies. Now we're breaking through the high of the day right now on TNXP, 1977, and not the year, but the actual price level. So let's see if we're able to break. Here we go. 1995 now is the high of the day. I'm still waiting at 0.2. So looks like I'm, for now, destined to go unfilled. The last remaining position that I have on the day, looking to get filled at 20 pennies. Respectable name, up 25 some odd %. So that's a look. Let's see if we get filled. If we don't, that's all right. Todd McLean, care to show the gold chart? Mate, new all-time highs. Say less, my friend. I will absolutely pull up GC for you, my man. Here we go. Let's load up GC. Let's just assign it to this one over here, Fabian. We're going to do it quick. There we go. There we go. GC. This is the futures contract. And there you go. This is the future. I'm not looking at the index, obviously. This is the continuous contract. You'll always be able to know that it's a continuous contract vis-a-vis that infinity sign that it has on the top corner there. 2712.7. That is all-time highs. Yeah, gold's been fantastic, man. Who can say anything about gold? My buddy Alfred just hates gold.
How?
I don't know why. He
How do you
inherited
hate
some
it?
from his old man, and he wanted nothing to do with it. Sold all that gold, bought Tesla in 2019.
Oh, okay. So he's doing all right then.
He did well.
Yeah, so he did
well.
all right. But
he
hey,
doesn't like gold.
yeah, I don't. How do you not like gold?
That's his story. That's like his claim to fame. His 2019 Tesla buy.
Tesla play. All
Oh
right,
yeah.
There you go.
Like that was a print factory over there for him. Shout out to Alfred.
Yeah, we got someone in the chat saying, Joe, can you take a look at CART, Maple Bear Inc.? I'm not too sure what these guys are doing, but I mean, they absolutely look like they're trading to the top side there. So, I mean, if you're long in this stock, then good on you, especially if you got into these areas here, caught the bottoms on that stuff. But I'm not too familiar with Maple Bear, so that's the look on CART. And then West asked me to look at BITO for him. BITI, or no, what's BITI per shares? So I don't know if this is optionable yet. You're saying you got in at like 37.85. I don't even see that price on here unless it got split. or you've been holding for, oh, sorry, I'm on the 5 minute here. Sorry there, guys. Yeah, so let's take a look. At some point, Wes, like I was stating with the options wheel, eventually the premiums won't outweigh what the stock depreciates or appreciates. So at some point you need to, why is this like this? I don't know if this is a futures, I don't know, but it's not doing good. I'll have to look more into, oh, it's a short, that's why. Yeah, Wes, get out. It's a short, it's an inversed ETF, so the more Bitcoin appreciates, this is something that you don't want to hold on to in a long position, all right? I mean, if you were shorting this, then that's absolutely the ideal way, but this thing is meant to dissolve at some point, all right? So, yeah, you can sell as many calls as you want, and I don't think at this price it's going to do anything. Unfortunately, you're going to have to accept the loss and move on to the next one, all right, brother? So, sorry about that, but yeah, just get rid of it because it's not going to be worth anything anytime soon, and you're not going to be able to collect any premiums. I'll be surprised if it's optionable. So that's a look on that one. NVDA is starting to sell a little bit. So was the overall market, guys. And I'm glad I got out of my AMD break even because exactly that, my narrative, in which I said earlier on the session, is that the sentiment around this stock is absolutely weak, and then it's absolutely selling. So if it's not moving, there's a couple sessions where the market was ripping and AMD was lagging, and then when the market would start selling, the selling volume started to accelerate. You don't want to be a part of those stocks, especially in the long leg, unless you're going for the short side, guys. So that's what I'm looking at here on AMD. And other than that, guys, fantastic session. We had a blast. I think we had an absolute blast today. Sorry, Joe, I want to sell call on British American Tobacco. Okay, yeah, West. So yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, but just by protection, do call credit spreads. Like I was telling Kyle Burdett that he wants to. He's kind of bearish on the overall outlook of the overall markets. So instead of actually just buying puts, where you actually need the asset to like drastically move in your favor, you can just do a call credit spread in that half. So I would look to do that, Wes. So that's another good look there, guys. And I mean, hey. The market's selling, and AMD is just living up to the weakness, I guess, in the overall, in its name. So I don't know with this one, guys. So I know a couple people in the chat were saying, hey, Joe, should I swing it? I don't know if I would be buying this right now for a swing. Again, it's up to you, but I would be avoiding that one to the fullest, brother.
All right. Something's coming into my level. MTEM. All right, just going to look at this real quick over here. MTEM is coming into a level that I earmarked for an entry. So we got to look at this. Oh, there we go. It broke the downward channel. Someone brought this to my attention. I told them this ain't the move until it breaks the upward channel. There we go. And now we've broken above this high. Keep your eye out on this one. It is, it's a small cap gapper, MTEM, sub $1 name, up 146% though. This is a big boy mover. It's a different trade at $1 though, and it's getting awfully close, about 80 pennies. So MTEM getting its footing under it, and since basically 10:15 this morning, it's been higher lows and higher highs. So good luck. I'm not going to trade this because we got like 1 minute left on the show, but this one is setting up. Let me show them one more, Fabian. LASE. I want to go to the 4 hour because somebody was asking me. Look at that, bro. Right. That's the mother of all bottoming tail hammer candles. Yeah. But I want to show the 4 hour because people are asking, or what's this person's name? Let's see. Bizwajipita. Sorry, bro. Can't pronounce your name. I apologize for butchering it, but this is one hell of a resistance level here at $9 on LASE, and you've seen me trade this, you've heard me talk about it. I like the fact that they have that anti-drone technology. They're spending up a storm advertising on CNBC almost every morning. I'm seeing their commercial. LASE is a ticker, but look at this. We come up into 9, a whole bunch of selling at 9. And it wasn't a surprise that it was doing that. Look at this area crest from back on September. We rejected right at that same level. So here's my suggestion to you. Be on the lookout for this area trough over here at $5 and change. Maybe $5.50, maybe $5. Look for an area hold up at the exact same area we held up. We held up at that area from September 11th to September 16th. We gave it up over here though, but look how quickly we reclaimed it. So that's number one. That's for a long. For a short, you know, you could take the short right into that $5 area, or even better, that $2 area if we get down into those October 7th, October 9th, or 7th, 8, and 9 lows. But other than that, I don't have much of a play on lace. It's not something I'd hold overnight. It's something that we intraday trade. At least that's what I do. But it is now, Joe, 2 o'clock, and the big kahunas are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at your tickers. And I got my out right on time, Joe. 20 pennies on TNX Beats all over there. Pumped about this one. All right, big kahunas, what say you guys?
What up, everybody? That's absolutely.
NUZE just resuming right now. 294. Up 700%.
It's halted.
I mean, how are we not long this thing?
22 times it's halted to the upside.
Is that what it is? Oh, you have the.
Well, I know. Look. I have a halt counter. I'm not.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Like you could
that's
count
fair.
it,
Yeah,
but I'm like, what I should have
Great
done is I
ideas.
should have pretended that I actually counted it that many times. Like, oh, look how fast I was able to count the halts on NUZ.
Yeah.
NU News.
No one would have thought you had a scanner like that, you know.
Wow. I mean, and it's going into another halt as we speak at $2.99. It is halted, baby. For
But
the
on your, oh, you don't have the right screen up.
Oh no! Shoot. Do you have the?
I wasn't looking at it.
Yeah, I don't have the level 2 up there. So yeah, this is new. The Newsy is halted again. The tap
$2.99.
is $3. I mean, the halt is at $2.99. It is. It's been going up today. In case you haven't noticed, the market's doing pretty well, but it's not up 740% because what the heck is up 740%? And then just as Sharif was mentioning, what's this company called? Molecular Templates Inc., MTEM, just as he was mentioning that, it broke 80 and it went into a halt. Although the difference with this is it went right into 90 cents. It literally failed the dollar yesterday and it's tapping 85. So my suspicion is, wait a minute, stop in underneath 80, because if it goes back under 80, my suspicion is this is going to be one of those like false breaks. You had to have the breakout at that 80 cent level. So if it opens and loses 80 out, let's see. I kind of feel like it's going to fail a dollar just because it failed a dollar before. But yeah, MTP going upside. Obviously, the big thing is that news, which is insane. Could just be sympathy, like other things are trying to go with NUZE. And I feel like the second this one goes to the downside, anything it's been following, it's going to get waxed, is my guess. So make sure you have stops on all of these low float runners and all the good stuff in there. As DJT just lost 30 because everyone cares about news.
Yep.
Like DJT can't go more than 50 cents, but news can squeeze up a bajillion.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
Apparently.
It's whatever companies the Chinese government want to start ripping upside.
It's true.
You know, I mean,
well,
we've
is
seen this
news Chinese? I
have no idea, but it doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want. All right, so we're excited here. Hopefully they get NVIDIA ripping upside as well. Google's making a couple moves down. We got some exciting names to cover for you today. We got Netflix after the close as well. Stay tuned for that. That should be a wild ride.
Good game, baby.
All right, let's go figure it out. Uber, maybe. No, I think he's fine. All right, so yeah, we're gonna look at maybe at Uber. Let's go find out what's on the list with Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, guys, a show where you decide what we talk about every day. So you saw the big kahunas. They're ready to go, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join us during the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top 5 make it on. So persuade your friends in the chat to vote your way. Let's have a look at the indexes. Right now, it is the Russ, the only one that's negative on the day, the NQ, the ES, and the Dow, all in positive territory. But the Russ was a big mover yesterday. It was up 1 2/3, giving back right now about 0.25% in the red. But there is the first ticker as decided by you guys, the SPY. And we're in green territory today, guys, above that 5,900 point level on the ES December contract, but off the highs, guys, as the SPY is about 0.25%.
Yeah.
Good news is that it made an all-time high. Bad news is it just wicked it again. So like we've had this pattern going on the whether it's the NASDAQ, kind of the same thing. The SPY's been doing it, but at least every time it fails a high, you know, like the next day you consolidate, and within 2 days you're making another one. It looks like recently on that break. But unfortunately, yeah, you did fail the all-time high, lower highs. That's why it's feeling a little bit bearish right now. We're still green, but that's because of the gap up. Thank you very much, TSM, for all of that. But obviously, yeah, it does look like we're rounding toward the bottom. it's not necessarily a gap fill because you already did that in the morning. I guess you're refilling the gap if that's even a thing. All right, that METM is already open and can't seem, oh, now it does seem to break that 90-cent level. That thing's going to fail at $1, MTEM, I do think. Let me just go back over to the MTEM because it just went to 98 cents, and I feel like they just stacked it up at $1. So at this point, it either is going to hold, oh, okay, it's going to try and go to a halt off of $1.
Oh, man, we just got stopped at a Tesla on our short, which is crazy.
Remove stop underneath $1.
M10. All right, so we'll see what happens over there with that one. I mean, look, the SPY, still monstrous this year. I mean, we've talked about how well it's been performing, but if you're going to look at today, I just feel like there's just, I've been looking short for a while. It seems like every afternoon I come in short and now we're long, but nothing's really happening. But to these positions, but the market is losing it a little bit here. Spider's still up 0.18. I mean, look, Rally Central in financials. Obviously, some bigger stocks like NVIDIA. We talked about the other $1 trillion marker today with TSM. So as the market goes, this is the top 500 stocks, but it does look like it's trying to break lower here. That little wick top, sometimes when you get to those all-time highs, that's interesting that we faded pretty hard off of that. I mean, you're only down, like we said, 0.5% or not even from those all-time highs, but that little wick top, you don't really see those wick tops until you do right here. And then that created a nice little downside move. No real wick tops here, but that one might stand out. Let's see where we close tomorrow. I mean, if we close today below 579 and then open up even below that and then close below 576 the next day, maybe we do have a little bit of a decision to make here, whether or not the spiders are retracing back in. Look, the market has 10 to 15% moves all the time. Most people will tell you things like that are healthy. So I'll tell you the same thing. I mean, what goes up must come down at some point. So let's continue to take profit if you're nervous about any of these plays. But at the same time, I mean, it's a longer game. We do have elections coming up in less
I got
than
a fun question.
3 weeks, 2 weeks.
I got a fun question.
I have fun answers.
Okay, so I'm half saying this because I have something in mind for this, but so it's self-serving. SPY pulls back 20%. You can't buy the SPY, but you can only buy one stock the day that the SPY pulls back 20%, regardless of where that stock is pulled back to. So regardless of level, SPY pulls back 20%. What stock?
I mean, NVIDIA. I'm buying NVIDIA on all dips.
No.
So what about for yourself?
No, I was hoping you were going to say, because Google, I thought you were going to say Alphabet.
I think NVIDIA is really the future.
No, because NVIDIA on no matter what the level is, with all the rest of the Mag 7, 50 and 200 periods are the only two places that I'm buying. But I was kind of hoping you'd say one of those, and I was going to be like, NVIDIA is the only one I would buy regardless of price if the market pulled back 20%. Right. Anyways, well, that ended up being not as exciting as I wanted it to be. Let's talk about ASML, which...
But I gave you an exciting answer. I mean, NVIDIA. That's, what people want to hear.
Well, I know. I was kind of hoping I could say.
Give what's 1B then for you. Let's see if this is exciting.
Oh, 1B?
Yeah.
Meta.
There you go. See,
Meta, yeah.
I think Meta.
No, because of the valuation. So therefore, if it's regardless of price, I know the valuation isn't expensive. And that's the whole thing. If it's regardless of price.
Me on Meta, man.
Yeah, so... ASML is not one that I would automatically buy if the market went 20% down, but I am looking, I do like the notion of this. Let's just talk before I get into it, let's go to Sharif.
Yeah, it's
What
next.
am I doing? Yeah.
I'm with you there, Neil. I'm thinking about this one as well. It was a tough week for ASML, very tough. Obviously, it was a miss on the earnings report, and it was leaked early. Not that it was inaccurate, it was just leaked early, and it caught everybody by surprise. Today, we got a bit of a different picture from another microchip named Taiwan Semi. They're not complaining about demand. ASML was. They were saying some of the chip fabs were not buying machinery for other parts of their build out other than AI. So it's a bit of a miss there. But they're up, guys. 2.25 today. Not a bad look.
Yeah, but so ASML is down 30-something% from the highs. You know what? Actually, I think I have that set for a percent from the high. Do I have it? No, I don't have it percent from. I should set that one up because then it's easy for me to be able to say. It's a good one. Then I can just sort of tell you on my scanner without actually trying to do stupid math in my head. Not that that's bad, but ASML, we call it like give it the 3-day rule. So you're getting to that point. If we close the week and we haven't lost this 675, look at it was support on the way up. But the big volume spike breakout on ASML right at the beginning of the year was off this level at 675. So if we're holding this on Monday, I'm going to buy this thing. I mean, at the end of the day, you can't make advanced chips without their lithography machine, period. So why not? TSM confirmed that demand's going to be good. So yeah, I feel like this one's going to be okay. As long as it holds on to that support, I'm a buyer on Monday, close the week above it. Even if it's like at 700, who cares? Like I think it would be a buy and a hold. So it doesn't really matter. As for the trade, remember they trade primarily in Amsterdam, which that's a no-fly zone for me. Trade, like even if it was split, I wouldn't trade this now, given that they're closed, the primary market's closed. I think you can find other chip names that are going to move a bit more. Like the fact that it's trying to hold above the 700. It would seem like it's made a bottom at that key 675 level. I think that's nothing but good for this stock. And that MTEM, yeah, I mean, so I was obviously wrong about the stock failing the $1 level. So getting out of 90% of it in front of $1 was a colossal mistake. It's now about to halt at 125. I have 5% of this left, and it's about to go another halt. All I do every time it halts is take some out in front of the halt band and then move my stop. So my stop is now going to 120 on this thing. Yeah, a smarter man would have held on to more of this position, but me and dollar failures are a bit of a thing. And I'm actually going to pay for locates on the off chances something does really stupid, because I feel like this is just doing insanity like news. Only when something is following the other one doing insanity, usually it drops a little faster than NUZ is. So yeah, METM still going, now 30%. It was 300% almost to the upside. Probably should have held on to more, but it is what it is.
We're short Palantir just getting some out right now. Yeah, look, I mean, I think ASML is a good name to trade. I feel the same way. Here's Palantir. We had to short. Now it's finally falling back into the 200 period below where we initially started shorting it. But these stocks are roller coasters. End of the day, no, I like ASML same way. I mean, you know, I don't think that's why I answered NVIDIA so quickly there. It was a no-brainer. I just don't think this sector is going anywhere. And if anything, this kind of a drop down gives you opportunities to buy. You know, so if those people that are already in it might have probably sold, panic sold maybe. So you're getting some of those sort of paper hands, you know, washed out on some of these moves. But again, the weekly says it all. There's lots of room to run on ASML. So if you like the space, I think you got to get that. I mean, I feel like it's the same thing. We didn't know enough about Micron. We kept sitting here like, oh, what's up with Micron and this and that, and like, what's up with DRAM, and we kept on seeing like we don't understand the story here. And then Micron all of a sudden has their report and blasts right back up. So, you know, if you just understand that sometimes these stocks will have their ebbs and flows and will be popular and then not very, very fast. ASML can just get upgraded by somebody, and the next thing you know, that's going to be up 10% in a day. So I do like that stock. We'll have to see what winds up happening with ASML. But MSTR, a completely different story here, as we'll have to track the movement here in Bitcoin.
It's below 67,000 right now, Sean, last time I looked, but it was a good day for crypto. I saw you guys talking about Mara in the chat. It's above $18 last time I looked. MSTR down marginally with this now down move on Bitcoin. And Dylan Leclerc, who is Metaplanet's director of Bitcoin strategy, feels that Bitcoin is going to be a $100 trillion idea that belongs in every portfolio, corporate balance sheet, and retirement account. Those are fighting words.
So the bull move in Bitcoin, somebody's selling MSTR at around $200.
Somebody gonna get hurt the real bad.
Yeah, it's ain't no. It's not some Bezos thing. I'm saying ain't way too. My daughter has been saying, like, ain't is her new thing.
Slay.
Everything is ain't this, ain't that, and now it's bleeding to me. So if you hear me say that, whatever it is.
That ain't right.
Yeah, it's just, you know, whatever. I do most of my talking outside of this show is talking to my 7-year-old daughter. So let's be real for a second. It ain't good at $200 on MSTR.
I just talk to myself.
It's green, but it's not. Yeah, it's just weak right now. I don't know what else to tell you. It looks to me every time it gets in there, you're just running into a brick wall of lower highs after failing several times above the $200 level. So unfortunately, like, it's strong, but it's like it's weird. Like, see, it's kind of like a head and shoulders over the 200, although, I don't know, whatever. Well, you guys, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But resistance, tried to break, utter failure, and then the last couple of sessions, you just can't seem to get out and about above. The good news is, look at you, it's holding 190. So a consolidation off of 190, and then break out, like confirm a breakout over 202, 203, then this sucker can get going again. Because it did such a ridiculous move to the upside. All of a sudden, you got some sellers in charge at that 200 level on MSTR.
All right, we forgot, because we were talking about something. We got new positions, so we just took the futures. We just took out 15 handles there at the top. We took out 5, 10, 15 handles. As we go to the top side, we're in 55% still of this trade. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. Vice President Harris now speaking about, the Hamas leader, okay? So nothing there as far as chips. I thought maybe there was going to be something there. Okay, so nothing there. MSTR, look, Bitcoin, IBIT and all that. We've already sort of talked about this. Neil sort of showed the, hold on a second. Neil sort of already showed the chart here. I feel the same way about it. I think we're getting ready to break, but you still got to get above some of these highs. I just think at this point, you've had a lot of dips. Like we've gone here back in, I don't know why the 200 period. Oh, because IBIT maybe doesn't have 200 days. I feel like it does. But anyways, we keep on getting dip bought back into wherever this 200 period is. And I just feel like it could happen again. So back in here to 34, 35, something that seems reasonable for me on IBIT. So I would wait now. Let it settle down. We just failed. I mean, I'll take the long if it breaks 39. And we're not. It's not that it's not going to do that, but 39 was already the top right there. It looks like almost the top to the penny again. So 39 on IBIT's a blast forward, and that's at 38 right now. So yeah, I just took this out of my ear because they were talking about that press conference there. All right, we're still long Google. We're long NVIDIA. We're long the TQQs, which is the futures. We're long Apple from the morning, and we're short Mr. Palantir and Alex Karp right now. But that won't be for long. We'll get out as soon as we can. All right, back over to Sharif there. DraftKings time.
This one went red to green, guys. I saw you short this in the morning, guys. I think it was Sean shorting it, but there it is, now up 1.5%. Wells Fargo chiming in today, maintaining their overweight rating on DraftKings and boosting that price target from 47 to 52. Good look. I didn't expect this. Red to green.
We wrote this one down on our sticky note. We had this labeled from yesterday on here, and it's been a quite a, tipsy-turvy move here on DraftKings. But the thing is, when you're looking at this, how could you be short? How could you be short and make money? Not only did we make money, it's the number one P&L stock today between all shows. So, I mean, that's the thing. You got to hit it when it's there. We planted purple flowers on the way down. We were able to get a lot of shares up there at 37 on that break. We reloaded that short a little bit there as it went back in, and then all of a sudden it broke 37 and we got out. So we were actually only holding, I'd have to look, maybe 50% of that reload rate there. So the damage was not done. The damage was done right here. We were super excited about this name when we were in it. I'm not super excited about it now. I do really like the fact that we have bounced off of that level right there again. So maybe here we nailed it. We nailed that break. We got out. Pretty responsible trading right now. But if you are looking to make responsible trades as well, why not join our friends at Trade the Pool? There we go. She's got the full beard on right there. You know what I mean? Brendan's looking good there. I'm looking mediocre. But there you go. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using company capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give you the true trading edge. Here's the exciting part, though. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like yourself. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they have reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. And the profit split has been upgraded. So you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely check it out right now by scanning that QR code below or click on the link in our description. I mean, that's we talked about the advantages of trading on a prop floor and, Trade the Pool. If you're interested, go over there and find them as well as real trading. So we're excited for all of that. We do have a couple other things lined up. So let's, unless you want, DraftKings sort of just did there. You can go ahead if you want.
I can't. That's a great short. I actually didn't realize DraftKings got back up there. What? The thing was bleeding to death and the market's weak. DraftKings, so that's a good thing for DraftKings. Here, okay, first, MTEM. I actually was like, I'm going to put my stop underneath the halt reopen price and put it at the halt reopen price. It didn't really matter, but it's the same thing. It's right back at $1. So this is doing, I was sort of saying, like when news, NUZE, Like this finally turned around, and look what happened to the other random stock that was going on nothing. It drops even faster and harder. So you got to make sure you take profits on those. No, but the only thing I was going to say about DraftKings is, you typically speaking, when you have a move like that gets bought up when the market doesn't have strength, that's a pretty bullish sign in my opinion. And we like the 50-period moving average. It happens to be bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So you basically liquidity grabbed underneath that flat bottom break at 37, and now you're holding the 37. Next stop, break the 200-period moving average out to the upside. It's not. I wish this was exactly $40, then it would make it really easy, but maybe like a 39.50 break. Just consolidate here after that lit grab, break the sucker out. That looks pretty bullish to me if it can make a follow through in the next, I guess, days and weeks. But let's. Oh, we still have NVIDIA to talk about.
Ooh.
Here I thought we were done.
Just seeing, guys, that the FTC is investigating John Deere. Deere under investigation now by the FTC for some of their farming equipment repair practices. Keep an eye out on that. Yeah, as the boys mentioned, NVIDIA the last on the rundown over here. Obviously, Taiwan Semi reporting, and especially with the report specific to AI, was very bullish for NVIDIA. They are their biggest supplier of these GPUs. And it's a good look. We got very close into those all-time highs. Still, it eludes us. 141 and change, guys, all-time highs. I think we got into the high 140s today, but just a matter of time, you feel like.
For the record, if that story drops Deere into the 50 or 200 period moving average on the daily, that's a buy.
Neil's in there. Neil's in there, man.
But it doesn't.
Cookie Monster.
But it doesn't get any more. Like it's Deere. Like they gonna be okay. All right. So
do okay.
The daily chart looks pretty good. It is in a pullback anyway. So where are we at? 400. That's like 390 and then 385. Anywhere in that zone looks like a good area to pick that bad boy up. I'm in Caterpillar. It's like the only real industrial that I have a big position in. My personal account is like my number 6 or something holding, maybe 7. I don't know. I feel like it should be less than Lilly, but it might not be because Lilly's Lilly. But obviously, Deere's a good one I think to add into as well, if that story gives it any weakness. NVIDIA, all my trading was this morning, and then when it did this bottoming tail candle, I made one trade after that off of VWAP that was no good. And now all of a sudden, I think we're getting back to that 138 level. So I was trying to be really patient. We went long the first dip off the pre-market bottoms. And then after it made this bottoming tail candle through the low, got it on the way back up into VWAP and then dipped off the higher low into VWAP. Then we had a loss trying to take a higher low here, waited for the actual pullback to that prior 138 level. That got almost to VWAP and stopped out, and then I didn't get this re-entry, and after that waited for VWAP. I think now you just got to wait for 138 if you're not short. I am in AMD. Actually, let me go.
Keeps breaking.
The other thing to remind everybody is 140.76 was an all-time high, so this was a breakout that kind of failed an all-time high. So you have an all-time high pullback happening, at least a little bit on NVIDIA. So up 2%, but it's one of those, we made an all-time high and then we're breaking it back. AMD couldn't really churn through the last 2 days of support. Resistance at 158.50. So we've been trying to short this one to no success early, and then a little bit more here, as I think it's headed down into 156.5. This is another stock that's headed for the 50-period moving average. Only AMD doesn't feel as good as the other stocks that are getting to that 50-period moving average on the daily. That I'm interested in. So yeah, at least some concern with AMD. Can't seem to hold that 200. It was in the midst of a breakout. I could see it losing the 50 period, especially if NVIDIA is going to back off these highs.
Yeah, there is some concern here because I've been playing sort of the ranges of these markets. We have just now broke below. The ranges have been good most afternoons, right? But right now we are just sitting here. We're only out 10 cents. Or not even, sorry. TQs are not at 6 cents. But right into here, this is the low. So I'm trying to play off of this. This is almost definition of catching a falling knife. We've been able to get out every time for profits, but I just want to show everybody that this is at that low right now, looking to break it. So dangerous and slip. Okay, there we go. See, now it just rips back up. So we get some out now. For a little bit of profit, let's just take a little bit out here as it goes up because, yeah, that was a pretty dangerous spot right there into that low. So we'll just take off some pressure here into those plays and then wait to see what's happening. We are also 25 cents now in the money here on Palantir. Let's punch out. There we go. We'll punch some out there at 82.5 or 83 and take a little bit more out, as my bids are nowhere to be found on this stock. I actually had a better offer up here that just got missed at 25. I was trying to go against this 30 area, but unfortunately we didn't get it all. We'll have to wait. I mean, I prefer the market to rip now, not tank. So we'll cover some Palantir. Now, it doesn't matter. We always talk about like we want this to happen or that to happen. It doesn't. I'm just talking about the positions that I'm in. I mean, I'm long against this level. So we just scalped it out numerous times right now, right here. So there's some outs, there's some outs, there's some outs. And we're getting lighter. So we only have now about 2/3. There we go, a little bit more. Now about 2/3 left, as we just got some out at 64, 65. So here we go. Hopefully we can get back up to the upside right now in these markets. But again, just letting you know, we're scalping all this stuff out, trying to find opportunities where opportunity lies. That's something that you can't really fight that, right? I mean, any news could happen at any, look what's happening right now. So right now we're another 12, 15 handles in the money or so. I always try to equate it to what it would look like on the futures, because I trade here in the TQs. I prefer trading the TQQs because it's a stock and it's the same order entry. My hands are already sort of trained to make literally thousands of trades a day on this kind of a market. So it's like, for me, the math is much easier than saying, okay, I have 5 contracts. I'm trying to get a contract out here. What's that going to do to my average price right now as it's starting to go back upside? So we have a couple longs right now in Google and in TQs and in NVIDIA. But other than that, man, I think Google's a problem. It doesn't want to go, but the futures are a bigger situation. 163.25, if we can get them all out right now for flat on Google, that's not too bad. So again, more covering up there on the futures. We now have less than half of the position that we had in the first place here. So well traded there off the bottoms. And again, just trying to hold it through that. So it was about a 10 or 15 handle risk, which is why we had to get it out when that trade allotted itself to do so. So, all right, Google in trouble, though. I don't know what you're trading long or short right now.
I just went to grab Apple here, but it didn't quite get into the higher low from this morning. Obviously, we were trading it off the open and got the 230-ish bounce and then tried VWAP, but the higher low in here was like 231. I was looking for the market weakness to take us down into that level, try and catch it on the way up. It's like kind of like this, like exactly in here, but just wasn't fast enough to grab those quarters on the way back in. But I do like Apple. It's trying to go red to green again. That's right around 231 3/4. So if it breaks VWAP, it's going green. I like it for some strength. One of the reasons that I do like it is you held on support from yesterday, higher low support as well. So if you just look at the pattern, it was a drop, actually something we mentioned in the lesson of the day, drop into essentially 230. Today, a little bit higher, and then yesterday it ground back into those highs. So on that same pattern, support in front of the 30 level, and then an attempt to close right back at the 232 is the pattern that I'd like to play out here. That news stock for everybody, keep going to blue ocean there. News is halted, this time again to the downside. So it did open, managed to break higher a couple of times, and this is now successive down halts. The last one was 10 minutes. So you never know. It could be 5 minutes. It could be 10 minutes. It doesn't really matter at this point. But when there's a lack of liquidity, sometimes it's of the 10-minute variety. So if it's tapping 253, meaning it would open down here. If it opened right now, my guess is if it doesn't open in the 5, that means it might actually open that low. Because 10 minutes means that they don't have enough liquidity for a reasonable amount of volatility, I suppose. Another stock that's relatively strong, if we don't get Apple, is Tesla, which is trying to hold VWAP, though. So Tesla went on a rally, like late in the lunchtime hour, I suppose, breaking all the way to 222. Now it's trying to hold on to VWAP exactly at the 220 level. Want to see it do one more bounce, market to the lows, it's at VWAP. One more bounce off this level, show me a higher low, and then I add it to Apple for opportunities to the long side. And then there's one more name I wanted to get to because it's back under VWAP. The only place I've been looking short Intel is underneath VWAP, at 2 underneath here. Felt like if it broke higher, I wanted to wait for 23 even. It's back underneath. So going to look for this one to continue to set downside. They had that negative story with regards to China yesterday. What was it? National security concerns or some business like that.
Yeah.
Basically tit for tat. Like, oh, you pick on one of our companies, we'll pick on you.
Yep, exactly. That's why you don't want to mess with China. All right, so just talking quickly here about Tesla, because you just mentioned it. Wow, like that's crazy. We made another one. We made the bottom on NVIDIA today and then the top on Tesla right there. We are already playing this short. Made money, boom, give it back. We're long now, though, against this level here on Tesla, against 220. Again, falling back into VWAP. We'll try to take that as many times as we can, but at the same time, it just went into the money. And if we can start to scalp out, you can see sort of the benefits of scalping out when we look at names like the TQs that have fallen back in a little bit here. And I'm watching the net, so trust me, like I'm on a hawk like this, just trying to figure out what's going on here. And if something goes way in the money for us and we have a significant piece, we always try to take it out. But right now, I am looking at trying to scalp out some more of this name. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here on Tesla. There it goes, 230s. Okay, so all right, we're starting to get it. So there's 12, 13 cents on Teslas. Now it's starting to get back up to the upside. We're waiting for 40s again, so we'll see if that can come through. There it goes. Okay, so we get a 39 there, actually, not a 40 as we go through on Tesla. So it's starting to pick up a little bit. We just bought some off VWAP again, giving this name 20 cents worth of risk. We're long at 20s. We'll take some out here at 39s. That gives us what we need. So that's the bigger piece on that one. Futures now starting to get back to the upside a little bit. Hopefully that can rally. I mean, I'd like Tesla to do the damage and the dirty work for us if we could. But I'll offer some more here at 70s on the TQQs. Make sure that we do take that. It's 15 handles or so. Again, there it is. Give me that. We're at 69, to be honest with you. Whenever I say I'm offering 70s, I know Neil will be the same way, and Sharif and all these guys, not to speak for everybody, but it's like, I'll wait at even pennies. Like, I don't think for NVIDIA, I don't think it really matters. I don't think it matters for many of these stocks. But generally, like if I'm getting out at 70 on the offer, I'll take a 69. Or if I'm getting long, I'll take like an 11 instead of a 10. Or it's really silly, but those.
Well, it's actually not silly. It's one of those. In the moment, it doesn't seem like it matters, but over the course of like, if you do that every single day for years, you just end up getting more of those take profit fills than you don't. I feel like if you always wait for the best price, and then there's so many times that you won't get that scalp out, and it ends up adding up over time more than that 1 or 2 cents is going to add up. It's better to get the fill. If you're taking you'd rather take a 47-cent win than a 50-cent win. If you're going to get the 47-cent win fill, 5% more or 10% more, you'll get that fill over a long run. Like to me, it's just as simple as that. And then that's doubly so when you're trading. If you're trading small cap stocks, it's even more important. Where like all you're doing is doing like that scalp trading. I say that as back in the day in penny stocks, where you get a name for it, and it was like you'd be price shaving against like the other orders. And then we had another term for if somebody did it to your order, which was not. It was always frowned upon on the floor. If everyone knew you were on a certain level, and they would shave your order. But I can't say that one on you.
Like Neil's offering 9s, and I come and swoop in there and offer 8s and quickly scalp that away. But yeah, those are dirty plays.
You know who used to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I think lots of traders used to do that. But was the guy's name Jordan, or was there other guys like that, or was it? Okay, yeah.
I knew you knew.
Yeah. Well, of course, we brought all those guys in. Okay, so. I'm just trying to look through what's happening here. So Palantir is still battling with the same levels. We have scalped more and more out. We now only have less than a third left of this position as we are 10 handles in the money. We just scalped some more out at 70s, like over and over again there, guys. We just look at that. We actually get, I mean, it might not be anything to you, but that's 70 or 71, and that's like a 74. So that's, again, equivalent of about 10 to 15 handles on those trades as we're playing the TQ right now off of the day's low. So we've seen so much, bouncing back and forth here in the afternoons, and then we wind up saying, oh, we're waiting for the closing prints, and we're waiting for this or that. And then, it sometimes affects the market, sometimes it doesn't. It's just one of those things where we'll try to play that bottom, and then if we get more negative news, then we'll just get out of it, which is why we are simply put scalping out of this. We're playing with house money where we cannot lose. If this breaks below, fine, we'll give some back, but we've already scalped out enough right now to be completely fine with it if it drops below. So we're long here at 52s. That bottom is 40s. So a little bit of slippage probably will happen, but at the end of the day, that's to be expected. So we'll see where we get out, hoping for about a 15-cent hit or so if we are incorrecto on that one. Google, again, a couple good outs as we went to the upside here. Just trying to show you that, hey, we're not trying to be stubborn with anything. I've already identified that Google's been pretty weak here. Look at it today. They lost their director or somebody on as part of their search and their AI team and their marketing team, I should say, maybe not AI. And he left. She, I shouldn't say he. I'm not sure. I think it was a he. I saw some story there, and Brennan's busy right now, but yeah, left, and that sort of sent the stock a little to the downside. That wasn't this move here. Oh yeah, it was. What time is this? Yeah, 1 o'clock. Yeah, that is when it was. So it was the increased volume right there, obviously. So they get an executive change over at Google, which sort of sent this name to the downside. All I've been trying to do is trying to see if there's been a hold here somewhere, right? I mean, the 20-minute chart. This is where we are right now, 163. So this is what I'm trying to.
It was a he.
Yeah, it was a he. That's what I'm trying to talk. I thought I saw his picture on another station, which I didn't want to say. Right there, 162.90 or so with a drop zone. I'm going to get out if it breaks 163, period. Just because, again, we talk about even levels, and we'll do that there. So, yeah, just a little bit of a talk there on what we're looking for from Google. Palantir still doing nothing. NVIDIA, I'm not there yet. We already got some more out. We have, again, this is a very, very light position. This is about, actually, it's exactly 10% of what we had right here. We already took this all out. Most of our outs are around here, 139.50s, 139.70s. Good outs there as we were above the 200 period at that time. And all these outs right into here, like 70s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 79s, and then a couple right now. But look at this. We're starting to get lower and lower and lower. So watch out for all these shorts, man, that you guys are, sorry, the longs you may have. TQs is about to get taken out right now as well. So this is about to drop below. I'm not going to reload this. Like I said, we'll play with house money for now. If it breaks, we're gone. And just say, thankfully, we changed up our tone a little bit and started scalping this out. So we should be looking for shorts now into the close. It's only 236, but negative news, man. We heard that Hamas story about the leader. There's probably going to be retaliation and all that stuff. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening as Google is right near that spot as well. Too bad. No real, there it goes. I was going to say no real size at 163, but we take our hands off there and then it goes down there to the downside. So frustrating to lose some of those longs, but at the same time, we're able to scalp out of them and not have too much left. If anything, it would be NVIDIA long. Other than that,
everything seems to be losing a bit. I'm now I got into AMD before we came on. It was just a flat bottom break off of VWAP at 158, but it's now at the low of the day and bouncing off the low as the NASDAQ is trying to bounce off the low. So trail in. If it gets back above I think I have it at the 10s, something like that, which usually means, oh no, I actually put it really tight. So I have it really tight to this level. So I'm already out. Just got through the 105, 157.05. So we've done a bunch of wick bottoms down here, and a little bit of a bottoming tail candle is going to get me out of that AMD long. Just take the quick buck. If we get back to 158, VWAP, great. Lower highs can be a play, but it's going to have to set something up. I mean, I'm not really working with an obvious trend line because, if you shorted the trend, you'd be shorting it in 10 cents on a bounce. And if the market bounces from here, I think I want to be a little bit more patient. Intel just needs to get to this low and break it. That's 2240, which it's had trouble doing. That said, it closed all the way down here at the 30 level, so I think it's got that move, one more fill there, then we wait for it to get to the previous close. If it loses that, I think it could go even lower in general. Apple, I thought this was going to be a good bounce play. So Apple is now at the 31 level and putting in a higher low as the market's at the low. So, 31.5 level, not 31. But the market's bouncing off the bottom, and Apple's trying to bounce off a higher low. I like that. If you're making higher lows, the market's making the low, and to me, you're relatively strong, and I want to look for longs in something like that. So I'm going to see if I can't weasel in to steal a Sharifism in the 60s here, give it to this local low, which is 231, like 37, it looks like.
I mean, we did it. I mean, we keep on setting the wrong stops, basically, right here again. And so we're still happy because it's not, we're flat on, we're still up actually, on this move. But at the same time, like we basically just nailed the bottom again on that. So yay for that one. Palantir, did we get advantage of that? No, nothing. See, Palantir didn't even do anything. So I'm thinking that this now is going to be, that sucks about that TQ trade. It's fine. It's just frustrating when you make those bottoms, of course. All right, so we'll punch a little bit out here at 85 on Palantir. So that's what we just did right now. Punching a little bit there out on Palantir as it just didn't have that move. We can put another bid. I mean, let's put a bid at 80 just in case it comes back down. We'll do that. Oh, actually, I'm already bidding 80. Okay, 85 then. Let's do that. All right, so we're bidding now 81s in case that does fall back into that level. We'll take it. Why not? We're back in, of course, because Tesla, we already made the top. So why not just make the bottom of that move as well? And then there it goes right back in. It takes 220, so we take it again as it goes back up to the upside. Come on, baby. Just print us here if you can at 32s would be pretty nice. And then again at 35s and then 45s. And then we get back to the 50-period moving average on TSLA, and then all will be fine. 220.70. Let's see if we can get that. I mean, hopefully we'll be able to do that right now. So NVIDIA's at a level again. So FYI on that. Back down to the 138. We just bounced off that pretty cleanly. I'm still waiting for that low. I think we should be a little bit more picky on what we're trying to do right now. I'm fine with how many trades we have on this stock today, completely. That bottom, like look at that. I almost forgot that we made the bottom in NVIDIA there. So we made the top in Tesla, then the bottom in the futures, and also the bottom here in NVIDIA today. I'm going to need some psychological warfare helping after all this. 137.50, that's going to be the stop. So actually that's 137 where we made, 137.37. So that's the low of the day. So if you're going to average into anything, I think you got to give it at least to 137 flat. Do not get stopped out by a couple wicks there. Make sure you're right on whatever trades you're trying to do. Futures look like they're bouncing, so we did make the bottom in those, so that's pretty sweet. And then after that, man, not much else going on. We pretty much made back what we lost there. Tesla did go up, and then we bought it back and was able to take some more out there. So again, scalping out right now is what's been saving me from complete disaster, because look at that, boom, boom, right into there. Out, and then loss, and then in, and then out, and then hopefully not the big L one more time, please. All right, DJT, people are talking about that. You're on Intel
Very
right
quickly,
now?
I actually just got trailed out of Intel at probably maybe the wrong moment, because now the market wants to go back down. So it bounced off the low. I'm like, okay, let it bounce off the low. We'll hold it for a break, just trail it to the 50. It then broke the 50 and came right back underneath. Apple, which was bouncing, consolidation, higher low, was bouncing, was going to take some out in front of VWAP. If it loses this prior low, it's like in the mid-30s, I'm out. You're not getting as big of a bounce as I would have liked. So out of the AMD short and out of the Intel short, and the market seems like it doesn't want to go up. I know some people are still maybe interested in news. So I was asked a couple times what the tap is. It keeps moving around here with 16, now $2.23. Now remember, with this stock, when it's doing this, it's not staying open more than a matter of seconds, and then it'll get to the next halt band, and then it's just halting again. I think the times when it's been reasonable, and again, it's just my personal opinion, to trade it is when it stops that whole halt to halt and gives you some kind of a range that you can play off of. Like, looking here at the middle of the day, it stays at the same area for like a half an hour, gives you a low, and then breaks out the top, then goes into a bunch of halts upside. You can actually reasonably trade this knowing there's liquidity here that you can put your stop underneath or at, and you should be able to get out, and then you've got the upside. Here, I think you're just sort of flailing at the wind until it makes some kind of a bottom on NUZE. So if you're already in it, hopefully you didn't buy the top. I don't know if anyone would be short this name. It's clearly printing at this point, but it's looking like the tap is going to be now 229. So it was all the way here. Now it's back at 229 for the tap. I'm just in Apple. Want to see if we can reload on any kind of a pop on AMD, but I'm not sure we're going to be obliged on that one. There was something else I wanted to look at. Oh, it was that. I know what it was. It was Amazon. Because Amazon, even on that dip, like Amazon was super strong, got right into a triple top up here. Now it's just sort of holding under VWAP, but it's not a random level on Amazon. Like it basically just wicked and held almost to the penny yesterday's afternoon top. So it's green. I know it's under VWAP, but it is green. If the market can bounce from here, I kind of put it in the bucket with Apple. Only where it bounced is a really good technical spot. Like to break back out VWAP, and then Amazon look for longs in this name. I want to try only longs in things that look pretty strong. And Amazon, I like where this thing bounced.
All right. We're waiting for Tesla. I mean, we can I mean, we got out of that Palantir. We're almost out of all of it right now. Actually, we have 25% left of Palantir, so we actually get that 84. We didn't get the 80 that I'd hoped we had. And then there goes Tesla again. So we make the bottom. This time we are now out of 40%. I know maybe we should be out of more. So let's just wait to see. I'm still waiting for this 50 to hit. And if that can hit, then we'll be out of 50% of our trade. And then we can see about an upside move, especially if these futures get going here into the close. I mean, I think this stock definitely after bouncing here. I mean, look what we did the last time we came into VWAP, right? I mean, it did nothing all day, comes in there, finally takes off, then comes in again and won't break lower. So I feel like the bulls want to win this. They want to close this day above VWAP. So let's wait to see if that happens. I mean, you know, we're not in control of what Tesla winds up doing here. Again, very, very vulnerable to stories. But at the end of the day, 220 is a very key level. I'm fine going long against that. And then my stop is a break of 220, back down a little bit lower than where we were, 219.80s and change for a break on that one. So, you know, we'll wind up losing again if we can't get any more outs, but hopefully we can get this out near that 50-period moving average. I mean, I like it. So let's see. Let's see how it's not going again. Sometimes you see something and it's like, oh man, I should probably be changing my mind on that one. Look at Google, the same thing. Oh, good, we made a bottom in Google today too. That's great. So there's another one there stopped out. And this is what can happen when you're doing this kind of stuff. We're still fine about it because, again, we were sensing the scalp out. I'd just rather be in them right now. But look, now you're back up to the 50-period moving average. So potentially, you know, being long on Tesla right now, influencing maybe a little bit. But, you know, there's Google. It's too bad because it's all the way back up. Stopped out by, again, a penny, I guess, on Google as we make the low of the day one more time there on Google. So, yeah, I have a bunch. It's surprising that we're doing this today because we do have a bunch of those that have created our look at. Oh man! All right, there we go. Finally, let's go. All right, so now I don't feel so bad. Let's spin this a little bit. We would have not liked to have gotten stopped out, but we did not do the wrong thing this time. And there it is, out at the 50-period moving average. We now have just a little bit less than half of this position left, and we're going to see. Let's go now to see if Tesla wants to get back up to the upside. Those TQQs, you know, there it is, man. Make the bottom, no problem. Google, same thing. We'll wait to see what winds up happening now with this name. Good thing we got out more of Palantir. We'll wait to see now where we go. But I like Tesla back up into this level here, 221.50. See if we can get to that. First out, 221, then 221.50, and hopefully close that trade.
Yeah, get up. Looking for this market to do a nice little bounce in here. Amazon's trying to get to that VWAP. Apple, first fill. Yeah, okay, just got into the 75 range on Apple, but I'm looking for Amazon to take VWAP in here. Make that next step. Google. Rounded bottom, break it out, put in a higher low, and then we want to go to work. DJT, I know there's a lot of people like talking about DJT. I looked over to see if it was doing anything at that $30 level. It tried nicely to break off 30. It did not hold on the dip. Lots of selling underneath. Look at it get to 30 again. So a bit of a liquidity grab. Underneath 29.60, and then the selling coming right back in at the even $30 level. If no buyers emerge above that price, you can forget about it. They came to play and then immediately went away. The last time it was at the $30 level. So I think it needs to hold above 30, or the long doesn't look very appealing at all on DJT. But hey, good luck if you're in it. Let's see if we can get to VWAP on Apple. Nvidia looks like it's going to try to get into VWAP, and then Amazon. Just looking for, it's already making the move into VWAP. Let's put in a higher low, and then I want to try and get it off of this higher low to set upside on Amazon. Let this one join the party. TSM chugging a lot. Kine Lin just said in the chat. TSM, the reason why everything was gapped up today was TSM. And their, amazing report. Quite frankly, it was just great. Doesn't look like it's doing a ton of afternoon volume, although it just picked up and it got VWAP as well. See, when TSM is strong, I feel like all the things that we like are strong. So it's probably a good spot to be looking for some long opportunities and maybe chip names, although NVIDIA does not look that strong. Let me go over to Micron, because Micron was holding VWAP earlier. Yeah, Micron's above VWAP. Was long this one a few times. On the way up, good. On the way down, why go long on the way down? It's that simple. On the way up, it was just join the trend. On the way down, you have to wait for it to make a bottom. It's made one, it seems, off of VWAP here. So yeah, maybe I like this. TSM's bouncing. I like a strong chip name to the upside. And this is above VWAP. 112.5 looks like a good support level. So I'm going to play back into Micron, as we are actually ready. We've got a special treat for you. We have our guest of the afternoon at the desk with Brendo. Should I hear him?
All right, we'll fix that mic situation in 1 second, and then we'll come back. But we are very, very excited to have WorkSport here, and we're going to talk all about that with Steve in just a second. Yeah, futures trying to go back to the upside here. We are still in Tesla. We did get a piece out of Tesla at 50 marker again, as it didn't go any higher than that. We were at 75s, gets as high as 65 right there. We are still $1 in the money on Apple. We've been holding that for a minute. Other than that, we'll just wait to see. I think the market has a good chance here. This NASDAQ drop right there was a problem. Look at that, right back up to the 50-period moving average. Frustrating day, but about to get a lot better. Let's go back over to Brendo.
Take two. Yeah, that was the press release that we spoke about with WorkSport early on this morning. Showed you both the release and the chart in the pre-market this morning. The CEO, Stephen Rossi, CEO of WorkSport, joining us for the first time on the show. We're happy to have him and get some insight into the company itself. First of all, Stephen, great to have you. And we'll talk a little bit about that note from this morning. But welcome, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you for having me.
Let's touch on this release for this morning. $2 million plus in possible savings. Tell us about that.
A lot of savings happening at WorkSport. You know, I think one of our analogies is that an engine is least efficient when it first starts. So we're a brand new factory, a brand new business, scaling and ramping. So we had a lot of isolated expenses and operational overhead with respect to, you know, first-time expenses. So now as we're you know, really aggressively growing our revenues, we're also able to find meaningful savings and efficiencies, and that's total to $2 million in annual spend savings for this year for us.
Let's talk a little bit about the valuation of the company right now. A lot of people have mentioned, you know, possibly on the low side here. This is a very interesting company that's, you know, got its fingers and hands in a lot of different areas. We've highlighted a few of those in the truck, you know, sporting area. We talked about the, you know, the Rivian tonneau cover release going back a week or so ago. Exciting stuff to come. Tell us why, you know, we might be still undervalued at this point from your standpoint.
WorkSport's run rate and revenues is running towards about $15 million annually, and this is our first portion of a year in terms of actually really ramping sales. Next year we expect considerable upside from there. We have a 250,000 square foot factory that I speak from here today. The value of the building alone, the real estate asset that we own alone, is a majority of our valuation. We have tens of millions and millions of dollars in equipment that's all brand new, millions and millions of dollars of inventory, intellectual property, almost 200 patents and trademarks on a global scale. And our targets are set on 9-figure revenues in a very short term, with profitability at the run rate, close to the run rate we're at now. So EBITDA, dividends, these types of things happen very shortly for us. We're talking months, not years from now. So a lot of intrinsic value, I think, for investors at our valuation today of around $15 million.
Going back to August of this year, the company surpassed, as you mentioned, $1 million in monthly sales. They're now targeting $1 million per week. Key factors driving such rapid growth for you guys right now. Touch on a little bit of where are you seeing the most demand in the sporting truck area of WorkSport?
Pickup truck. I mean, our primary market has always been automotive. We're most notably known to be a hybrid solar producer. We produce solar tonneau covers that would recharge Rivians and Tesla type EV trucks, and I think that that's up and coming for us and would be a dramatic source of revenue for us. However, our primary business is made in America, assembled in America. Accessories for pickup trucks, which there's over 60 million pickup trucks on the road just in the 48 states. It's the number one selling type of vehicle. And I think the statistic is for households that earn over $200,000 a year, the number one most sought after vehicle or owned vehicle by those upper revenue type households is an F-150. So we're just really in the right place at the right time. And I think we're servicing a niche market, but we have some breakthrough technology in terms of power, power generators and solar hybrid accessories that we're really looking forward to break us through into upper middle market revenues coming up.
The charging conversation as a whole in the EV market is such an interesting one. And, I think the market itself, the EV market itself, would open the door to so many more buyers or potential buyers if there was a solution that could just be nonstop. And as you mentioned, with a tonneau cover, if you have a truck, you get the solar tonneau cover. Is there a path towards a product, or is there a timeline of a path towards a product where maybe not continuous charge, but something along the lines that would get you through a day?
Well, so I mean, the solar panels that were put on the White House in the 90s were less than 15% efficient. The solar panels we're using today are 22% efficient. And with perovskite solar panels, we're even finding solar technology that can produce some form of energy off moonlight. As crazy as that sounds, wow. Solar energy is becoming much more meaningful. We provide 10 miles of the average 30 miles a day that an American drives. So to unplug that vehicle with our solar technology, 33% of the energy it needs is already a massive base hit. And this is our first product. We expect in the next 5 or 10 years will be a much more meaningful source of energy, completely green. So when the grid fails, hurricanes that we're seeing today, natural disasters, power outages, you still have a source of energy to be able to move yourself and get your vehicle moving.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I mean, it's a really interesting area and an interesting market, and I think just the scratching the surface, very beginning of what is to come, not only with this surrounding technology, but EVs in general. Let's look ahead, going into 2025. Give us some highlights here of what the company's looking forward to or expecting.
We're going to continue ramping up. We're planning on hiring. We have between 50 and 60 staff here at our West Seneca facilities in upstate New York. We're planning on scaling that up into the hundreds. We're creating American jobs, making Americans for American truck owners, making products for American truck owners. We're going to ramp up revenues. We have our target set on continued growth into 25, 50 million. As I said, we had $1 million year. Now we have $1 million months. Next step for us is $1 million weeks. We plan on launching our battery generator system, which is a global product, no pickup truck necessary for anybody at home, job site, campsite, first responders. We already have military relationships, government agency relationships. So think of a battery generator as a generator without gasoline. So we're launching our battery generator called the Core. We're launching our solar hybrid technology called Solus next year. And all the meanwhile, our conventional products are going to continue to grow at a rapid pace with target set at $1 million weeks. So we think that there's a huge upside opportunity, and we're looking forward to next year as a continued breakout year.
Just beginning, as we were saying, on the technology side of things for Worksport. Listen, I know you guys have facilities and spend some time on this side of the border as well. So next time you're in the city, please stop by and say hello, and we'll touch base again in the near future. Stephen Rossi, CEO over at Worksport. WKSP on the NASDAQ, guys. Great to see you, Stephen.
Likewise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Appreciate that moonlight. Oh, yeah, that
sounds interesting. I mean, I like the fact that what you talked about there with more and more people changing over to the F-150s.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, you're going to need more time. And the fact that this is like sort of iteration one, like more products coming down the line. So do your research about those guys and figure it out. But there it is. Great interview, Brendan. Thanks for that. Trying to bring new technologies to the space. I mean, EV's been hot, so why not? We're along with Tesla, and obviously here as that continues to go higher. I feel like bad, man. I mean, this Google trade also here, like that's now just finally starting to go. So sometimes, you could be right, but it's about the timing of when and if you've been right. So right there's Google at 163. We talked about it breaking. What's up, Fabian? There he goes. Thanks, Fabian. Right there, and then boom, right now up into that level. Not bad at all. But we've been putting some damage back on the board here with Tesla. So there's a good out for us. Remember, we just said we were waiting at 60s. Well, we just got it right now, and we are at 60 right here, as we can all see. So hopefully we'll continue to go a bit higher here on Tesla. My next offer right now, 89s. So we talked about waiting just ahead of 221 to see if we can get that. And then, so there's the bottom, there's the top. We made both of them. But we're going to see if we can't get a nice positive day ending off with Tesla mooning here a little bit to the upside. Also, there's our amazing futures trade. We absolutely talked about why we wanted to get out at that. That was that low right into there. You know, I mean, again, there's been examples where I've given these things more room and then got stopped out a lot lower. But yeah, I don't know. I gave it 4 or 5 cents. Does not work. And then there we go, get stopped out. Still fine on the TQs, but at the end of the day, missed opportunity there and missed opportunity on Google. Apple, still $1 and change in the money, but we did not reload it down there. We didn't reload anything, man. I mean, when NVIDIA started going as well, we didn't reload that. We were talking about waiting a little bit lower. So if and when we get stopped out, because getting stopped out is going to happen. It's just a matter of how many shares you have and if you were able to, you know, sort of take some profit when it was good. If it's just falling knife, you can never get out. Well, that's a different story. So we'll wait to see if we can do something there. But look what happened to NVIDIA while we had that interview. We came right back into the 50 period moving average. We took some out now as we start to get back upside here on this one. So $1 in now on NVIDIA. But the more impressive name for me would be Tesla, because this is one that we've actually been actively trading over the last hour. So there it is, 220.65 coming into play. Maybe let's take out another piece here. It doesn't look like it wants to go. We'll just get something out at 65. There he goes. We'll just punch it out, get another piece. But 89 is where we're waiting for a decent spot to get more out here. We'll wait to see when that happens. 221, I think, can be seen here for Tesla.
Yeah, nice bounce on the market here. But the biggest volume candles pretty much since we came back on Apple, there was one there was one to the downside bigger than this on Apple to get us to VWAP. If it loses VWAP, I'm out. Simple as that. So my stop's underneath the 232, which you could say we got the 50s long, but we were long in the 60s. So up into VWAP, fail under VWAP, or at least break back down under. So I'm out of Apple. We'll look for a reload off of 231.5 where it bounced last time. If it can do it again, I'm all for it. I just feel like, you know, the market tried to get to VWAP. The NASDAQ tried to get to VWAP. I have no idea if the ES was or not, but I can tell you the NASDAQ did and then pulled back. Amazon, however, broke above the volume weighted average price. Didn't really put in a clean higher low, but yeah, maybe that was an entry there. But like trying to bounce off VWAP. I like this trend into the upside on Amazon. So I'm going to wait for 231.5 on Apple if the market is going to come back in. But if we can show confirmation of a VWAP hold on Amazon, we still have an hour to go. Plenty of time for continuation in Amazon here. And the other thing we like about it, I mean, the daily chart, you know, we're near the moving averages. The other thing I like about it, sort of like Apple, but in a more extreme sense, you're going into the same resistance level the last 3 days on Amazon with higher lows the whole way. So it looks like this is at least a relatively strong in what has been a somewhat, the market's up. Even though it seems like it's a weekday, the market is up. I just want a confirmation that we're holding VWAP. Let this close above on at least one candle. Show me that higher low and then enter into the long. I don't want to get trapped in a pullback. I'd rather buy on the way up than the way down. And similar thing with Apple, but I'd like it to retest 231.5 or at least show me some higher lows where I can jump into it. Because the second we lose VWAP, it's like, okay, now we're right back at the 80 level. Don't want to be forcing the hand to the long side there. I really did think on a push to the upside, AMD was going to give some kind of a reasonable bounce to play somewhere near to 158. Instead, it's just not really bouncing, hanging out off those lows. I'm not really seeing a great re-entry point. I know it's weak, but I don't really have a level to work off of that wasn't VWAP in that 158. So just got to be patient looking for those dip buys. Amazon and Apple, both of them looking pretty solid as we speak. Ron asking about HIMS just pumping. Did it? Really see. I haven't heard anything on HIMS today at all. Yeah, there's a little bit of a bounce here. The volume's the key, though. So yeah, it just did a little bit of a bounce, like 10 cents on a $21 stock, not bad. But the volume, not exactly a huge volume candle and not a ton of follow through. Like it looks like it is doing something after a bit of a downward trend, but it's not overwhelming. I didn't hear any news on it. 10 cents isn't a lot, especially when there's no corresponding. Like if that was a big volume candle, maybe something's going on you want to join. But HIMS, little move, but volume too small to matter there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it seems like something just kicked up a little bit because I'm watching Tesla. It's not doing anything. It looks like it's NVIDIA that's now trying to fall back in a little bit. So we're going to be patient with it. Again, we just got another piece out right there. So we are now less than 10% of our position that you're seeing right there right now. Let's take a quick look at DraftKings, see what that's doing. Someone said, is it a short? I know that was a little while ago. That was up to 38. I mean, yeah, if we like to short at 37, 38 is probably just as good. But the thing is, to me, everything changed on DraftKings. I mean, we already got that period right there, the 50-period moving average. So once it broke 37, we indicated that. Thank you to people in the chat that were like, yo, what about that? And that was a good trade there for sure on DraftKings. So that's another name to look at. Morgan Stanley. I mean, some of these bank names have been super, super hot for a minute, and they're going to continue to be like that here as Morgan Stanley today up again. We talked about this name sub $100 when it was down here and saying that it was already performing well. I had no idea if they were going to make, beat, miss, whatever, but they wound up beating on, I think, on both. And there it goes, nicely done to the upside right now. And doesn't look like it wants to fail anytime soon either. That, of course, is Morgan Stanley. So XLF, the bank ETFs, just continue to outperform everything else. It seems like we talked about that a few times as well, that the financials are the number one sector here in 2024. So, and again, helped a lot by the last week and a half or so, as we were down here at 44.45 and now all the way up to 47.65. And looks like it wants to continue to go a little bit higher
on
now.
the banks.
Yeah.
So a couple of days ago, TD Bank had that obviously judgment against them for money laundering, and you know there wasn't just the $3 billion fine. They also had a restriction on their growth in terms of U.S. Deposits they can have and assets they're allowed to have. So I like the fact that this thing is actually calming down. We said give it a couple of days, but it's now held a few days at $56 here, which was a prior support level. So there's your 1, 2, 3. All I'm looking for is a break. If it can close tomorrow, or actually in the afternoon, if it's just above this 56.75 or close to 57 at the close, I'm probably buying this one in my personal account. I said I would wait a couple of days and it might be a buying opportunity. When the bad news comes in and it doesn't make a fresh low, take a shot at it. I mean, they're not going anywhere. If you don't know anything about banks in Canada, it's kind of like an oligopoly. It's not like the US where there's a ridiculous amount of competition. There's only a small number of big banks. And TD's the one with the most US exposure. That's why they've been beaten up here with that news. But still, I think it's a nice little opportunity. Even if it gets to the 50 period, that would be pretty good. They pay a solid little dividend there as well. But yeah, I said I would mention if I was interested in buying that one off the lows. Kind of like ASML. ASML, I want to still give it at least until Monday. I want to see it actually hold 700, especially that 675 level. But certainly I like buying these dips on quality companies. They start to bounce off bad news. Sometimes you get it at a discount. Like that John Deere story. Like sign me up if that falls on any kind of investigation. They're not going to do Deere dirty. It's too good of a U.S. company. So Apple's still trying to make a higher low. It's not really setting up just yet. There was a higher low bottoming tail candle in here, and then it just broke out the local top. Still ended up holding there, and then get into VWAP. I want something similar. There's your bottoming tail candle. Show a little strength in here next, and then jump into the long. Timing's going to be everything this late in the day. Amazon, similar story, although it's now trying to hold VWAP. So a little bit stronger over here in Amazon than Apple. Ooh, NAMN, MTEM, a buy. So I haven't looked at that since I got out of it. I'm going to get my bid on Amazon and VWAP. Probably not, if only because I don't like these things once they've given the back end and it's underneath the buck. So here it is. It essentially broke out the top, gapped up, actually held above after a halt yesterday's highs, lost it on a on a flush to the downside, and now you're right back at the 80 level, but you're underneath that dollar level that it failed yesterday. So I'm usually very, very hesitant to want to go long things like penny stocks that fail the dollar in a big way. It's now failed the dollar twice. So if it can hold above a buck, maybe there's a second salvo, but I think there's going to be a lot of sellers at $1 on a stock like this. So unless you had it tight to that 80-cent level already, I'm not really looking to trade this again. Usually the no-fly zone once it's failed a buck a couple of times for me.
All right. Just looking around here to figure out what's the next sort of a play where Palantir is coming back up. We're not going to reload this one. We actually got another piece out when it broke through this 90 area there and got another piece, and we're back up into VWAP. So this could be a trade for anybody here. Normally, actually, let's just give it a shot till up here again, 42.15 or so, but Palantir does retrace all the way back. It is an interesting situation to try to go short now. The futures aren't really near there. This could, I mean, the more and more I wait for levels, the better we wind up doing. So maybe we should just continue to do that and wait. So let's wait a little bit. If we can get up into the 14s or 15s again on Palantir, we're reloaded. We only have now 15% left of this trade to begin with. So that's going to be a good one. Absolutely nothing going on there. All right, what else? Let's look at DJT. We haven't had a minute to look at that again. $30. Again, another very, very key level that we've sort of triggered on a couple times here today. Doesn't look like it wants to do much around here right now, but you are banging your head right against that VWAP. So that's going to be obviously a little bit of a level for concern there. But again, like the name, just got to wait for it. Hold on, off on that one, off on this. I'm just making sure my stop orders are triggering as the market is trying to bounce again off of the 50-period moving average right there. All right, so what I was looking at was Tesla there, but let's give us some room there for Palantir. Looks like the futures are trying to bounce a little bit. Apple, why does Shopify keep on triggering here on my e-signal?
Go Shopify.
Scanner. You'll see in a minute. It's just because it's right here.
Oh.
It just keeps on, it's in between UOP, and it's not doing a whole bunch of anything right now. Thought that there was a chance for this thing to be moving around, but it looks like tricky. No.
That got me all excited.
Right there, yeah, not much happening, but I still like Shopify breaking that high. I can't believe it was $50 back in August, now $81, so we do like that name. Yeah,
another stock failed a 52-week high recently. There's so many of them. Failed is such a harsh word. They got to a 52-week high and couldn't follow through, basically. Like it failed, it'd be at like 76 already, 5%, 8% down if it was a real fail. But just it got right there, held it, consolidated, everything you'd want for a breakout, and then there's the dip earlier this week. So it's still trending to the upside. It's a great trend up. I mean, this stock is almost, 70% from the low? Something like that. It's probably close to 70% from the low, and that's just August. Like, I mean, how crazy has the move been in Shop? I just thought it was about to make that next leg. So, Canada. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't just jinx it, but go Shopify. I think it's going to be a good one. If the higher lows into a top break like this, it gets very, very spicy for Shop. And the best part about it is 84 has been a level. Like 84 is a level with like $10 room to the upside. That's what's exciting about a breakout here in Shop. Maybe it needs to take 85. Like 84 could just be like a trap, and then it has to clear 85, and then you'll get that move into the mid-90s. You can see all the way back into the beginning of said year.
Time.
Yeah, so not the beginning of time. Is that an all? No, because the all-time high is like,
said that.
Because the COVID highs on Shop were like insanity. Like it's like $175.
Yeah, well,
like double this.
Okay, so we'll have to wait to see now about Shopify. Sorry, my bad. I thought that was going to be at a level. Let's check out Meta. We talked about that one there today a little bit. It is on the down. Oh, no, okay, it's up today, actually only up 1/4 of a point. I thought it was a little lower than that, but you can see right now Meta trying to bounce back. And, I mean, I'm trying to find something to trade. The futures are going to do this right now. I mean, we waited for the ultimate bottom to come through, and unfortunately that little wick right there got us out of that trade, which is crazy. But now there's the move back, trying to bounce off the 50 period. Looks to want to get higher. Normally we'll try to go long or short based on what we think is happening in the futures. And right now there isn't much happening. So we should look at our sticky note today. Oh, you know what we didn't look at yet? It was Lucid. So let's have a quick look to see what Lucid's doing. That was on our note today. Ooh, what?
Oh, it's right back down.
There's somebody tracing this thing down, huh? I don't know. I mean, what is that? What is up with that size? Can I get short now on this? Oh, no, that's right. You got to pay. No.
It's free, isn't it?
It's not that. It's the fact is
but it's SSR. You can't hit the bid.
SSR. So, yeah, you cannot. Glad that we had found this one here. But, again, I don't know if this MEMX is chasing it down or not. It just looks like there was some big size there. But the fact that it is SSR, there we go. We're now getting short. So now we're short. Okay. So now we're short as that size kind of disappears. I just think that this is maybe worth a shot there. I mean, look what this looks like. Whoops. It looks more starey, right now.
It's a trap.
It might be a trap.
Someone asked me to say that.
Yeah, we're short there at 265. We used to have that button there. Oh, there it is. Yo, you good?
I didn't drop it. It wasn't me.
Lars, man, anything all right back there? All right. So, yeah, we just got some keyboards going the other way, and we joke, but we need to make sure everybody's okay there in the background.
Everyone's good. Everyone's good. WINT.
Short Lucid.
Lucid is in trouble.
Wow.
Okay, fine.
Let's hope so.
The stock is in trouble. It
stays low.
Gliding lower. There's so many of these small cap penny stocks that are just going this afternoon. It's weird. NTBL moved. WINT just broke $1. So this is the latest one to challenge $1. Whoops, I went the wrong direction. I wanted to show you the daily chart. Nothing great on the daily chart, so it has nothing to do with that. Doesn't really matter. There's so many penny stocks that have been going from MTEM to News to NTBL to now WINT. So it just made a rejection of buck
Wint
and now
finally
holds. Wint finally. Oh yeah, that works.
Yeah, finally went.
If it holds $1, I'm going long. I'd like to see like the first little pullback off a break here because I don't want to chase this move. I like that. Wint went.
Yeah, exactly.
And now if it can hold the buck, it's pretty simple. You know, you had at least 98, 97 level. That'd be a nice little place to put a stop order in. But I want to try to buy a dip here on this bad boy. Tom H in the chat says Netflix, exclamation mark. Yeah, I don't want to trade Netflix until it splits. And earnings tonight, anybody's guess. I mean, I think the problem for Netflix is like they don't really, you know, ever since they changed the reporting, like you're just not going to get any numbers on the amount of subs and that kind of stuff. Like they're a mature company, they don't want to give you those numbers anymore. So it's all about that EPS, baby, and it's all about that. All about that revenue, and they want to be about that. But we still care about how many eyeballs they got. So it'll be a little bit more difficult, I think, for people to digest. I don't love the fact that it's actually lost the 50 period today, going into the earnings. That said, it's been so strong. Certainly has a very good and long upward trend. It's broken a couple times, but that 200, it's been so allergic to the 200 that I feel like even if you got a dip down, like a serious dip down today on Netflix on earnings, if it were to go 10%, that's basically the 200 period moving average. It's hard. It is hard not to like that as a buy there. So I wouldn't even be afraid of a down move. I just feel like it might give an opportunity here on Netflix. I can see them being disappointed because we don't get that subs, and that's what we want. We're going to see users, man. Give us the user numbers. Amazon's trying to hold on to VWAP. Local high here, local support down at 187.50. Doesn't look like it wants to hold on to that. Wish I had a short trade in here, but Intel wasn't obliging. Amazon, so AMD is 100% not obliging to give any kind of a pop. And Intel was way too strong, but I should probably go back over to it. If we lose that 50, I'm jumping out and we go 0 for 1 on Amazon. And maybe should have gone back to Apple, but Apple hasn't really set up all that well. Not holding VWAP. I liked it at the 231.5 level. Let me just check this Intel it's at VWAP, but look at that. This really rallied into VWAP there. I can't even imagine why it was so strong relative to everything else. Doesn't even make any sense. It goes from 0.25% up to 1.25% up when the market didn't really do anything. Don't like shorting a name that just did that. So no short for me on Intel and slap the fail on Amazon. I'll just have to wait around for Apple or this WINT that's trying to go. There's the pullback into $1. I had it up on another level 2 over here. There's a pullback into $1. Just need to see it hold in a couple of beats here. You'll get the close of this candle, hold above $1, look for the long, give to probably the 97 level, I think. So ideally, I'd want to get 1s or 2s in here. But it just bounced off $1. Not a ton of size. It's done 8 million shares. Better if it done 40 or 50 million. But it's moving and it's doing volume, which is more than I can say for a lot of the market.
Yeah. This is why we hit this guy. See what's
do something
right now. See if we can get some stocks to do a little bit of something right there. We just, again, today is the day of just making tops, bottoms, and then missing fills. We were saying that we were going to take 42.15 on Palantir. I mean, it gets to 14s. And we're actually offering 14, just never got filled. So we talked about sitting in front of a level. We did it there, didn't get filled. And then it drops back in. But it's not like a big trade or anything. I just thought, hey, into that high right now, into a market underneath VWAP, into one that's really not doing anything as we listen in our ear for more unfortunate news, about the Middle East and things like that. So we'll wait to see, or just more Iran and Israel, I guess, and Hamas and all that stuff that's been hitting. But again, Palantir's been getting hit the last couple of days, again, because of the short float. People have been talking about how that's been increasing right now. Let me check to see what exactly it is. Netflix's move expected overnight on the earnings play is 7.5% is the expected news or move. 7.5, yeah.
So that's
in between 7 and 8.
That's really close to that 200 period moving average
Right,
if it goes down that far.
Palantir short float, I mean, they only have on here 4.9%.
That's nothing.
Hold
Hold on, but what's the days to cover on that?
Nothing.
It does a lot of volume.
Is
Yeah, no, it
huge.
does
I mean,
tons of
the
volume.
volume is monstrous. But anyways, so right there, Palantir.
Not very
We'll have to figure out what's going on with it. But again, nice move there. The EPS is pretty high right there. The earnings per share, the PE, sorry. It's not great, man. 200. It's gotten blown out. But again, as a software as a service type of play there for Palantir, we know what it means, right? You're trying to buy the future, and the fact that they have all the contracts and they have the software and looking to produce their Palantir. Okay, so Lucid's the newest position, so we cheer that one on to the downside. We did get more out of Tesla. I mean, again, we got that 60, we got that 50 right there. We'll wait to get a little bit more, but it looks like it does want to dip, duck, dive, and dodge itself right underneath this 220 area. I'll be a buyer. I wanted to make sure here before I go on. So I am buying 220s, 220. Yeah, 220. Okay. So we are buying 220s right now. If it comes in, we'll take that fill. We did get stopped out. We're there last time, but we'll use a little bit lower this time just to see. We do not need to get wicked out of this trade one more time, which we've done in the past. We got wicked out of a couple trades that we've indicated for you guys here. Lucid is the one for me. Let's wait to see. We are now near the bottom of this trade. We just got filled up. We got loaded up there, as you can't trade this thing off the ask. You cannot. You have to trade it off the ask. You cannot hit the bid. So we had to wait for it to bump up a little bit there in order for us to get our shares. So here's the move down, and then lots of people like us thinking the same way. So now we're short basically right here. And I'm waiting for a break. I mean, I'd like to see it break this level, which is 71. We barcoded there. Like, that's literally a barcode. Actually, if you select this barcode, you get 6 months free Lucid Air in your tires. So you just push that there, you get that for free. But if you already have a Lucid Air, that's for you right there. But no, we're short here. Here it goes. Hopefully it breaks. We're short right here at 66. Hopefully it'll break lower. I'm not bidding anything until 62, which is sort of that low of the day right there, 62. So I just want to make sure that, yep, that is where we're bidding. So we'll get out of a quarter of it if it goes into the low of the day. That's the plan of action for me here on Lucid. So let's wait to see if we're lucky enough to get any fills.
Exactly. Lucid, get going. I know we don't root for stocks to go to the downside. However,
I do.
No, just in a general sense.
Oh, yeah.
But the trend on Lucid speaks for itself on the daily. Like, it's just it's short till it's not, and then you have you have an offering that they slapped in there. It doesn't look very good for Lucid. I mean, you know what? That actually didn't bode well for Rivian either. I meant to go over Rivian because I did try a short on Rivian at the $10 level. I'll go over. But Wint did bounce off a buck, technically 101, but let's not split hairs here. I got 3s and 4s on the way up. There was really no chance to get 1s and 2s unless you were just sitting on the bid. I want to get out into 110 and then to 15s. On the daily chart, like, none of this really matters on the daily. Except for if it does make a big break through 10, about $1.30 is resistance on the daily. So to me, all out in front of the quarters and 30s if we get a bigger move on WINT. So Rivian, you would suspect, would not have a great day when Lucid had this news. However, the good news on Rivian is it bounced back up through 10. And I know because on the way back up, I went short through 10. I shorted pretty much exactly 10 and then got out at 10.04. And it's going to close right back above $10, down 1%. But once again, Rivian has managed to avert abject disaster. Looked to me like this could be a continuation move, down through 10, get into that 975 level, and then just continue its long, slow grind to the downside. But it's been holding on. There's been several tests of this $10 level. If this could hold, give a rounded bottom, break back out through $11, not a bad looking setup. The longer it consolidates in an even dollar like 10, I feel like the better it could get. But it still needs to make some higher lows and not just be slowly bleeding back in. The fact that it's going to hold 10 with the Lucid having the news it did today, I think is at least a little bit of a good sign for Rivian. So the 10 break, I mean, that's a kind of a way in the future kind of deal. And maybe there are some longs to be had off 10 as a day trade. So Wint needs to break 110. That'd be much better. Bavin in the chat says DJT is pushing through 30. Is it, though? I mean, it's trying. It's trying. So the last time it was here at the 30 level, it held VWAP I know because I went for a punch of 30 and my stop order triggered and I got filled at 30, which really just meant that it didn't actually break 30. There was like a dark pool wick above. So I instantly, whenever that happens, I'm like, okay, let's just get out 75%. Because it didn't actually make the break. I do that, do not get a stop order back in to go long, and then it broke out. So it did me dirty by getting me out of 75% on a false break and then deciding to run right after the fact. So I want to see some confirmation over VWAP that there's actually buyers above that price because it failed it. It was a decent move. It got up to like 40s and then turned around, but it was a decent move. Volume, not that great. Let's see some confirmation here on DJT before we think it's going to actually rally off this 30 level. It's been these penny stocks that have done a little bit more this afternoon. Although, of course, the second we get in one, it's now Wint is not going. M10, I'm assuming, is not doing anything. Yeah, see, you just can't get back to that dollar level. There's always sellers on the way back in at $1 because it's such an obvious place to take profit. Like, look at it break 50 and then look at it resist $1. Like, if you were long that early break and you were holding this all the way back through, my guess is trailing stop at through 75 or 70, and if it gets to $1, you're wanting to take profit. It's 330. So anyone day trading this stock long is certainly considering, I got to get this one out. And if it fails $1, I don't want to get trapped. So Wint's above it. M10 is below it. Doing pretty good volume, this MTEM, though. 200 million. That's pretty impressive.
Everything I'm sitting in really...
A lot of volume.
I mean, we talked about that. That news there today was moving around. We had all those names yesterday. ALT, no.
Oh, it's going to halt up.
Yeah, something yesterday. Oh, LT something. And then there was drug yesterday, DJT.
Oh, wow.
And SpaceX? What's the space symbol that we could trade today? SPCE. Let's have a quick look here. Virgin Galactic. I'm just listening to a story in my ear there. And it was just about something about how the Biden administration is talking about easing space equipment or something, tariffs on space equipment or something like that. So I don't know, look at Boeing, look at some of these things. I remember the story about how, those astronauts were stuck there with Boeing. So obviously there's GE as well. There's a bunch of different places that are producing things for space travel. But Boeing again, so I don't know. We'll get what that story is in a minute, but who knows?
What's a proxy for trading SpaceX, though? Like, what can we even trade?
SpaceX? I don't know. I was just looking at Virgin Galactic, which is SPCE.
No, there was an ETF.
Yeah, we talked. Obi and I mentioned that yesterday. Obi mentioned it yesterday.
What was the ETF called?
DVXY or
DXYZ?
DX.
This is it. DXYZ. This is. Oh, this doesn't do any volume.
No, I mean that was dead for a while. I still think that there's something fugazi about that.
Oh, this thing does 200,000 in volume. No, this isn't tradable.
No.
Yeah, you can't trade that.
Nada. Right there. Yeah, DXYZ. Yeah, those guys are talking about it there. I think something like that you sort of got to do your research on and then figure out,
I think the problem with this one...
exactly they're holding.
Remember when they came out and people were saying if you... Like the fair value of their holdings was way lower than where this thing was trading. Like this was trading at like multiples of the valuations of what it was holding, which is a huge problem. I guess it was a way for people to get in, and then that's why when it came to market, yeah, there you go. It kind of scrolls up, and then it just dumped right back in. So yeah, I think that's a bit of a nothing burger. It'd be great if there was something more liquid that we could engage in trading in to be involved in SpaceX. I'd love that.
We only have,
Fortunately, there's
eventually it'll come through, and then we'll figure it out.
But the problem is when it comes to, if he ever brings it public, there's no chance it's going to be a valuation that anyone's going to want to buy right away. Early looks on the imbalances, nothing burgers, LO, except for FXI here. So FXI is an early look, 4 million to the buy side. Nothing else stands out. And if you remember, was it 2 weeks ago, right? I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
There was that huge rally on FXI, presumably because there was an imbalance on it. I don't actually know that for a fact. Oops, why did that just go to? Well, just keystroke that. There we go. So if there is some kind of a move on FXI, what I want to see is that number on the early look imbalance. I want to see it growing, and I want to see it stay a buy at 350. And then we might look for a long trade going into the close. Right now, it's not moving at all. FXI is down 3%, along with pretty much all the others not looking very healthy. But yeah, 4 million, not a small imbalance there. It's done 44 million in volume. The unpaired amount is larger than the paired volume, which is also usually a good sign. It's indicating that like the theoretical auction price, if they were having to pair off that imbalance right now, 31.38 doesn't mean it's going there, but it does mean this is a pretty decent early imbalance on FXI. So that might be worth having up on, just some kind of a level 2 for something to possibly trade at the close here. I was looking at Intel for potential short, but I don't know. It's at VWAP. It's under VWAP now as the market's coming back in. I feel I should be like, this is right in the area that it's been a good short every single time, right at the 22.55 zone, and then see if it can't get back into the lows. Otherwise, keep an eye on that FXI. That could be something.
Yeah, we talked about that before, just trying to figure out, who's making what kind of money here. And we could do that right now. Let's have a look at who's making money at real trading and what some of those levels look like from yesterday. Let me just refresh this. I think this is right. Right now from yesterday, so the top 10 traders, this is not today. It is yesterday. Again, so here we go. Amex, Blue Ocean, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Hong Kong, NASDAQ, and New York. So some trader at real trading, congratulations right there, 17,000. These are all going to be US dollars. So when we're talking about what these traders are making, 17.3 right there. A couple of traders right there, Canada. So, we do have a lot of offices here in Canada, so that would make sense why that is exactly that. Tesla just dropped down there, so we'll get stopped out, breaking through 20s. Of course, I have nothing to talk about until I do, and then I go to this, and then Tesla breaks lower. All right, Canada and Amex there, so someone trading spiders with Canada again. They're 4,000 again. New York and NASDAQ, someone took home yesterday. Another NASDAQ trader, 3,000. Amex, NASDAQ. So nothing on Europe there from yesterday. There is a little Hong Kong love there. And did I see it anywhere else? No. So basically Canada right there ruling the roost in real trading yesterday as far as that is concerned.
I'm curious what Blue Ocean...
Galactic.
Because typically if Blue Ocean's up there, that means there was an equity that was worth trading moving around in the aftermarket. And I can't think of what it would be. Like I remember when the Tesla event happened, of course, people were using Blue Ocean to make real money because, Tesla's going nuts. Like you want something like one of the big names to be doing volume if you're going to be trading the overnight market. And I can't think of a thing that would have been going wild last night. But it's always worth a look. I keep saying whenever the election, not whenever, the night of the election, that is going to be the day to trade Blue Ocean on DJT. DJT is going to do a ridiculous amount of volume on Blue Ocean. And I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of traders at real trading. Up or down, obviously it can go either direction. I actually don't know the rules for shorting on Blue Ocean, to be honest with you, whether you can have shorts, but for sure that's going to fly around. So I'm short back into Intel, right back here at that 55 area. It's got some 54s. We'll see if this can play back into the bottoms. The NASDAQ is kind of trending back down into the bottom. The ES at the lows of the day as well. ES is barely holding green. The S&P 0.3 and right at those lows and trying to bounce here. We've got about 30 minutes left to go in here. Still have some eyeballs on that FXI. Just if anything happens, it hasn't done. It's still at 4 million. But I want to see if it gets any bigger. If I see it spike, I might try to punch long into that one. But outside of that, let us know what else you guys are watching in here. Drug was big yesterday. John just mentioned. Apogee King Capital. Blue Ocean is just the name of an overnight trading market. So you can I don't know if it's actually, I'm not sure if it's every symbol that is available. I do know that almost every liquid name on the North American markets is available to trade. Like all the high liquidity names are available to trade. So you can trade in the aftermarket like late. I'm not talking to like 6 o'clock. We're talking overnight. You can trade like 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night on Blue Ocean. So that is a good opportunity for traders when there is something happening. That's why I referenced the Tesla event. I don't know, and again, I've never traded it. I do know a couple of traders who have, and they say if there's something going on, then there's decent amount of liquidity, but you want to make sure there's actually something in play. Otherwise, you might not have enough liquidity to trade like you normally would.
Yeah, exactly. So take advantage of that whenever there is something there. And you know what? Might not have to do nothing. And just, you could find some arbitrage opportunity or something like that. Traders are very, very smart around here. All right, so Okay, I mean, we got it. We'll hit sirens. It's a new position. I mean, we try to do that every time we get into a new position or get out of one. We talked about getting out of Tesla. We're now short in Tesla underneath 220. Let's see what it wants to do here into the close as the market, as Neil just mentioned, right back into those lows again. We already had a liquidity grab down there that we were part of. So hopefully we'll be able to be a part of one now the other way, and we can get a lower tick there and not get stopped out and maybe take advantage of that low if it does come into play right there. But Palantir, so we did get, that's why we hit that. We did get a 42.15 fill, 14s fill right there. So hopefully once that comes through, we'll be able to get that out. And I'm looking for VWAP out. So there it is right there, 03s. I'm actually at 05s, yes. To get, okay, here we go. Maybe we'll get some of that at 05 or so. So a little bit of a trade here. It's not bad. It's 6 cents in the money. We do have the imbalances coming out. Maybe we could take an 06. It looks like we'll probably get that in a minute on that downside as we looked for some more imbalances. Neil just went over some of them there, looked at FXI. I don't see anything here. Well, these will all be broker related. So these will all be New York names right now. I was hoping to see Palantir on there. We bought Uber today at $80. It did go as high as 80.80, it looks like. This is the start of a longer-term trade. I really think Uber has a good chance of going here. I really like the stock moving forward. So we'll see what happens there with Uber. Nothing else on here at all. All right, well, now we're short. We just took a 70. I'm trying to give this 5 cents. We talked about what we would want to do here with Lucid. So we were very, very patient. We just get that fill right here at 70. I don't know. Like if this takes 72 right there, that's 71. We'll wait to get a 72 fill. We might even just, like, I don't really necessarily want to get punched out at 72. So hold on a second here. I'm going to cancel that and just trigger it out myself. So we'll just continue to watch this, see what winds up happening. I'd rather punch out once it breaks 72 and like I can like get it like almost like right now, you know what I mean? Like as it's breaking, punch out right now, so that I'm not like punching out too early. So let's wait to see here. Here it comes into 72 right now for Lucid. It's a 5 cent hit, but we do have shares. So, you know, however many you have there, it does mean something on that level. So we'll wait for 272 to break, manually punching this one out on Lucid.
Yes, sir. And if you're looking for opportunities as a professional trader to step your game up, look no further than eSignal, because you want to trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience with the platform that allows you to analyze, strategize, capitalize. See those profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. We're talking about instant trading, infinite data, charts that are going to change the game for you. Every indicator that you can possibly imagine. And most importantly, at least I think most importantly, the ability to take those indicators and take that data and backtest and scan, so that when you develop a strategy, you can find out, has it actually worked in the past? And you can forward test. Is it starting to work in the future before you put any real capital towards it? Scan for moving symbols, relative volume, or any indicator that you like. You got reliable real-time data on pretty much everything you could want to trade. So that when M10 goes nuts like it is, you're going to be able to find out that it's going absolutely ham. That's why everything you need is all in one place here with eSignal, professional trading software. Check it out. Scan that QR code that you see in front of you, or click the link in the description below. And if you want to step that game up, I know a lot of traders, and especially the ones that are more advanced, they pretty much all have spoken very highly over the years of eSignal. And I wasn't lying about M10. You know, M10 blasting, there was that, HKD made some moves. There was that NTBL was going. You want to be able to find these if this is your bag. So that dollar level, yeah, it broke it kind of fast. It broke that just right as I was saying, man, this volume is really good. It broke $1 and halted up, then bounced off $1 and halted up again. Just reopened, but challenging to hold above that previous halt high at 125. And if this can hold above here and retake the high, that could get very, very spicy. Now, the problem with, and so I'm not taking a break long, and I think the daily chart will probably show you why I don't like it. Look at what happens at 135 to 150, brick wall on this stock. I mean, just an absolute brick wall. I think that's why and the 50 period's obviously going to be there when it hangs out that long. I think that's why you're running into a lot of overhead resistance, and it can seem to make the punch through. As weird as it is, sometimes you'd rather buy high, sell higher. So without this, breaking out these highs and getting through 50, I think it's a little bit tricky to want to go into that long. You needed it off the $1 level, I think. And then you could be holding it into the highs as opposed to being that person that hits it at the high. You don't want to be that guy.
Look, I saw some people questioning the short in Palantir. I was questioning him myself, my guys, right there. But at the end of the day, right, we get that. We get those levels. I mean, it has to come down into that 200 period moving average. So we'll take that. You guys know that we do that day in and day out here on the show, especially when we do hit key levels like that. High into those levels. There's the first couple of those. You all right there, Fabian? What was that? What was that about? Oh, lifting? No, I don't. I'm short. Here.
Wow,
Come on, Fabian. Come on, man. What are you trying to lift up the stock I'm short on?
Fabian's a hater.
Right there. No, Fabian. No, he's trying to. Yeah, he's trying to help it out, but he just didn't realize the way there. But we are short there, so it's a nice move back in there. So we'll start to cover it out right there. And yeah, nothing but love for that name. All right, that short worked in around 220. We're able to get some out down here in the 70s and 80s. We did reload it right here at 08s, but it's about to come out again as this market does make a nice move down in, but does not continue. So no real continuation there. We basically bouncing off. I mean, at least that bottom wick now that we made is no longer the bottom wick anymore. So there it is right here on the TQQs. So now we don't look as bad anymore making that bottom, but at the time it still was bad. I still think it does look pretty bad, but that's what that is right there. So good on us for that. We did get out of 75% of Palantir down there. Again, we don't have any outs until it comes back in. So that, to me, again, the key to what I've been doing lately is trying to take better positions and wait sort of for more extremes. You know what's fell out, and I'm not even noticing this because NVIDIA is not a big part right now. But yeah, I'm about to say this as well. NVIDIA right now coming back in. Where am I buying this? Literally at the bottom? All right, I thought I must have not had a bid there. So that's on me 100%. They're not having the bid down there on NVIDIA. We should have done that, but we did not. So NVIDIA right there, we should have had a bid as it drops in. Oh man, that's too bad. We'll take some now at 78s. But at the end of the day, we are still waiting for this 137 to break. So let's see what it wants to do here at the end of the day. We should have already been buying some NVIDIA dips, but we did not. So 137.50, the next dip buy opportunity. And then if it breaks 137, let's get out because we're getting close into that level here into the end of the day for NVDA. It looks like Tesla will go back upside. So it's a good decision that we were able to get some out there when it broke. But now it looks like it's trying to get spicy back there to that 50 period moving average, which will be our out there on on Tesla. If it does go back up, we so far survived Lucid, but it's just at that level here. So way too many positions for me right now. But again, they're not super heavy. We just did add in. There goes Tesla. So Tesla breaks higher. Fine by me, honestly, on that trade. Right there. Not too much damage there. We did like it, but back and forth. It's not worth using big shares near the end of the day because it's a lot of this back and forth stuff, but still opportunities to get something going. Palantir is a good one. We'd already talked about that. That was a good trade. Apple's not doing anything. Lucid's just hovering at this level for me. Again, we could get more out at 71 and take this as a 4-cent hit, but let's see if it can get back in. We have those imbalances now. We're 7 minutes away. Maybe there'll be a sell imbalance. If not, we're definitely on this, watching it like a hawk, breaking through 72. So that's the 200 period moving average. We talked about trying to hold it into this. So now let's wait to see what happens. I'd hate to give it up now and then it runs, but we have to be disciplined and get out when it's necessary. So NVIDIA is falling back in a little bit now. Here comes that 50 level that we like.
So FXI is dead. It's paired the entire imbalance off, save 1 million shares. So it's it's not going to be a look. I think it's always worth it. You just never know what's going to happen. I thought maybe if that flipped too fast. You guys didn't see it. If that 4 million held or grew, there could have been a trade. Instead, it's now down to 1 million shares. So unless that does something drastic, there's not going to be an FXI trade for me. Intel just bouncing already, so it can't even go more than 5 pennies in here. Got a little bit further last time, but I'm not going to let this one break above VWAP. MTEM is trying to hold this $1 level again. It's doing a not great job of it. kind of breaking the dollar level, and then there's not a lot of size and buyers that are stepping in. So I'd like to see it kind of, do a little bit of a liquidity grab underneath, maybe get some people out, and then hold above $1 to try this back up through the $1 level. But it's not a lot of buying just yet. The local bottom's 98, right? Hold this one, maybe break some 2s here, and then see if it can hold on to this 98 or 99 level. But the buyers just no buyers step in. Try to get back above, nobody would buy 2s, and then it's right back in to $1. So that's what I'm looking for here, just a quick little retake of 1, maybe play it back into 15s and 20s, and then get in, get out, as we only have 5 minutes till the imbalances come in here. So unless an imbalance trade shows up, one of these runners is probably the only thing I see giving a really good scalping opportunity. That's why I'm looking at that MTEM again, doing great volume, 216 million shares. And it's still doing very good volume as we speak. It's just the buyers. The buyers are almost like they're bleeding and not going anywhere. I have it on a different level too. I just want to double check DJT. Nope. Still no buyers above the 30 level. And I've been asked about news in the aftermarket. I have no idea. I don't have a clue what this is going to look like in the aftermarket. But if they can barely hold this thing open throughout the day today, and it's halted, where is my counter? 35 times it's halted today. 35 times. If that's the case, I don't think anybody wants to be trying this sucker out in the aftermarket. Like what? Like how the heck are you getting out of a trade in this thing? In the aftermarket, we have stop orders that actually, we have real trading. We have stop orders that work in the aftermarket, and I wouldn't trust them on this thing. Because I don't know what your slippage is going to be, 10%, 5%, 20%? Like in the open market, you can make a reasonable guess because you can see liquidity in the aftermarket. I mean, all bets are off. So I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole normally unless you had these nice little consolidations in here. In the aftermarket, how's about no? Because as easily as it can go up when there's no halts, hey, no more halts, it's the aftermarket. Yeah, well, it also isn't going to help you with a halt down to control trading, and you can just get real stuck in something like that. So, I mean, people say fortune favors the bold, but if you can't manage the risk of your trade, like the reason why you can take shots on Apple and Nvidia is there's unlimited amounts of liquidity in those stocks. You can formulate a trade because you have a reasonable expectation as to where you can get out. But on news in the aftermarket, I would say I have absolutely no clue what my risk would be on any trade. Therefore, there is no trade. Good luck to anybody that happens to be long. I guess technically if you bought it this morning, you're not out of the money. But news, sorry, I'm just on M10 there. I meant to be on news. Like news, at least it hasn't halted in the last 15 minutes or so. There's that. But that's not really saying much today. 580% is nothing to sniff at, but it was 1,000% earlier and could be under $1 tomorrow. That would not surprise me one bit.
All right, I'm trying to get off of the bid right now and trying to just trade with a little bit lesser shares as we are now 3 minutes away from the imbalances. So, yeah, I mean, we did take some more NVIDIA there, got some more out in and around 137.90, 138 there. It did rip back up. So, we took some more shares there, got some more out. We did talk about this level. We want to try it one more time down here at 137, but we're taking less and less shares. So we do have a bid right now at that bottom just to see. It almost came in and we took some 50s there and that bottom almost came through again. And if it does, I think it's worth trying it again. I mean, the imbalance is basically a coin flip. I mean, I don't know which way we're going to go on them. We did get out some more of Palantir there on that move, but there's really nothing significant on here right now. We're going to get rid of broker, and then that way, once it applies out, we'll see on the NASDAQ and NYSE only at 350. So that's 2 minutes away on that one right now. We did good by not punching out of Lucid. It has come back in a little bit right now for us. Palantir, we got some more. I didn't get filled. All right, I was bidding 04s. We missed it. So we're still going to wait for Palantir. If that rips up on an imbalance, it rips up on an imbalance. What can I do about that one? We'll wait to see if that hits. NVIDIA, we just talked about it. And then the only trade that we have on, we still have this Apple trade, but it's, again, very, very small. We'll probably take this out almost right here at 2. I might as well put an order out right now, just in case. I was looking at that FXI as well, but it's not doing anything. All right, so we'll put something out. There we go. Well, we offered O's and we get filled. So that was a good trade there. And Apple just off the open. Again, 230, 231. It bounces off 233. We should have got more out there, but we already have some out at the top. I didn't know that was the top at the time, but look at how good that was. 232.50. So that's definitely, you know, raising some suspicion there for tomorrow. 232.50 on Apple. Same way we hit that DraftKings trade. Noticed it and then hit it. So, all right, man, NVIDIA's going to give us one more shot even before these imbalances, it looks like right now, as it looks to be moving on down here, NVIDIA. So we'll wait to see one more second if we get a 137.30. But you're very, very close. We're now less than a minute to go. Probably going to come a sell imbalance by the way this is reacting. But again, pretty light shares. We're just going to try it off the bottom there. Maybe we get a little bit of an action like that, and then we'll figure it out from there. But so far, so good on the NVIDIA move down if you're short. Just back into day right now. Still up 1.3%, but down on the day. Do not fight the trend, man. The trend here for NVIDIA has been short side.
Yeah, this market just doesn't want to seem to go. That M10 got to 110 and that's it. So it bounced back through $1. Very, very light move. Volume starting to drip away there. So just going to be getting out of this. I don't even want it getting back through $1. Like usually give it to the local low because you think you can make a bigger move. Nah, if it goes underneath $1, just get out. Got out of 2/3 of it already. Might as well just hold on to Intel, see if anything happens there. That FXI, total nothing burger. They get paired the whole thing off. So from 4 million to, I don't even see it anymore. So we'll give a look in about 2 seconds as to what happens on the imbalance locator. Anything popping up here? Lamb Research is a sell. LRCX, Lamb, 1.4 million to the sell side. Lucid, a 2 million buy. Apple, a 1 million sell. That's Broadcom, 700,000 to the sell side. So that looks like, I mean, it should be sells. If Apple's a sell and Broadcom and Lamb a sell, that's a big one. So M10 just came back through $1, just jumped out of that. Intel must have, what happened there? I wasn't on the locator. Oh, that just popped back into 44. So I got the bids to get me out of Intel. Same range, basically 10 penny range the entire afternoon. You could take it twice, and that's about it. So I'm not in anything, but Lamb, you don't usually see Lamb. I've never seen Lamb on the imbalance locator, but it's now split, right? So it's a $70 stock. I keep forgetting that this is now tradable because it's no longer a $700 stock. So 1.5 million to sell. The issue with that is Lamb was already at the low of the day, which makes it no trade. I never want to play an imbalance if it's a short. You don't want to play it off the lows because then if it pairs off, all you do is lose. You'd want it to be at resistance or somewhere in here on Lamb. So yeah, Lamb down 1 point today, not looking very good. What's the reason for them being down today? I don't recall hearing a story for Lamb. Wow.
I mean, a lot of these stocks, other than, I don't know if AMD's up or down.
I guess it's the ASML.
Yeah, exactly. They're the same.
Hangover, I guess.
Yeah, into that. I mean,
good company.
AMD's near the bottom here as well. Okay, so NVIDIA did do what we thought it would do. It did make that dip, duck, dive there. We were able to get out some at 50, and here it comes. It looks like it's going to break right now. Do I not have where's my stop there for this? Okay, so it was a little bit lower than that, 130. We said we changed our stops a little bit there, so not exactly at 137. So we'll wait to see how much lower it goes than that. So we did not get stopped out there. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, this is not really, it's not a big position. We're going to wait for it. It did come in. We were very, very aware of that. We lowered our shares. We talked all about it. All right, so we were able to punch them out at 71s now. Now that I see 73 coming into play here, for our good friend Lucid, as you said, it came a buy. I can't win for losing today. And there it goes. So, it could have came a sell, does not. Comes a buy. We punched them out at 71s. Now it looks like that 73 coming into play in jeopardy one more time there. So we'll wait to see what that wants to do. Palantir does fall in again for us. So that's pretty good. Into 90s now. At least that's working out. We'll put some Palantir love back in right now. And why not just get it? We'll just get it all out at 95 if we're able to. Cancel everything else. Make sure we do get that fill and not get overfilled. An overfill would mean like I have too many orders so that when it hits 95, then I reverse into a long, and there it goes. So we are out of that one. Fire off a hot dog cannon for Palantir. I mean, at least that was 20 or 30 cents, only a $42 name right now. But we will fire reverse hot dogs right here at NVIDIA as it's still trying. We're long here at 40. It's trying to hold 137. Kind of surprised that it didn't sort of flush through that even more aggressively than it did. Okay, here, I mean, now I say that, it's probably going to go. Where is the imbalances, or where are the imbalances? Yeah, so Lucid's still there. It's come back in a little bit, probably will pair off eventually. NVIDIA's a buy, so there it is right there. Not helping, there, we're almost out, there we go. Now we're out. Not helping the stock is that buy, so yeah, that's a little strange. We probably just made the bottom. We don't need to get back in. It's 353 right now on NVIDIA. We've already talked about making the bottoms over and over again, so we probably just made another one there into the close. 136.89 we just got stopped out at. So we'll see where that goes. Hopefully we wind up a little bit higher for our own personal accounts than where we are right now, but we got stopped out there. Again, not going to cry over spilt milk. That was a trade that we kind of expected to come into play there on those imbalances. So yeah, NVIDIA, the trend right there. Just go short, underneath VWAP, underneath everything. So we'll learn about that. We did try it off this low of the day, and then I think we got sort of imbalanced there a little bit at the end of it all. The only position we have on now is Lucid. So we'll wait to see here, as it does not go through that 73, but I think that's imminent. We'll wait for 355, and then we'll get the flip up on that. So once that happens, we'll go back in. But right now, Lucid trying to get through 273. That's my punch out spot.
Yeah, this market not looking very good. There was a volume spike on forward air there that a couple people were mentioning right before the imbalances came out. There's not a lot of volume here. I wouldn't trade this. There's only 5 minutes to go, and it's less than 1 million shares. But they retained investment bankers to sell the company. So another name, probably worth monitoring tomorrow to see if anything becomes of this, as it's breaking higher and higher. This has been trending up. Usually, when a stock has gone 3.5 times, like 350% in half a year, that's not a moment in which you're like, yeah, we're looking to sell. Like when the stock has been that strong, I'm just not used to like, yeah, we're gonna look to sell the company. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't know anything about forward air. Just would have expected to see a downward sloping chart, or at least one that was flatline, not one that's performing incredibly well. If the shareholders are probably very happy with what's going on with Ford, but worth keeping an eye on, I suppose. Everything usually flips at 355. There's nothing left on the locator over 1 million shares. There, TLT is the biggest thing of note, 600,000 now to the buy side. So not a heck of a lot going into that close. Netflix does report after the bell. I don't remember, double checked what time it was after the bell, but Netflix, they're the major earnings tonight. Going to end up down 2% here on Netflix, and barring some kind of a minor miracle, not a great day for Netflix relative to the overall market. Loses the 200 period moving average. That said, that 7% expected move, that would put you more or less right on or very close to that 200 period moving average if it ends up being the downside. I don't mind that at all. I'd much prefer a split. I feel it is overdue for Netflix. You perform like this, everyone else is doing it. We just talked about Lamb now being a more tradable stock for everybody. And no, it doesn't fundamentally change anything when you do a split. However, these days, it does make it cheaper for people to get involved with options, because if you get assigned, hey, it's much better for you if it's only 70. It's just cheaper for you to be able to trade in options and actually be able to take a delivery there. But we'll see what happens with Netflix. I'm not saying there will be one. I just really would like for that to be the case. And then more people will be trading this one on a daily basis. So good luck to everyone. If you hold it, I own the stock. I'm hoping for good. But if it's bad, could be a buying opportunity off that 200 period, which I always love.
Yeah, we've been in Netflix for a minute, so we'll have to wait to see. We did make the bottom in NVIDIA, so that's another bottom that we made. And by the way, Lucid right here, not that bad after all. Pulls back into 70. We get some outs at 70. We did punch out of a little bit there at 71. We talked about that. We get some 70s. Now we're short 70. We'll see if we can get some 68s. I'm actually waiting for that. Just one little push down, and I think we could be able to get it. I mean, we could bid some 69s maybe and just put a bid there and see if there's one extra little flush and get that, and then we'll wait for our 68. So one more push lower here, and we should be able to get some fills. Did we just get that? No, we did not. There's so much volume going through. Look at it. All these blues are all in the middle. These are all dirty half prints that are coming through. Like, no one's actually hitting the bid with anything right now. They're all getting stopped by whoever's sort of in the middle right now. It looks like Edge A's I could switch over to and probably grab that fill. But right now, we'll wait to see if it does break it. And then we'll wait for a 68. Yeah, it doesn't look like it wants to give it up at all down there. So we'll bid another gateway here and see if we can get a 69, and then hopefully get a flush into 68, and then end off on a good note for Lucid. It'll be a down stock, but we sort of got saved there. There we go. So now we get the fill. So there you go. See, we switch gateways, grab the fill there at 69, and now it's, you know what, whatever. I got to go set this thing up. We'll bid another name. We'll bid another 69 here. There it is. So now we get that. So see, you just switch over your gateway and you can get the fills. So there it goes. We do get that fill on Lucid, as you see a lot happening now into that downside. So only a minute and a half to go. 7% expected earnings there move on Netflix. So we'll wait to see what that happens. Again, 7% on this. We'll see if we can touch 600 or 750 at the end of the day. We'll see if we can get one of those. That would, of course, be 10%. But we'll wait on Netflix, and that should be a fun one. So, all right, we'll see you guys. Oh, no, I'll see everybody on Monday. I'm not here tomorrow. It's another hockey tournament.
Word.
So we'll see everybody. Yeah, Obi will be here. Again, all right, only 1 minute to U.S. market close, everybody.
Yeah, less than one. Well, actually, 1 minute to go. It's less than 1 minute. I look over. It's exactly 1 minute to go. But the aftermarket should be a blast as well, because I'm curious to see what news and MTM are going to do. So many penny stocks and small cap runners that are going. Just be careful if you're trying to trade these. And I keep saying this, but yeah, we say it because we mean it. Be careful if you ever try and trade these in the aftermarket. It is a very tricky thing to try to pull off when there's not a lot of liquidity. Prior, I'm just looking over at news as well, which is basically the same thing. You know, there'll be a very large premium on liquidity in the aftermarket. So this is back underneath that dollar, unfortunately. I thought this might hold it and then give you a rally in there. News is trying to catch a bid. It's not doing a very good job of catching a bid here on NUZE. So we'll see what happens. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, these are some pretty big volume movers. I wouldn't be surprised if these things went 100% up or 100% down. But the countdown is on. Let's ring it in 2 and 1. Brendo. And, you know, we have a new mallet, but Brendan's old school. Not only did he use the old one and bust the mallet, he also gave it the, whatever. He just dropped the mic on that one. It is what it is. Fabian's saying in my ear, maybe the audience could send us one. But we already have a new one, Fabian. We have that new red mallet. Oh, it's too loud? Okay, so we're not using the new mallet because it's way too loud when you hit it. I don't know why it's so difficult. We can just throw stuff at it. We'll figure it out, everybody. But it was a wild day today in the market. Not an up day, but we had Netflix earnings after the bell to get to, which is already moving in here. So Netflix, I don't have the numbers, but you went down $20, now up 40 from the bottom here through 700, through 705. Netflix is already going. So I want to thank everybody out here, but Netflix earnings are out. They went upside. Now you're right back in. Incredible volatility. Crap, I don't have my thing to tell me what the news is. I haven't seen the numbers come across the board. But already you have 3 or 4% to the upside, and then another move down here. It looks like it's a mixed bag on Netflix. This is why you don't necessarily want to be trading this in the aftermarket. Let's get it going, because let's go right to Sean, because this is looking like it's going to be a wild one here for Netflix earnings after the bell. It's your market recap, and Netflix right back at the high.
Yeah, there goes Netflix 702 right now, bang, on that one right here. EPS of 540 right now. Big beat there for Netflix, to be honest with you. There it is right here on our Benzinga Pro platform. You can see right here, Netflix EPS beat of 540 versus 512. Sales of 9825 versus a beat, of 976. So remember, we're not going to get like subscriber growth or anything like that, or what their numbers look like. We may get some talk there on the conference call about anything like that. But right now it's Netflix right now with a nice little beat on the top and the bottom line. So we'll just keep our ears posted right now. Thank you so much for everybody joining in right now. It looks like a disappointment. Honestly, I mean, if you're one way or the other right now and you're trading futures or options on Netflix, which would be options, I guess, you're not getting that move. We're expecting a 7.5% move. Yeah, so there it goes. Nice move downside right now on Netflix. And you're seeing just kind of back and forth. I think we're going to have to wait to hear about what new products are coming out, maybe how that gaming is working out. But the numbers were both beats, and it doesn't look like it wants to do too much there. There it is right here. So they do give a guide. Netflix sees Q4. So Q4 423. They just had right now Q3 540. So it looks like a lower Q4 number. 423 is what's expected. They just posted 540. So maybe right there, we'll figure that out, but revenues of 10 billion. So they're expecting more revenues, but less EPS. So is that a sandbag? We'll find out what the market thinks about that. Is Netflix right now kind of just chilling out right now? Oh, we do get their paid memberships. Okay, so there it is right there. Global stream payment net memberships, 282. Wow. So just under 300 million right now paid subs. Like, that's incredible, man. That's like, I mean, think about it just about the population of Canada is only 40 million, so forget about that. This is 282 million. What is it, 440 in the United States or something like that? So that's a big, big number. And of course, this is global. So we take that in consideration, but it's also paid memberships. So I don't know if that includes, again, the ad tier. So I'm not sure. But right there, Net expects paid additions to be higher in Q4 than Q3. So that's good. And strong content right now. So we've talked about what's expected for Netflix. We're looking at, again, Squid Game 2. And then the Tyson Paul fight should be big on there as well. I'll be watching that, and especially if it's on Netflix, again, pretty free for everybody that subscribes. So we don't need to worry about all those, DAZN or some of those other premium packages, which I don't know, probably will still be on there. But again, Netflix sort of solves that problem. So I like Netflix coming in again. Let me know if there's any other names you want to look at. Ozark Bank right there. Great movie. Don't know much about this show. Bank of OZK. Yeah, Jason Bateman there. I mean, that's a great show. That's a Netflix one. I think 3 seasons on there. Go watch Ozark if you can. But right now, Bank OZK reporting and not really moving around right now. Dropbox to announce. That's not coming out yet. I don't really see anything else. If there's any other earnings reports you guys want to know, put it in here and we'll figure it out. But you are 100% right there, Mo. IV is now crushed on Netflix. Like the implied volatility, we are looking for a 7% move on Netflix. So if you think it comes out at 690, knock off 7% of that. It should be at least a $50 move. And right now you're moving 11 right now. Not much coming out other than that tonight. We'll get it if it comes out. More earnings to come. There's OZK again. EPS beat 155 versus 154. Not much happening. All right. Well, today was a story again. Gold up 1.2%. Let's go over to a daily chart just to have a look at this. We talk about this. This is the gold miners. A gold miner that I'm in is Barrick Gold. So that's kind of nicely up to the top again. We're in this around 16. This was given to me by Rahim Alani and all of us on the show when he was talking about gold. I didn't like gold itself. I like to get the dividend. So we did grab Barrick Gold right there. And that's a nice play up to the top side there as well. Well, what led the downside today? I'm surprised that I didn't even look at any China names. China on continued weakness, pulling back in there today. China shares, FXI, a nice downside move. This is going to be, we do not have a guest. So I'm sorry to tell you that. We did have Danielle Shea all lined up. She's not with us today. Over 3,700 still watching. I say thank you. You know what it's going to be right now? Let's go Q&A. You guys want to do a Q&A right now? All right, so drop those Qs in the chat. Any symbols you want to talk about, you want to know anything else possible, drop it in there. Who my barber is, things like that. Ask away. It's funny because my wife, if she's watching, she'll probably hop in here. She said, why not do a Q? I was like, hey, man, we don't have a guest for the after hours. She's like, oh, come on. I was like, you got to get Brendan to book you on. So that did not happen there. So ask in the chat if you guys need to know anything. And then again, of course, we'll hit it with Bears versus Bulls again. So thank you, Sebastian. He says, you don't need no guest when you got me. That's okay. NVIDIA upside tomorrow. Yes, I say that every day. So we'll look at that more carefully in just a couple seconds about NVIDIA. All right, United States oil today pretty flat, only up 0.14% right now as oil. Again, I thought it would have been a little bit more volatile. Did we get any moves middle of the day? Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is when it was announced. This would be 1 p.m. our time, so could also be close to the close. But we did have that Hamas. I thought it was a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, so not much action there. As we heard a leader again, as possible escalation back where one of the Hamas leaders has been, I guess, extinguished. I don't know the proper word. They're probably not that one. Great. I'm going to everyone adding me right there. All right, so USO making that move again. I still like XLE. We're in this name. Let's see what happens with XLE. Again, producing a little bit better than oil, still holding that 200 period moving average on this one as well. Yeah, man, the disappointing trade of me of the day. It's not disappointing. We didn't really get into this until the end of the day, and that was Lucid. We wind up pretty flat on Lucid, but look what it did today. Again, off of that news that, you know what, let's go to a 5-minute chart. See a little bit more of this drop. There it is again, Saudis again, they had to raise more capital, buy another share offering, so that's not great. They continue to burn through cash there at Lucid Motors. Nice downside move for LCID. Tesla was kind of okay today. We were back and forth with this one at the end of the day. And I'm actually asking for help as we speak. I'm going to do some work, not tonight. Actually, tonight I have chess, and then my wife is taking my daughter to practice, and I'm not here tomorrow. So we'll say, yes, sir, for Obi coming through tomorrow. He'll be sitting with me there as we have another tournament happening in hockey, so I'll be away off that tomorrow. But right now, Tesla, back and forth a little bit today, only down 0.19. So we'll figure out what's going on with Tesla. But again, look at all this, man, just back and forth, like no one can make up their mind. All I've decided to do about Tesla now is let's stay away, push it aside. If we get a catalyst of some sort, then we like it. For me, for Tesla, it's pretty simple. We need a little bit of a bigger chart. So let's go to a 60-minute. There's the drop zone. That's a ride, by the way, at Canada's Wonderland, drop zone. I know Fabian probably knows that one. So there's the drop-off from Robotaxi event where we were all waiting for it October 10th. Came through, people disappointed in that. They had Robotaxi bus that wasn't ready yet. And then the other thing that was ready that Elon got into, I thought it was really cool, man, that they're able to roll around their whole test facilities in these 2 doors right now. Wow, that's the chat going nuts right now. Everybody looking for questions. Bears versus Bulls will be messaging me privately with the best of the best. And don't add him too much. Just say at Bears versus Bulls and at me, and we'll be able to get some of the questions. But for me, for Tesla, long story short, we need to take out this 225 area. I almost don't even want to be involved in this until we do take that 225. But I'm going to take this out of my ear. If there are any more news stories coming through, make sure you do get me immediately on the chat, and I'll try to break some stories for you. You're all here for Netflix. Let's go over and quickly look at Netflix. I just want to thank all 3,200 of you still here. That's a great number for a Thursday, and I want to thank you for that right there. 1.36%. Okay, Netflix. Looks a little bit better on the 60-minute chart, to be honest with you. Let's see if we can take these levels out. We're going to try to get back up to 732. For me, Netflix had some good reports, right? Let me just zoom this back into let's go to a 2-minute chart. Wow. Netflix trying to go back upside. There goes Netflix turning positive. We may have had a 7% move intra earnings right there as that bottom hit 6. Are you kidding me? This bottom right here, can you zoom into this? Right now, not right now, I don't mean to be saying do it right now. Immediately, you zoom down, down, right to where my cursor is. Now scroll over to what this price says. What? Does that say, look where my cursor is. There's the bottom of Netflix, 6666. The devil's in this name, baby. I just put it right to the bottom, and that's where it landed. I'm not even going to move the cursor. All right, get off of it. Enough of that. Right there. There's 715 now. Oh, yeah. Nice little move up there for Netflix. It keeps on going. So let's say, okay, what was up with Netflix? Well, this is the good thing about the Benzinga Pro platform. Of course, we do love this platform for many reasons, but you just type in the name. As you would expect, news comes forth. So there it is. 540 beat versus 512. Sales, 982 versus 976. Bang. Netflix sees Q4 EPS. Greens, that must be better, 423. My problem with that EPS is why are we $1 less than the EPS we just reported? So we'll find out more about that. But then they also said global paid memberships, 282.72 versus 277.65. They like that. Netflix, they expected paid memberships to be higher in Q4 than Q3. Hit the like and subscribe. And look, these are as we go earnings with Netflix. I'm not logged into our platform. I'll promise to be logged in the next time I do the show to show you live level 2s. But there it is right there. Revenue, 16% year over year. We like that. Right there, Q3 financial results, 14.4% growth in global stream paid memberships. That's what they are expecting right here. Q4 higher, they're looking than Q3 in paid membership. So you're already getting a 14.4% growth. Let's see if it gets a little bit higher than that. Regardless of what this report is, we have to look over and ball don't lie. Netflix right now, 722. Congratulations to all of the bulls out there. Those of you that held faith in some of these names, there it is, man. Another mega name. Meg 7. Mega name. Let's go look at DJT. Mega Man. You like that game? I like that game. Mega Man. You got pew, pew. That was the best, man. Mega Man. Yeah, those little, like the space suit that he had on there. Firing those lasers, man, that's bringing back. Right there, DJT, $30. There's also Funware, if we're going to talk about a MAGA name. I meant to say Mag7. And again, Fang, which was a Jim Cramer thing, initially had Netflix in it. That was the N. So anyways, Netflix continues to go higher. Let's just quickly look at Netflix again on the daily chart, just to give a quick look at what we're talking about here. So that all-time high looks to be 736.19. So we'll see if we can get to that level again. A good report there today, post-market, October 17th. Short float not available, 1.69%. So nothing really to worry about on Netflix. What are they up year to date? Right there, 41% year to date on an unknown company, Netflix. So we'll wait to see. I just say that tongue in cheek. What is going on with Disney? All right, so another secondary play. In 1 minute, I will be going over and looking at some of these Q&As and trying to pick out the best ones. Looks like Disney making a move upside a little bit there on that. Again, if they're expecting more revenue from paid subscribers, I mean, Netflix and Disney. Disney, again, has Disney Plus. They've got Hulu. Paramount is NBC. But we'll see if Disney can get going on the upside there. Fox, sorry. Again, and we've been looking at some of those plays again. Simpsons, 36 seasons coming through there. I always remember Fox for Married with Children was fun. There was up to Al Bundy, you know, give the old stiff arm to the competition. The best running back in polk high history, Al Bundy, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Christina Applegate. For very young. Oh, Futurama. Okay, I don't know enough about that. All right, what's up with uranium right now? Blast from the past. I actually need to get a glass of water. I'll get that in a minute. Can you go and run and get it for me? Sure, yeah, a little thing of water there. Thank you, Fabian. Yeah, it's okay. We won't do too much while you're gone there. We'll go over a few plays. All right, uranium. Look, we've had some big talk about the superscalers. They want to get into uranium, right? Who's going to power this next wave? It's going to be Google, Amazon, Microsoft. They're all Meta. They're all needing to get in there and build on these GPUs, build the AI, build the inferencing. They need someone to power this. I think we've already seen Dominion the last day yesterday. That had a nice move up there, exploding through the highs as well. URA ETF, we signified that at $25. Hopefully you're in on that. And then the play that I'm in on, come on, NewScale, really? Anyways, it's been a big play, man. We're long at 12 and change in all of this. Nice move to the upside for NewScale. We did not get lucky enough to get anything out near 20. Our best out on this one is 1835. Thank you. That's really chilly. I like that. Okay, DraftKings to release financial results. I'm seeing here November 7th. Is that ahead of time or not? DKNG right now. I just saw that come across the board. Okay. All right. Well, what's up with that then? I'm seeing here. We have it on Trade Ideas as November 1st. I'm seeing a note right here. Why is that? Why would they be delaying this 1 week? So we'll find out about that right there. DraftKings right now. It looks like, unless it's written down wrong, but I mean, they're allowed to do that. We've seen that on Palo Alto. Palo Alto all of a sudden one day reported on a Friday, and everyone's like, oh my God, why are they doing that? So nobody can follow them, and turned out to be a banger. All right, what's going on right now with DraftKings? Nothing, so people don't seem to care about that. Let's look at Palo Alto. I love this stock. This has been a stock again, and I have to give all the credit to Jim Cramer. He says trade the best. Why is my watch going nuts right now? Oh my gosh, I'm getting a lot of questions from the Bears versus Bulls himself right there. Palo Alto, man, anybody that was scared about any of these earnings plays, wow. Cybersecurity. We talk about investing sometimes on this show, and I think what you need to do is invest in themes. And again, this is not financial advice. This is what I like to do. Cybersecurity. We also bought CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike I know is above 300. My average price is 260, 250, something in and around there. And I think a lot of you have made a lot of money. I know Raider Trader talked about CrowdStrike for a minute as well. There's a lot of traders that have bought some dips here. CrowdStrike for sure. There it is, man. Look at the 262 is not a great price. I mean, there's traders that are probably in here somewhere. We weren't. This is that August 5th low. We are in London. What's up to Adam if you're in the chat? But that we were there. We did not take advantage of that. We were buying into this area. So I think we bought initially in this move down the first time 280s. And then we were able to get something in the 50s, giving us, or maybe even in the 40s. Maybe we did buy some down into there again. But again, not the greatest price, but CrowdStrike right back above the 200 period moving average rate. One more look at Netflix, then we go to Q&A time. And I will not forget about roll call. Sometimes we do forget about that. Okay, here we go. Let's go a little bit. I just have, no, actually, Trader Talk, hosted by yours truly right now. Okay. So, hey, Sean, how's it going today? I mean, it's been a very, very good day trading. How's it for you? Not that great. I mean, we did have some stop outs on Google today. We did have some stop out there on Tesla. We did get stopped out on NVIDIA real early. We got also made the bottom, I believe, in Apple. But at the end of the day, all in all, pretty good trade for me, myself. I was red today. How about you out there in trader land? It's too bad because we did have some really great trades. Too bad that it just didn't work out to get into that green area for us today, hovering around there for the month. I could talk more about that. I'm probably, like we always say this, we're one of the only ones that do that, and we're pretty proud of doing that and talking as honestly as possible as we can with everybody. Okay, the first question coming right now is, thank you again, Bears vs. Bulls, for the format that we're doing right now. All right, there it is right now. We'll put this out, and it is Ask Sean a Question. So I'll post it in here into the chat so everybody can see it. Here it comes right now. It is from Max Sarama. Sean, what do you think about Uber and Google for tomorrow? So I do like that question. Thank you so much, Max, for that. Well, all of you would know this. I talked about this today. Let's go over the look here. I'm going to go into a 15-minute chart, more comfortable talking about longer-term trends with this, especially if we're going to talk about just tomorrow. So I bought, actually, look where Uber closes at, $80. I got filled at $80.01 off the open today. It did make that move up, though, in the middle of the day, up into $81 now. The reason why I like this stock, I've been waiting for pullbacks in Uber. We were long earlier. We were long in the 30s, man. We were long at $36, $37 in Uber. We did sell it on the event of the S&P, was it NASDAQ 100 inclusion there for Uber. It made that move up. Now, we got out. We'll have to go back. Let's go into a weekly chart on Uber just to have a quick little look on that, where we got out. Yeah, so we got out once we broke above, I thought it was $64, $65. So we did not participate in this move. We're waiting for a backfill on Uber. So when I'm looking at this trade, we now take advantage of that Expedia news today to push it down that 2%. It's been coming back. I mean, there's been some transport names that have come back. I mean, there's really right now a strike right now happening at our airport with Uber drivers not happy about the wages, not happy about the competition. I actually sat in Uber the other day. The guy told me there's 100,000 Uber drivers in the GTA, which is Toronto alone. 100,000 drivers. Like, that is, I mean, look, there's over 3 million people here, so I don't know what that ratio is like, if that's high or low, but I thought that was a little... Oh, my God. Thought it was a little bit, oh, my God, but right there. So maybe there is competition. But look, let's talk about that, Max, for tomorrow. I think we got to hold this $80 level. If we do, I don't see why we can't get back to $82 for Uber, and I think we can do that tomorrow. So we'll wait to see on Uber for that one. I won't do Google. I'm only going to give you one. We have too many to go through right now. You guys know that I really like Google for tomorrow as well, but we need to hold, here, we'll do it quickly. We need to hold that 163 on Google. So we'll go into it today on a little bit of a chart here, 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart, please. There it is. So we need to hold this 163. We did hold it today. Let's see where we open up. I'm not going to be here, but if you breach below this, you're going to try to hold it to 162.70, but we could break below that as well. So for me, I'm long above 163 on Google. Let's see if it holds. I'm not sure what the market's going to do tomorrow. So if you're looking at the triple Qs for the NASDAQ, we've already made those highs. NASDAQ back down to 20,200 is definitely a possibility right now. 20,400, 20,500 is what we're looking at. But the NASDAQ looks to make, again, there's some support here, 490. We'll see if we can wind up holding that. All right. Marlon, what's up? Where do we see, oh, here we go. I'll put it in the chat here so everybody can see it. Where do we see Tesla next week is the question from Marlon B. Where do we see Tesla for next week? So let's have a quick look at that. We're always looking for catalysts here when we talk about some stocks. So I've already looked at Tesla a little bit earlier on in the show. I want to see a break of that 225. If we can break this 225, which comes into play right there, that's that dip off of, this is October 10th. So we do get that move down on the robotaxi. I don't think it was that bad. I mean, he talked about it being ready for 2026, maybe 2025. We'll see if it can get there. We know they're producing a lesser vehicle, so maybe that can come into retail at some point. I don't mind that. I love all the information. All the podcasts that I hear about Tesla is all about all the information that they have. They're well ahead of Waymo and all of that as far as data collection. And I don't really want to go against Elon Musk, but at the same time, Tesla right now barcoded since the event. So if it gets above 225, I think we see 240. You asked about next week. If we can break 225, we get to 240. So for me, I would be buying. I mean, if you're talking about options, I don't know the right duration to do this in, but I'd like to see this break and then get excited. So if we do that, then I'd buy some 240 calls. I don't know, end of the month maybe. I'm not sure, end of next week. But I think we can get back above 240, especially if we flip over into the daily. We need to get that. That's 225. It's also the 50-period moving average. The last time we sort of took that, we bounced up into 265. I just don't see any negative headlines coming for Tesla over the next little while. Earnings report October 23rd. So you want to talk about next week? October 23rd for Tesla, earnings coming up post-market next week. Wow, that should be real fun. I don't think the show is that bad. Those dancing robots, kind of fun. Sebastian wants to know what my dream car is to own. I don't really know. I mean, being Italian, I've always talked about, you have that old Lamborghini Countach that could come into play there. So we put that one. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for that. A Ferrari, something like that. But I don't really have. I'm pretty, you could probably, hopefully tell, pretty humble as far as cars go. I'm not, Sharif would be maybe better question for that one. But right now we drive the Atlas, the Volkswagen, and we really love that car. I'm actually looking to get, believe it or not, just a Golf R. My next one to whip around the streets in. I like the horsepower there, all-wheel drive. So I think living up here in Canada influences me with that. But yeah, I would say something like that to come into play for there. So, all right, is Tesla stock? We've already talked about that. Would I go short here? What's up, Farming Education? We only have 5 more minutes. We'll go over a couple more questions, and thank you, everybody, for joining us. This is a question on XLU, so the utilities right there. Thank you, Farming Education, right now. How about a clear short till 880 for XLU? So I really like, XLU, we talk about the utility sector, how on fire that's been, and I feel like it has been on fire. The one thing that I've noticed with day trading is you want to stay with the trend. You just mentioned short on XLU. Well, yeah, what would be the catalyst for that? Again, utilities, I would see a rate-sensitive environment, but again, as rates seem to be pulling down, utilities actually go up because utilities will pay a dividend. So that might be a nice little move there. But look at this. If you're going to think about a short to 880, I guess you're talking about that the bottom from yesterday. It's nice that we get this move down today. So potentially here, you could get a little bit of a pullback. I don't know why 80. I would say if you're looking for a short, why not test in and around the 50-period moving average again? What about a 79 pullback there for XLU? Again, relative strength, knocking its head off a 70. It hasn't been too much higher than this, going all the way back into the middle of the summer. We got to about 80. So I think we are due for a pullback in some of these names. You look how extended we are away from the 50-period moving average. The last time we were here, pull back. There's an extension away from it as well. Here's an extension away, and there's the pullback. So I think you might be onto something right there, my good friend. Was that Sebastian who asked me that? No, Farming Education asked me that as well. Okay, there's all some hearts there. Thank you for that. All right, oh my gosh, you have to stop taking questions now. We have way too many right now. All right, Dan King, I'm going to stop copying them, I think. What's my prediction on Hood right now? So Hood tomorrow, some of these calls, again, when you're looking at names that we think about here, you got to be catalyst driven. So HOOD, right there, Robinhood. Wow, man, I love this stock. You guys remember what we talked about with Robinhood? We really like this name here at $15 or $16. And I'm laughing at this because we talked about it versus SoFi. SoFi finally starting to go. Again, hard for me to give a prediction for tomorrow based on a chart that looks like this, but here's Robinhood right now. Looking at what it's done over the week, I don't have that crystal ball on what tomorrow's market's going to bring, but I would look like a fade into 27. Had a hard time getting through that. I always think that when we have these big moves up in the pre-market, when you get catalysts, then you get this fade. So for me, why didn't we hold that? Why didn't we even hold 27? We went right through this. It's been riding this 200-period moving average. For me, I'd be looking short on Robinhood tomorrow. Thank you so much for the question on that one. All right, what's up to Jay Alvarez? Thank you so much for this question. This has been a popular topic as of late. People always want to talk about Dell and Palantir, some of these names that have been recently added. So there it is right there, Mr. Alvarez. Thank you so much for your question as we put it there into the chat. Wow, we're getting a lot. We still have 3,000 holding. Send these numbers to Brendan, man. Wow, thank you so much for that one. Dell, people want to know about Dell. All right, so what's my opinion on Dell? Well, I really like Dell. I think old tech becomes new. Michael Dell brought this name recently back into the market. So if we go over to a daily chart here, again, look at this hold. IBM today, new highs, 232. I think Dell servers going to be in play. Let's not forget about the long-term thesis here that we're talking about in the market. We're talking about AI, we're talking about chips, we're talking about security as well. We're talking about power. I think all of these plays need to have a place to sit. They need to sit in racks. So you're going to look at SMCI for that. They're going to need server power. So you're looking at Dell for that. I just wonder that when Google reports, when all of these names report, will they start talking kindly about Dell? Will they push forward the ideas that they need to get more? And I think they do. More power, more infrastructure. Dell is the play. I like Dell. I don't know if you can tell. So good question on there. I think Dell moving forward. This is kind of like the lightning round right now. Jim Cramer. We used to have something like that as well. All right. Eli Lilly. Is Eli Lilly setting up? A couple more questions. Hey, still a question to come. What are some long-term prospects? So we're going to get that question in just a minute from Sandeep coming through. Wow, we're almost over time right now. Is Lilly setting up right now? So thank you for that question as well. Setting up for what is the question? Look, bouncing off the 200 period. We're long Eli Lilly, an embarrassing low amount. A dollar price. We bought this a little bit earlier. It's in the 400s. You've seen it just continue to move upside right now. GLP-1 doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Eli Lilly, again, ahead of all of the players right now. We're not stopping. Sorry, Fabian. We're not. All right, right now, I think Eli Lilly, once they get that oral pill going, wow, what does that mean for Eli Lilly shareholders? And again, as they talk about pricing, that's going to be a factor. Can they get that price down to something more reasonable where we can start to look at more and more people being able to take the benefits? Not forget about just for weight loss. This helps addictions. This helps a lot of different aspects. I'm not going to go diabetes. I'm not going to go into everything because I ain't no doctor. But if you are one, hit me up and maybe you can come on the show. I mean, love to have someone on to talk more about that again. All right. Can you please suggest long-term prospects which are not overvalued? So Sandeep, I like this question. Maybe one more question or two more questions. Here it is right here. I'm going to do more of these, man. We'll do. How about every Thursday Q&A with me? AMA. Get my wife in the chat. That'll be hilarious. She's going to come in next Thursday. Then you'll see some funny things happening. I promise you that. Love her to death. Shout out to Marissa. She'll be in the chat coming very soon. All right. Did I just put it in there? Yes, I did. Can you please suggest some stocks for long-term prospects which are not overvalued? So what you're really going to look at here is the PEs of very many companies, right? So when you're talking about valuation, you're looking to price to earnings ratios. So I feel like it's not listed on here. Is it listed over here? Because I want to just go for things, position and range. No, I'm trying to find out. Do we see earnings per share? No, I don't see PE. That's too bad. Okay, let's talk about Benzinga because I know where to find it right here. All right, my number one play for long term. I think it's undervalued. It is now lower than the market multiple. The market multiple right now is 23. So when I say, oh my God, what stocks might be the next forward thing to look at? What about right here, Google with a forward PE of just 18. I think that's undervalued. I think you can buy some Google right here. I think you can actually buy some XOM right here. And the good thing about XOM is you also get a dividend if you're looking for some long-term prospects. Look at XOM's PE, just 13. Might be high historically, but I think XOM needs to be revalued, man, because with AI coming into play right now, I think XOM is a play at some of these levels. I will be buying more XOM. I don't mind J&J at some of these levels right now. J&J's PE right now, just 15. They have worries about the cancer. We talked about talc coming through again. That's going to be a problem. Procter & Gamble might be something to take a look at and a gamble on. If there is something that you want to look, we've talked about TD Bank. That's been hit recently. There's been some scandals with TD Bank. But again, the oligopoly that exists here in Canada, you might want to look at TD Bank with a dividend yield of 5.3%. Where is the PE on this one? 9? All right, 5.3% dividend yield. 9 PE. I like that stock. Other than that, man, longer term prospects, I'm going to say, why not? I've recently bought a little bit of Berkshire as well. I think this name is something that you need to buy. You're not going to get a PE or anything on this one, I don't believe anyways. But I like BerkB. Again, insurance, financials, high quality companies. Even though we know that Uncle Warren, unfortunately, is getting a little long in the tooth, maybe, that'll be run properly. He's not leaving that to die. So Berkshire, I like that. Look, thank you so much for everybody. I want to thank Bears vs. Bulls. I want to thank everybody for watching. All 3,000 of you held strong with me. I'll take more AMAs, man. I think this has been really fun. Maybe we'll do it every single Thursday. Thank you so much for watching. For everybody out there, Fabian, thank you for staying late. Neil, great show. Dara wasn't here, but shout out to Dara. Sharif today. Everybody in the chat, thank you so much. But we're just going to do a quick one with roll call. Because I've forgotten that the last couple times because we want to scram out of here. But quickly, I know we got to go. So we'll get out of here quickly. What's up, Jimmy? Oops. Well, here, here you go. I'll zoom in a little bit so we can see what's going on. There's Jimmy. He wants to know about GME. Of course he does. What's up, Adam? What's up, Bora Hout? Andrew Chow Shenanigans. Alex, a.k.a. Boneless. Boneless chicken wings or not, Fabian? Bone in. I like that, Fabian. Travel Buddy says, what's up? NYC Urbanista, I've seen you before. For sure. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, NYC Urbanista. Matt Marine. Andrew Chow is in the building. Marie L or Mary L. Dollar bills. We'll hopefully make some of that. Raul's over here. Carol. Tyrone Hamilton. AJ. Easy peasy. Yeah, we'll have some hockey tomorrow. I'm so excited. I love being with family, especially at these tournaments. So we're really excited for that. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Yoshi, as well, one of my favorite characters in Mario Kart. Thank you so much, and I'll see everybody tomorrow. Thanks, Fabian. Have a great weekend, everybody.